Vacante. What's going on, guys? Welcome back to McClunky Gaming. We are bringing you today the Tabletop Gaming Center Planetary Qualifier. And I'm Tower number 9, joined here by Josh from Next Gen Gaming SC. Josh, how's it going today?
Going really well. Just super happy to be here. Super happy to do some more casting with you, Tower, and ready to see some more great planetary qualifier action because we have been treated to some great stuff over the past few weeks.
Absolutely, Josh. And for anyone who missed some of those previous broadcasts or just wants to check out some of that stuff again, you can head to McClunky Gaming on YouTube, where the edited VODs are being put up of some of the cool games that we've had from the last few planetary qualifier streams. But as we can see here, it looks like the players are taking their seats, and we should be getting started shortly.
Yep, definitely excited to get started. Over 100 players for this tournament. And Tower, it is a very stacked field. We have a ton of terrific players in this field, including 5 previous planetary qualifier winners.
Yeah, and Josh, I believe I was hearing before we got started here that this event was actually sold out at 128 players, but that there were some people I think who didn't show up thanks to weather, but I think we're still over 100, and we should be looking at 7 rounds of Swiss into a cut to top 8.
Yeah, that is super exciting. You always love to see these planetary qualifiers sell out. So, yeah, big field. Again, we've got 5 planetary qualifier winners. 2 players in this tournament have won 2 planetary qualifiers, Alex Blandon and Crusher. They both have 2 wins apiece, so they're actually tied. You can actually see the leaderboard over at SWU Competitive Hub. Big shout out to those guys running the SWU Competitive Hub. You can see the leaderboard of all the top 8s and the winners of the planetary qualifiers. But yeah, Alex Blandon and Crusher going to try and get their 3rd win. And then you've got number guy Sunny D and Kralo from Team Mythic. So a couple McClunky Gaming team members there. We've got KTOD there, Team Secret, one of the newer teams Sunny D's a part of, and then Team Mythic coming down from Quebec with Kralo, and actually another special guest from that team. We've got former MTG pro Pascal Maynard, who has done phenomenal work in Magic the Gathering in the past, couple Grand Prix wins, again, former pro, top 8s in the Pro Tour, so he's in this event as well. So again, just so many great players. Several of the guys from KTOD, Chrono, Justin, Bobby Sapphire. He's here. Man, it's going to be exciting.
That's right, Josh. And the store hosting the event here has said that they'd like to thank everyone for watching. They're excited to be hosting the Planetary Qualifier. This is the Tabletop Gaming Center, which is located in Newington, Connecticut. They're one of the biggest game stores in the state. And they say that if you're a Star Wars Unlimited fan, they have 2 weekly events. On Monday, they have more casual play, and on Saturday, they have constructed tournaments. They also host monthly drafts, the next of those being on March 12th. So if you're in the Connecticut area and you're looking for a place to play Star Wars Unlimited, Tabletop Gaming Center is an option.
Yeah, absolutely. They are a fantastic store, one of the biggest stores in that area. They have all the gaming supplies you could need. And again, they offer great events on a regular basis. So definitely check them out if you're in the area. Now, Tower, I want to talk to you a little bit about the results from last weekend. Of course, you and I casted the McClunky stream last weekend at Red Seal Gaming, where we saw a fantastic tournament and a super diverse meta in general, but a super diverse top 8 where we had 8 different leaders in the top cut.
Yeah, that's right, Josh. That was one of the I thought one of the coolest top cuts that I've seen at one of these things. There was not a single repeat leader, and the ultimate winning deck was a Cad Bane green build that I think a lot of people didn't have on their radar. So it was a really cool experience over there.
Yeah, definitely. Big shout out to Zach from McClunky Gaming getting the win last weekend at Red Seal Gaming. It was a all McClunky Gaming finals, and Zach getting that first win for Cad Green. He's the only player that has won with Cad Green, so that was super cool to see. Big shout out to Zach and those McClunky guys. They put on a real show last weekend.
Yeah. I think of that top eight, I believe four of them were from the McClunky Gaming team. So yeah, as you say, really strong showing from Team McClunky at that event last week. We'll see if they can do it again this week.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see if they can continue to put up those big results. But definitely, we've got other teams here as well. Like I said, multiple guys from the KTOD team. You've got Team Mythic here again from Quebec. Super cool to have those guys at this event. You've got, I believe, some of the Bothan Network guys are there, and other teams as well. So it's going to be a lot of fun to see who prevails here. Now, as far as the results from last weekend, again, super diverse last weekend at Red Seal Gaming that McClunky streamed, but also overall Planetary Qualifiers last weekend. And I think we mentioned it a little bit last week. The meta is still very open. It's very diverse. Yes, Han Yellow is still kind of on top of things, but last weekend Planetary Qualifiers, 9 different decks won a PQ. 7 different leaders won a PQ last weekend. So I still think that the meta is still pretty open here.
Yeah, I'm with you there, Josh. Are there some decks that I think people have a pretty good understanding of as being strong? Yeah, sure. I think as you say, it's pretty evident that Han Double Yellow is a good deck. It's pretty evident that Sabine ECL is a good deck. But unlike set two's planetary qualifiers, we're not seeing Han winning more than half the events. The overall setup is a lot more open than it was when Bobo was the top dog.
Yeah, yeah, no, that's a great point. I mean, Han right now in total for all the variations of Han, Han 1 leader has won, if you round up, close to 35% of the planetary qualifiers. But again, as you mentioned, much less than Boba. And, the different Han decks, of course, are doing well. But if you also look at the top 8 percentages, they are a lot closer than they were before, right? Like if you look at the percentage for Han in the top 8, 21% has been Han, and then you have Sabine next at 15%. So it's just a 6% gap about between 1 and 2, and then it drops down to around 11% with Django and Quinlan, and that's just so much closer than it was in set 2 meta with Boba, because the gap between Boba to these like 2, 3, and 4 decks were massive, so it's definitely closed here in set 3.
Yeah, and is Han the top dog? Yeah, for sure. But that's that's a strong deck. It's definitely not an unbeatable deck. I think people are thinking about how to counter it, and we'll see what happens here. We could have a Han winner. It is definitely a very real deck, has some very powerful synergies, but I don't know. I mean, I think some people sort of felt like in the previous season, no matter what style of deck you want to play, you should be playing Boba. There were people playing Boba as aggro. There were people playing Boba as tempo, Boba as mid range, Boba as control. And we're not in that state with Han.
Right. Yeah. No, I totally agree with you. And, I don't know if maybe it's because we're getting later in the planetary qualifier season where people are just kind of experimenting a little bit. They're changing things up. But last week was really cool because you had very diverse top 8 as well. In the top 8 of all planetary qualifiers last weekend, we had 35 different decks and 22 different leaders represented, including some really cool stuff. Like, for instance, you had IG88 and Maul making their first top 8 appearances last weekend in a PQ. So stuff like that, that's super cool to see.
Yeah, I'll say I personally would not predict that we will have IG88 winning this event, but
Right.
huge shout out if it ends up being the case. So we'll see.
Hey, yeah, I mean, even making the top 8 at a PQ with IG88, I think that is a huge accomplishment, and that was super cool to see last weekend. So big shout out to that player, and we'll see if we
Yeah.
see any really cool off-meta spice today. But it looks like the pairings have gone up, and the players are getting ready. So we should have round 1 action for you very soon.
Yeah. Should be interesting to see what we got here. I'm hoping for some good matches.
Yeah, absolutely. These players, of course, playing for some great prizes. Some really good prize support brought to you by Tabletop Gaming Center. But of course, the main thing these guys are playing for are a bye or is a bye for day one of the Galactic Championship later this year in July. So you win this event, you get an automatic lock into day two of the Galactic Championship, which is a very big deal, and a lot of these players are itching to get that bye.
Yeah. The I've played some of the past FFG games, and in those, it would be possible to get a round one by doing well in events at a lower level, but a day one that's something else. That is quite the edge, and you could use that to play in side events, get those prize wall tickets. You could use it to just chill out. You could even arrive at the event a day later, I believe. So it's a substantial prize for those who have their sights set on the Galactic Championship, and it's going to be interesting to see who can win it. Now, of course, some of these players, as we were discussing earlier, Josh, already have that bye, so it's possible we'll see it getting passed down to someone other than the winner if the eventual winner is somebody who already has one. But we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, yeah, no, that is a great point. We've actually seen that before here at McClunky Gaming, the Hex and Co. Planetary Qualifier. We had KTOD's John Tata versus Botha Network's Lego Pizza, and Lego Pizza had already won a tournament. He had won a PQ. He had a bye, so that bye got passed over to John Tata there. So that's very cool. Now we're getting ready. We've got the players at the table, and it looks like round one is going to be a really spicy matchup here. We've got KTOD's Chrono on Sabine Tarkentown versus Botha Network's Tetra Rain on Han Yellow. This should be very interesting.
Yeah, now I have played mini games with Sabine Tarkentown. It was one of my favorite decks during the Spark of Rebellion meta, but I think Chrono is using a different version than the one that I'm most familiar with. So when I was playing it, it was heavy on the Rebel trait synergy package, whereas I believe Chrono is running maybe a few of those cards, but mostly is focused on kind of a swarm style, multiple small units gameplay pattern here. So I believe he has I forget the exact numbers. I had looked at a version of his list earlier on the KTOD Discord, but I think in that one he had like 15 1-drops and 12 2-drops or something like that. So really focused on swarming the board.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it's a very viable strategy right now in this current meta. And it's interesting that you brought that up because I was actually talking a little bit to Alex Blandon, the two-time PQ winner, who has been all on Han Yellow in this set, and he has been, just big time finishes, right? He's got, I believe, 5 top 8s with that particular deck, and he's just been running amok with Han Yellow. And I was talking to him a little bit, and he said that any double red hero, that these double red decks could really bring a problem to Han or these super go wide decks. So maybe that's exactly what Chrono has here.
Yeah, the ability of these decks to really spread out can be difficult to deal with in some cases. And you also have cards like Benthic Two Tubes. So Benthic Two Tubes is a 1-cost 2/2 that can, on attack, he can buff another unit for its next attack. And often, if you play that, you attack with him, and then the opponent just kills or disrupts the unit that was buffed, so you don't get the advantage there. But one thing that can be really relevant there is if the opponent is playing heavily to space, you can potentially create a huge problem in the ground arena with stuff like that. So this deck also has some answers against the space focused decks that we've been seeing. Mr.
Okay.
Bones here.
Yeah, look at that. Mr. Bones coming out. So Chrono starting with the initiative here in game one. Tetra Rain going up to 3 resources with the Han action ability. And, as you mentioned, we talked about flooding the board. Chrono, 2 1-drops on turn 1 as he follows up with Soldier of the 501st, and Tetra Rain playing the Liberated Slaves.
Yeah, and this Sabine deck also does run Tarkentown. So if Tetrarain were to attack to clear Mr. Bones here, it would enable Tarkentown. It would enable a Tarkentown kill on the Liberated Slaves if Chrono wants to go that route. Mr. Bones, not a card that I think a lot of people, are familiar with before this event, but it's a 1-cost 3/1 on attack. If you have no cards in hand, you can deal 3 damage to a ground unit.
Yeah, definitely something we're not seeing a lot of. We've seen Mr. Bones show up in the Kylo double red decks, but seeing it here as well. So Chrono getting in for a couple damage with the Soldier of the 501st. We see Millennium Falcon coming down for Tetra Rain, getting into Chrono's base for 3. And the Liberated Slaves taken off the board with the
Yeah,
Mr.
I think
Bones
it
plus
was.
Tarkentown.
Yeah, it was just that play pattern I was describing earlier with Tarkentown being used to secure the kill there. Um, Under other circumstances, the liberated slaves might have liked to attack the soldier of the 501st, which only has 1 power on defense and would then be out of range of Tarkentown. But Chrono was able to attack with the soldier of the 501st before Tetraring got in action because in order to play those liberated slaves, Han had to use his leader ability and thus took an extra action. So Chrono was able to play 2 units and still have the initiative.
Yeah, and that was very important. So the initiative turns out to be a really big thing for Chrono here in this spot. Now we see some damage being traded. We've got 7 damage on Tetra Rain's base now, and Chrono has 6 damage on. And here comes Aggression. Aggression is going to deal 4 damage and defeat Millennium Falcon, and Cassian is going to ready in the ground arena.
Yeah, aggression is a very strong card. You know, those double aspect legendary events really do tend to be strong as a whole. And I think double red Sabine is one of the decks that makes really good use of that aggression event. Often, what you do is just as Chrono used it here, you kill an enemy unit and ready one of your own units to attack into the base and do some more damage. But you also have the ability to deal with upgrades really effectively thanks to aggression, as one of the modes you can choose is defeat up to 2 upgrades. So it can be a really good check on things like Lieutenant Childson, where even if they get the full +4/+4, you can defeat 2 of the experience tokens and deal 4 damage to just kill them in 1 hit. Aggression is a very strong card for this deck.
Yeah, absolutely. These double aspect legendary cards, so big. Now we saw Tetra Rain, he brought out Tech, and Chrono just continued to be aggressive. He got in for another 7 total damage, 3 with Cassian and Sabine, and the Sabine action ability. And here, the action ability for Han used, and Chrono plays the Fleet Lieutenant, gets in for another 5 damage. Han is now brought out, and Chrono just continues to put on the pressure, 21 damage on Tetra Rain's base.
Yeah, you know, I think some people would use that Fleet Lieutenant with Cassian Andor not to go after the base, but to kill Tech. But I think Chrono has the right game plan here, where he's not very concerned with clearing the board. He's concerned with just pushing damage as fast as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Hotshot Blaster comes out for Tetra Rain, takes out Sabine with Han, and here comes another Hotshot Blaster. And Tech is going to attack into, it looks like the Fleet Lieutenant. So Fleet Lieutenant taken off the board after Chrono did put Bo-Katan in the ground arena. And now that is going to finish up this round. Chrono will have the initiative. 21 damage on Tetra Rain's base, 7 damage on Chrono's base. And Chrono is showing 9 possible damage in the ground arena. Let's see what he starts out with here in this round.
Yeah, and that double red Bo-Katan is also very relevant here. So Bo-Katan Kree is fighting for Mandalore, 2-cost double red 3/3 with the Mandalorian and Trooper traits, and when defeated, for each player with 15 or more damage on their base, you draw a card. So in this situation, even if Tetraane kills that Bo-Katan, it will help refuel Chrono's hand.
So here's a big play. Chrono gets in for 3, but Tetra Rain plays his own double aspect legendary cunning to exhaust the other 2 units, and +4 for Han. Now Wing Leader comes out, giving Cassian Andor a couple experience tokens, but now Han is attacking for, I believe, 10. And it looks like, yeah, 10 damage to
That's a hard
Chrono's base
hit.
with that attack. My goodness.
And there could be another 4 coming as well from Tech here. So we're looking right now already at 17 damage on Chrono's base. Um, Now in chat, there's some discussion about does double red have good reach? Yes, it does. So the earlier decks ran for a cause I believe in. I believe Chrono's deck is not doing that because it has many non-heroism cards, but you do have cards like Daring Raid, Reckless Gunslinger, and Chaos of War, which is especially good against decks like that have a lot of card draw. So when your opponent's running Dr. Pershing, when your opponent's running um, some of those Bosk decks with draw bounties, Chaos of War can be very effective.
Yeah,
Um,
absolutely. Now Tetra Rain bounced the Cassian back, and Chrono doesn't have a way to finish this game, and it looks like Chrono's just going to scoop it up here. Tetra Rain, after looking to be quite behind early, has come back with a big cunning play to take game one.
Yeah, I think Chrono looked at his hand, saw that he didn't have any sort of big power boost or whatever that would allow him to get in, and has conceded the game, I believe. It was a little abrupt, so I'm not
Yeah.
100% sure that's what happened, but I think that's right.
Yeah, that is how it appeared. But yeah, wow, what a turnaround there for Tetra Rain. So going into that round, it looked like Chrono was at 17 damage on base. So with 8 HP remaining, Tetra Rain was not actually showing fatal with one action unless he had a pump of some sort, because Han was only dealing 6. So I'm not sure if there was a pump there, but 2 actions, Tetra Rain could get it. So maybe Chrono just felt like that was, the writing
Yeah,
was
I'm
on the
also
wall.
not 100% sure whether it seemed to me that maybe that tech could have attacked the base and done some more damage on the previous turn, and I don't know if that happened and I missed it or it wasn't marked or something. So if that were the case, the base would be, in range, but it's also possible that surprise strike either from the hand or the row or whatever would have allowed Han to just blow up the base in one hit even without that. Not sure.
No, that's actually a really good point, because Tech did exhaust and we didn't see the damage change. And so I think you're right. I think Tech actually attacked into base there, and the damage count was not noted on the base, probably just noted on a pad. And I believe that's why Chrono scooped it up, because again, one action Tetra Rain would then be able to take it.
Yeah, that might be. And I do think he had maybe looked at his cards, or looked at his draws or whatever to see if there was some out. I'm not sure. Would you happen to remember, Josh, how much HP was left on Tetrarain's base at the end there?
I believe it was 6. I think there was 24 damage on, so Chrono needed to find a way to deal 6 in one action. I just don't think he had it.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what he could have had. Maybe a. I'm trying to think. I don't think Rebel Assault would have worked even if he had it out of aspect. Yeah, not entirely sure, but it did seem like ultimately Chrono could not quite get there. Cunning, extremely effective card.
Yeah, Cunning is so good. My goodness. It just completely flips a game instantly, and we saw it happen there in game one. Now, here in game two, Chrono will be back on the initiative. So we will see if Chrono can bounce back here in game two and force this deciding game three in round number one. Quite the matchup to start things out here at this Tabletop Gaming Center Planetary Qualifier.
Yeah, and I do think one thing that worked really well for Tetrarain was those Hotshot Deal 44 blasters this game. I think one of the cards that is most commonly played out of aspect, though it's only sort of technically out of aspect, because you end up being able to play it for the smuggle cost, so it doesn't matter that its base performance is it doesn't matter that its base performance is reduced if your only plan is to go out of aspect anyway
Yeah, no, that's a
with
great
the
point.
smuggle.
Definitely. Yeah, the double hot shot blaster was really good. Now, to start things out in round one here, a little bit of deja vu for Chrono. He opens with Mr. Bones. Tetrarain using the action ability, this time starting with Millennium Falcon. We did see a couple one drops from Chrono, but 3 early damage to Chrono's base with the Falcon. And here in round two, Fleet Lieutenant allowing Benthic 2 tubes to hit for 4 into Tetrarain's base, but then Waylay bouncing back to Mr. Bones. Chrono has claimed, and Tetrarain will get in for another 3 with the Falcon.
Yeah, so in that situation, the Benthic 2 tubes was giving raid 2 to Mr. Bones, which means that attack would have actually come in for 5, and Tetra ended up using a waylay on Mr. Bones, which is not really the most efficient play in the world, but under the circumstances makes a lot of sense.
Right. Yeah, definitely, with Benthic being there, buffing those guys up. Now, Fleet Lieutenant coming across early for Tetrarain, 3 damage. And Tetrarain is going to use that Han action ability again. And Chrono will use his leader's action ability with Sabine, 1 damage to each base. And it appears maybe I was wrong. Maybe Tetrarain did not actually attack with Millennium Falcon on turn 1 because that's 8 total damage now, so 3
Yeah,
Falcon attacks would have been more damage here. So maybe that round 1 Falcon didn't attack.
yeah, I think what we're looking at is 2 Falcon swings and then 2 Sabine pings, for that 8 damage. So I guess the Falcon didn't swing one of these rounds for whatever reason. Um,
So Tech
Now
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Chrono waited to swing with Benthic until after Sabine was deployed so that, Benthic could buff Sabine with the Raid 2 and is now gonna be able to deliver a really heavy hit.
Yeah, that's a huge hit and played Fleet Lieutenant on top of that. So Sabine hitting like a truck here, 18 damage on Tetrarain's base, and Mr. Bones comes back out. That is quite the ground arena right now for Chrono. Let's see how Tetrarain responds.
Yeah, I think that Sabine swung for 7 damage there, so you have the 2 base, 1 from the on attack, +2 from Benthic, and then +2 from the Fleet Lieutenant.
Yeah, that is a big time play for Chrono in that round. Han action ability used once again. And Benthic 2-Tube starting things out with some more damage to Tetrarain's base.
Tetrain looks like he's in trouble here. I think he's gotta find that cunning again to try and stop this pressure. It's one of the best tempo cards there is, and maybe one of his only hopes of stalling this aggression here.
Here we
There
go,
it
and he
is.
does have Cunning. Yes, he does. All right, so Cunning in back-to-back games for Tetrarain, exhausting Fleet Lieutenant and Sabine, bouncing Mr. Bones. Chrono does get in for another 3 with the other Fleet Lieutenant, but here comes Han.
Yeah, there's an interesting dynamic here where if he bounced one of the fleet lieutenants, that would be, you would have bounced a more expensive card. But the problem is Chrono could then use the fleet lieutenant's when played ability to get some bonus damage when he replayed it. So Tetrain bounced the less effective Mr. Bones in order to deny his opponent getting that when played effect again.
Yeah, that's a great point. So now 26 damage on Tetrarain's base after a ping from the Fighters for Freedom. Now Han and Falcon do get into Chrono's base here, and it appears as though it is 15 damage on Chrono's base. 2 more with Tech, so that should be 17 damage on. And here comes Liberated Slaves, so this is
17
interesting.
damage is just out of range though. Even if there's a surprise strike on that Han, that would only be 7 and Chrono would still be alive with 1 HP.
That
Um
is a good point. So 2 actions for Chrono should do it here in this round. He's going to start with Mr. Bones. Looks like Mr. Bones went 3 to base. And Hot Shot Blaster coming out onto Han for 6, and that is not going to be enough. So I believe Chrono takes it in game 2. We are going to have a deciding game 3 to open things up in round 1 at this PQ.
Yeah, and it's a little interesting, that missed attack from the Falcon might have ended up costing Tetrain that game because if he had 3 more damage on that base, that hotshot blaster on Han would have been lethal. Now, I don't know if he had taken the initiative early or if he had just forgotten to attack or what, but that discrepancy may have ended up costing him the game.
Wow. Yeah, no, that is a good point. The 3 extra damage that Falcon could have gotten in would definitely have proven to be extremely beneficial for Tetrarain, as it could have got him across the finish line in this match in game 2. So now we will head to game 3, and we will see if this Sabine Tarkentown deck, a Sabine deck that we're not generally seeing a lot of here lately. We're very used to Sabine ECL, but Sabine Tarkentown coming in for Chrono, and we'll see if he can knock out the elephant in the room, Han Yellow, here early in round 1.
Sigmund Fred 7, thank you for subscribing to support the channel here. We greatly appreciate your support here at McClunky Gaming.
Yeah, big thank you to everyone for supporting McClucky Gaming. Tim and Claire have put so much into this, so much time and effort and resources to make these streams possible. So thank you so much to them, and thank you to everyone for supporting McClunky and continuing to help grow their efforts.
People in chat are saying that Tetra forgot to attack with the Falcon, drew cards for next round or started drawing, and then tried to take it back after the round had ended, but that the Sabine player did not permit that. Um, Tough situation, That's ultimately, I think a costly mistake for Tetrarain. Though, of course, there is that chance that if the base HP totals were different, people would have played differently as a result. So we don't 100% know if that's like the decisive factor. But if there had been 3 more damage on the base and everything else had gone just as it did, Tetrarain would have gotten the win.
Yeah, no, that is a great point. Obviously, Chrono could have played a little bit differently there, may have had to play a little more defensively, and maybe had some responses to what Tetrarain was doing. So here we go. Game 3. It's underway. Tetrarain opening up with L337. First time we've seen L3 in this match. And Chrono following up with a space unit, Green Squadron A-Wing. And Sabine action ability opening up the damage here, 1 to each base in Game 3.
DJ with no name has also subscribed to support the channel. Thank you for your support of McClunky Gaming here.
So to start this round, L337 getting in for 2. Green Squadron A-Wing getting in for 3. And Tetrarain is going to play Millennium Falcon. That's a little bit of a problem for Chrono. Falcon can, of course, take out that A-Wing and remain on the board. But Tetrarain just going to be aggressive after R2 comes into play. Falcon, 3 damage to Chrono's base. And we're going to see a second Green Squadron A-Wing.
Yeah, now one dynamic that's interesting here is Tetrarain could have the Falcon clear a Green Squadron A-Wing, but the problem is with Chrono running Tarkintown can then be used to kill the Falcon. And there is potentially sort of a weak point that can happen where if Chrono takes the initiative and Tetrarain still has actions, Tetrarain could then, whoa, look at that!
That's a huge
Clear
play.
the
Clear the
field.
field. So both
Double
A-Wings
bounce.
bounced. That's so cool. What a
That is the
play.
first time I have ever seen that card actually bouncing more than one thing. But Clear the Field is a 2-cost Cunning Heroism event. Choose a non-leader unit that costs 3 or less. Return it and each enemy non-leader unit with the same name as it to their owner's hands. So that is just an excellent counter from Tetrarain to the 2 Green Squadron A-Wings that Chrono had on the field.
You want to talk about a tempo play? That was it. What a momentum swing for Tetrarain. He gets in for another 5 damage between L3 and Millennium Falcon. And with only 14 HP remaining for Chrono and that Falcon out here, things could get a little hairy quickly. Now we
Oh,
do
the
see Sabine coming
Darksaber.
out, and now the Darksaber. So Chrono certainly showing a big threat of his own. Sabine coming in for a total of 7 with the Darksaber. So that's 14 damage on Tetrarain's base, and this is getting pretty tight here, Tower.
Yeah, absolutely, Josh. That Clear the Field was a huge tempo swing, but Chrono has 11 damage on his base, only 14 remaining, whereas Tetrarain has 14 on his base, 16 remaining. Now, people in chat are saying Chrono may be missing some damage on his base from his own Sabine pings. I'm not sure if he has it correct on the pad or what. Let's see what happens here.
Now we see Tetrarain opening up with a big play to start this round. Once again, he's got Cunning. So R2-D2 and Sabine exhausted, and Tetrarain has given L3 +4 power for this phase. So that is 9 damage showing right now for Tetrarain. Chrono plays Fighters for Freedom, but that will not slow down the damage. 3 from Falcon.
No. I think Chrono's main hope there would be to play aggression. You could play aggression and defeat an upgrade to clear L3 shield and do 4 damage to remove her, but it isn't going to be an option, or maybe he just chose to do something different, and I don't think Chrono's winning this one.
Yeah, this is really tough. He does deal a damage with the Fighters for Freedom ping when he played Soldier of 5 first, but 6 more damage to base with L3. That's 20 damage on Chrono's base. He is in trouble for sure. Just the Falcon and L3 alone showing fatal next round. And great.
Rivaki Hots, thank you for subscribing and supporting McClunky Gaming here. We greatly appreciate it. And It's looking bad for Chrono. Here comes Han.
Oh, wow, look at
Surprise strike.
that. My goodness, the Han action ability, deploy Han surprise strike to finish the match. That was an amazing game for Tetrarain. My goodness, he blazed right through that final game.
Yeah, that was a very strong win from Tetrarain there. The Cunning turns out to be a really good card. He had it in all three games of that match, but those huge exhausts and buffs, and it's a really really good card.
Yeah, absolutely. Cunning, very arguably the best double aspect legendary card in the game right now. It is so strong and it is just absolutely brutal in these Han yellow decks. But my goodness, what a match. So Chrono took game one, or excuse me, Tetrarain took game one. Chrono was able to bounce back in game two. But then in game three, we saw a very spicy play that I don't know, we don't have the deck list in front of us, but maybe that clear the field came out of the sideboard, not sure. But that clear the field, bouncing back those two A-wings, man, that had to be the most exciting play of the match.
I think I think you're absolutely right, Josh. I think that was maybe even the decisive moment, maybe even more so than the Cunning. That is just massive value from that clear the field. And in chat we have someone saying that you should not run A-wings into Han. I actually think double red has more ability to run A-wings effectively than some of the other versions of Sabine, because Tarkentown does mean that even if the Falcon kills an A-wing, you can then get it off the field. That being said, clear the field here was an amazing counter to those A-wings.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that is a really good point, and you made the point in the match there that, yes, Millennium Falcon can easily take out that A-wing, but Chrono having Tarkin Town is just so important, and there's no way that, especially as we saw Tetrarain playing, very aggressive throughout the match, there's no way he wanted to lose Falcon there.
Yeah. And he was able to be the aggressor and use cunning for huge tempo plays and just win the race. We have a Twitch subscription here from Mr. Steal Your Donuts. Thank you for supporting the channel here. And we also have a little announcement, which is that some of the members of the McClunky Gaming team are going to start offering coaching soon. There's going to be some details forthcoming on the McClunky Gaming Discord in the next few weeks, but stay tuned for that. If you're interested in upping your game, there are going to be I believe, some paid coaching services on offer soon here at McClunky Gaming.
Yeah, that is super cool. McClunky Gaming, of course, doing so many cool things like these streams. They've got a fantastic Discord community that you can become a part of, and yeah, now coaching as well. Super cool stuff. And hey, they've been putting up some really really good results, multiple PQ wins, a bunch of PQ top eights, and of course, the big showing last weekend where you had a full McClunky finals. And yeah, so super cool stuff going on over at McClunky Gaming. Definitely check it out.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, some people in chat saying they could use some coaching. So yeah, stay tuned for that. I think the details on that should come up relatively soon. Now, I believe, as sometimes happens when Sabine is on the field, we've had some really fast games, and there's still almost half an hour left in this round. So I think we're actually going to take a bit of a break. We'll be coming back to you guys with more coverage of the Tabletop Gaming Center Planetary Qualifier, coming in for round two. But for now, we're gonna sign off for a bit.
See you shortly, guys. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the McClunky Gaming live stream here at Tabletop Gaming Center in Connecticut. We had a fantastic round one match. I'm Josh Snyder. Alongside me, we've got Tower number 9 casting with me. Tower, a lot of fun that round one was.
Yeah, that was a spicy, dynamic round one. Lot of interesting plays there. We had double red Sabine versus double yellow Han, and yeah, we'll see whether or not we get as aggressive a match this time.
Yeah, no, it was super cool, and we talked about it a little bit before the match about the super go wide strategy that these decks can do, and Chrono was certainly doing that with that Sabine Tarkentown deck, and very aggressive, of course. And Alex Blandon had mentioned that that's one of the decks that can be pretty good against the mono Han decks, but I think it was crucial in that match that each game Tetra Rain had Millennium Falcon and he had Cunning at really a very opportune time each game. And as wide as your opponent goes, Cunning can just completely shift that.
Yeah, I think Cunning is an extremely strong card. Honestly, one of the best cards in the game, and it definitely showed its strength in that match with Tetra having it in all three rounds. And in one of those, Chrono was able to prevail anyway, but not what you most want to see when you're trying to race against a double yellow deck. That Cunning can really set you back.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a lot of matches where you are in a race or racing position with these Han yellow decks, a lot of times it comes down to, do they have the cunning, right? And if they find the cunning, their chance of winning just jumps up astronomically.
Yeah, Cunning means a lot, and I think and I think especially in that situation where you are seeing a race, Cunning is more relevant than it would be in some other cases because you have that ability to set someone so far back, potentially exhausting. You can deal with 3 units if you have two exhausts and a bounce. You can, as we saw in that previous game, you can have two exhausts and give one of your guys +4 and hit them really hard. It's tough.
Yeah, it really is. It's like the double exhaust +4 couldn't be a more perfect duo in a racing situation because that +4 is massive, right? And so, yeah, Cunning's such a big deal, and it was great in that match for Tetra Rain. Now, we do want to note something here. Nikki, who piloted Cura ECL a couple weekends ago at Flipside Gaming, the Planetary Qualifier that was streamed here on McClunky Gaming. He won the event, and he is actually here today as well. So we actually have 6 Planetary Qualifier winners in the field. So yeah, we add another to that list of winners. So very interesting for sure. And again, the field even stronger than we first thought.
Yeah, really a stacked event. Lots and lots of strong players here today.
Definitely. And something to note while we're talking about like the planetary qualifier wins, we mentioned that Alex Blandon and Crusher from Team McClunky both have 2 planetary qualifier wins. So they are looking to get number 3, which would actually be tied for the most right now, which is super cool. And then you have Alex Blandon from the KTOD team. He is actually currently tied for the most PQ top 8s with 6. There are 2 players in the world right now with 6 top 8s in planetary qualifiers. So Alex could take that top spot today. So we'll definitely keep an eye on how Alex is doing throughout this event.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see who ends up with the top places when all's said and done here. The last week, Josh, we had a really strong performance from the McClunky Gaming competitive team with 4 spots in the top 8 and ultimately a McClunky versus McClunky finals. So I'm not sure, with a field this strong this time, I'm not sure if the McClunky guys can repeat that, but I'm certainly rooting for them.
Yeah, no, absolutely. McClunky was, you know, very dominant last weekend. They put up great performance and in the top 8, as you mentioned, half of the top 8 from the McClunky Gaming team, they were really trying to defend their home turf. A couple of the McClunky guys, their local store was Red Seal Gaming. That's where they started playing Star Wars Unlimited. And of course, McClunky Gaming had won that particular event the first season of Planetary Qualifiers back in set 2, with, I believe, Crusher taking it down. So, it was big for them to repeat that success. And yeah, no, they put on a great performance and look forward to seeing how they all fare today. But it looks as though pairings for the next round are up. We've got players shuffling around, and we should have round 2 action soon. I'm excited.
Yeah, me too.
So, a super awesome start to this planetary qualifier. Again, if you're just tuning in, we're about to get started with round 2 of 7 total rounds of Swiss in this tournament before cutting to the top 8. We saw not an off-meta leader, but a little bit of an off-meta deck or leader-based combination. Sabine Tarkentown on stream, piloted by KTOD's Chrono versus Botha Network's Tetrarain in round 1. Tetrarain was able to take that with Han Yellow in 3 games, and now we are getting ready for round 2, and we're going to see what kind of matchup we get. It would be super cool to see another maybe spicy matchup, maybe some off meta spice again, because we certainly saw a few cards in that first round that we don't see every day, so that's always exciting.
Yeah. I think the clear the field ended up being a huge
Oh
card
yeah.
in that one with the double bounce on those Green Squadron A-wings. And honestly, I think that's the first time that it's the first time I've seen clear the field give that result.
Yeah, no, I'm right there with you. I don't think I have even seen clear the field. I've seen it in sideboards, but I don't think I've actually seen it played on stream yet. Personally, maybe it has been played, but I just haven't seen it. And so that was super cool. And the amount of tempo and momentum that Tetrarain was able to get with that clear the field, bouncing both A-wings back to Chrono's hand. That was just absolutely brutal. And when Tetrarain played the clear the field, you could absolutely actually see like Chrono had to kind of look over, and was like, wait a second, let me see that card. It's not something that you see a lot of, and so he had to
No.
just double check, and that was just massive.
Yeah, huge play there. And yeah, there's a lot of interesting stuff that exists in the game that you might not see every time, but these players are bringing out some of those unusual cards and getting results with them.
Yeah, definitely. Now we've got the information on round 2, and I think chat is going to love it because last weekend they were super excited to not only see this deck in the top 8, but to see it on stream in the quarterfinals feature match. We've got Lewis back on Fennec Tarkentown. He is going to be featured here in round 2, and then we've got Byrus from Team Mythic. So that is one of the players that came down with Team Mythic from Quebec. And so he will be here on stream as well with Han Yellow. So we're going to see Han Yellow again, but we are going to see Fennec Tarkentown. Should be very exciting.
Yeah, Fennec Tarkentown is so Fennec Tarkentown is a deck that I think, to be honest with you, a lot of people thought Fennec was kind of a joke, but I think Fennec has proved to be a bit stronger than some people were expecting. And it'll be interesting to see how this player handles the Fennec build, but I'm hoping we see some cool stuff from it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw Lewis do so well last weekend, ended up winning in the quarterfinals feature match in the top 8, and then he went on to the top 4 where he lost to the eventual winner of the event, Zach on Cad Green. And so, yeah, we'll see what kind of heat that Lewis is packing here today for us.
Absolutely.
Now, this Fennec Tarkentown deck is similar to the Sabine Tarkentown that we just saw in the fact that it has a lot of very cheap units and it can flood the board pretty easily. So we'll see once again how that strategy of being able to flood the board versus Han works out. But as we've talked about, the big card cunning can certainly help if that board does get flooded. So let's see the strategy that Lewis takes here versus the potential cunning disruption.
Absolutely.
And so it looks like Lewis will start with the initiative in game one. And it's not super important most of the time against Han Yellow or against Han in general, because there's a lot of times, Tower, that even if Han has the initiative, they use the Han action ability to go to 3 resources on turn 1. So there's a lot of times, even if Han has the initiative, he's going to end up losing it because of that action ability.
Yeah, and that was something that we actually saw in the previous match as well. I believe in game one, there was a situation where Han used that ability to play a liberated slaves, but because he had used the ability, Chrono was able to play 2 1-cost units and still retain the initiative.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. So that is extremely crucial. So it could be important here because Lewis does have several one cost units in this deck, and he could potentially do the same thing, starting with the initiative, put 2 units on the board, still have the initiative. So yeah, it will be very interesting to see how it all unfolds. Both players taking a look through their opening hands here, seeing if they are satisfied with it or if they will opt to take a mulligan. It looks like Lewis is good to go, making those resourcing decisions.
Yeah, it should be interesting to see what we have here. Both players also using the showcase versions of their leaders here. And Fennec Shand is such an interesting leader.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
She has probably one of the overall like strongest leader abilities, but her deployment is just really not so good. And it's an interesting combination there where I believe she's a 4/4 with Saboteur, which is not great as a leader that deploys on 5 resources, but ambush is such a strong keyword. She ends up being able to get some results anyway.
Yeah. And it's interesting that you mentioned that because that is exactly what Lewis was talking about in the post-game interview after that win in the top 8, that the Finnick ability is so interesting, it's so powerful, being able to just give so many different units ambush throughout the game. But her flip and just coming out as a 4/4 with 5 resources, it does seem to kind of set her back. And I think if those stats were maybe just ticked up just a little bit, I think we would see Finnick a lot more often.
Yeah, IG88 in set 1 had a lot of problems, largely just because he had 4 HP, and that was
Right.
recognized even then as a major weakness. And for Fennec, I think it can be a similar thing, but Fennec can make up for it a bit because her ability is just that strong.
Yeah, definitely. Now, opening up as we get started here in game one, absolutely. Lewis flooding the board early, 2 1 cost units, double Soldier of the 501st to open up, and Byrus actually starting with L337, so Byrus will get the initiative for round 2.
Yeah, good old L3. And if Virus has a hotshot blaster to smuggle out here, L3 could take out one of those troopers in one hit, and then be poised to potentially remove the other one while staying alive, because those Soldier of the 501st guys only have 1 power when they are on they only have 1 power when they are on the defense.
That is a great point. They do have the raid 1, so they attack for 2, but only hit back for 1 when defending. So Byrus with the first action in this round, it looks like he is going to attack with L3. Let's see where the attack is going, and it looks like just going to go to base here, so 2 damage to Lewis's base. And now the action back over to Lewis. We'll trade 2 damage with Byrus, 2 damage with one of the Soldier of the 501st units, and here comes Millennium Falcon. That can certainly change things in terms of a race.
Yeah, the Falcon is a very strong card, another one that we saw being used a lot in the previous match. And that ability to come into play ready is just really, really good in this game.
Oh, it is so good. One of the best 3-cost units in the game, no doubt. So 3 damage to Lewis's base with that Falcon, and Lewis is going to continue to flood that ground arena with 1-cost units. We see R2-D2 coming into play. Lewis gets to take a look at the top card of his deck. He can keep it there or put it on the bottom, and he does decide to ship it to the bottom of his deck. And at this point, I believe Byrus has claimed the initiative. And let's see if Lewis can further his pressure on the board. He does by playing Green Squadron A-Wing. Now, we saw this same type of scenario in round 1. Falcon, of course, very good against Green Squadron A-Wing, but Lewis threatening with Tarkintown does make it interesting.
Yeah, that's right. So I think what Byrus would really like to do is take out that Green Squadron A-Wing with the Falcon after Lewis has already taken the initiative, which would then mean that Tarkintown couldn't be used that turn, and potentially Byrus could even bounce the Falcon to remove that damage and replay it. However, given that we have 4 units on the field from the Fennec side of things, I'm not sure Byrus is going to get that opportunity.
Yeah, no, that is a great point. It's going to be very hard with the amount of actions that Lewis is probably going to be looking to take on any given round right now, that Byrus would have the opportunity to use that ability to take out Green Squadron A-Wing after Lewis is claimed. So first action on Byrus here in this round. He did keep Falcon in play, so he paid the Falcon tax. He has 3 ready resources here on the 4-resource turn. And he starts out with an attack using Falcon, so 3 more damage to Lewis's base, 8 damage on. And we're just going to continue to race here. Both players ignoring each other's units as the A-Wing hits Byrus's base for 3. Now
Yeah,
going,
if I'm racing, I like having all those soldiers of the 501st on the field though.
yeah, no, absolutely. And the only disadvantage for Lewis here is that he does have 5 less HP using the rare base, using Tarkintown. So we'll see if that comes into play with both of these players racing. Han action ability used, Byrus up to 5 resources. Oh, we saw this last week, Tower. Here comes Principled Outlaw. Not a card
Byrus
we
has
see
to look
very
at the
often.
card.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw this exact same scenario last week in the top 8. Principled Outlaw, I believe now to the main deck because last week, or no, he did have 2 in the main deck. He had 2 in the main deck
Yeah,
last
yeah.
week and 1 in the sideboard, so it's still in the main deck. Love to see Principled Outlaw coming out. And Byrus responds with a pretty good 4-cost unit of his own, Kira. Lewis just 1 card in hand, Green Squadron A-Wing, but of course Byrus could name another card here. Is there any other card maybe you like in this spot for Byrus to name, Tower?
Yeah, it's an interesting situation. I don't know what the absolute biggest threats are. You could be saying you could be saying something like surprise strike. You could be saying one of the larger, more threatening units that hasn't come out yet. And actually, it sounds like that is the case. It looks like we have Plo Koon as the named unit.
Yeah, and I think that's a really good call because Lewis has extremely big board presence right here, and it's very easy for that coordinate to be turned on. So I think Byrus wants nothing to do with that coordinate Plo Koon if he can help it. So some
Yeah,
damage being traded back and forth.
I don't think there's a very high chance that Byrus is going to be able to suppress coordinate anytime soon. So just
Right.
naming Plo Koon might be the better answer.
Yeah, I think it's a good call for sure. So ending that round, 10 damage on Lewis's base, 12 damage on Byrus's base, and it looks as though Byrus will continue to keep the Falcon in play. He does have to defeat 1 resource because of using the Han action ability last round. Those extra resources that Han give you, they are only temporary. They do come in ready, but they are only temporary. And we are going to start this next round. Byrus with the initiative. Of course, defeating the resource that he would exhaust paying the Millennium Falcon tax. So Byrus does have all of his 5 resources ready.
Yeah, there's that natural synergy between Set 1 Han Solo and the Falcon, which is, very thematic, of course, and pretty strong in game as well.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Now, Byras opening up with a pretty big play here. Surprise strike onto Kira. So Kira going into Lewis's base for 6. That's putting Lewis down to just 9 HP remaining. And Byras still with 3 open resources, still showing 5 more damage on board. If there's more pumps available here, this does get quite interesting. Action back over to Lewis. Let's see what action he decides to take.
Yeah, and at this point, it does look like Virus is far ahead in the race here. We have only 12 damage on Virus's base, 18 left, while Lewis only has 9 HP left. So let's see what Lewis can do.
Now here comes Fleet Lieutenant for Lewis. Green
Into
Squadron
the
A-Wing.
base.
Oh wow, once again, these players just not they're not even looking at each other's units here. We're just going to base. So 5 more damage to Byrus's base, and now Byrus is going to bounce the Principled Outlaw. That's a big play because Principled Outlaw could have exhausted one of Byrus's units here.
I'm really surprised, honestly, that Lewis went with that Fleet Lieutenant into the base instead of having the Fleet Lieutenant send the A-Wing into the Falcon.
Yeah, it is an interesting choice here. We'll see if it pays off. Now, Finnick is deployed. The action back over to Byrus. He still has 2 ready units. And with Millennium Falcon, another 3 damage to Lewis's base. That's 19 damage on.
He's going to be in range of a one-hit kill here from assuming K2 or assuming L3 attacks into the base. There's only going to be 4 HP left for Lewis, at which point he'll be defeated by any attack buff on Virus's units next turn.
That's a good point. And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but Byrus could just use the Han action ability, go up to 6, and deploy and swing for 4. But here comes Finnick to save the day against L3 with that Saboteur, the shield removed or defeated. So L3 is defeated. And Byrus did use the Han action ability. So Han is deployed here after we're going to see 2 attacks from Soldier of the 501st. That's an extra 4 damage on Byrus's base. So 21 damage on. Things are getting quite interesting here. Very close. Oh, and Byrus just claims the initiative.
Can I think it's got to be over here.
I
I
think,
think claiming the initiative here indicates he has some kind of pump that's going to close this one out.
yeah, that's a great call, Tower. I think you're absolutely right. Hot Shot Blaster or Surprise Strike right here onto Han, and it's game over because Lewis just has 6 HP remaining. So that's the question right now. Does he have the pump? It looks like he does. Hot Shot Blaster comes in, 6 damage. We'll finish game 1. Byrus with Han Yellow taking the early lead here in round 2.
Yeah, that was an interesting one. Very much a race, and ultimately one that Han was able to win. And yeah, we'll see whether or not we have a similar dynamic here, as they move into the second game, or whether Lewis is, or for that matter, Byrus is maybe going to play a little more defensively, or what.
Yeah, interesting. Very interesting stuff for sure. And I think a big play in that game was Lewis not being able to use the Principled Outlaw there because I think an attack from Outlaw could really help Lewis in that spot, but he was unable to because Waylay just bounced the Principal Outlaw. And I think Outlaw is pretty good in this matchup because he can, in theory, hold Han hostage and try to keep Byrus from getting that extra resource off of a Han attack.
Yeah, there's an interesting situation there with the principled outlaw having that on attack exhaust. You can potentially even take out 2 units at once with that, because you can swing in, defeat one unit just with damage, and use the on attack to exhaust a different unit. I think the principled outlaw was a very key component of Lewis's plan there. So Byrus waylaying that was a very major setback. That's the
Yep.
other thing, you can just race with the principled outlaw. You can absolutely just have it hitting the base and exhausting their stuff on the way in.
Yeah. No, that is a good point. And I'm not sure if Lewis maybe had a way to finish there in terms of damage, but if you think about the 4 possible damage from Principled Outlaw, he had to attack with Finnick into L3 because, you know, Virus was showing Fatal with L3 plus Han. So that's 8 possible damage that Lewis could have maybe went to Virus's base if he was able to get that, that on attack ability and exhaust the L3. You know, Virus was at 21 damage, so that would have been 29 damage on, and that could again very well could have been the difference in that game. Principal Outlaw being bounced.
Yeah, very interesting sequence of events. You know, a lot of things can happen in a lot of things can happen in Star Wars Unlimited, and the back and forth actions in this game lead to some really interesting scenarios when it comes to sequencing and like, oh, if I'd done that in a different order, I might have had him, that sort of thing.
Yeah, no, that's so true, and I am interested to see here. Now, of course, Lewis could have changed the deck up, made quite a few changes from last weekend, but the sideboard that he had last weekend, we could certainly see the full 3 copies of Principled Outlaw because I think it's really good here in this matchup. And it's interesting because last week, Lewis actually didn't have Plo Koon in the main deck. He just had 2 in the sideboard. So I'm wondering, with Byrus calling Plo Koon with Cura here, do you think that Lewis just keeps Plo Koon in the sideboard because maybe that's what Byrus is targeting with his Cura? Do you think that's a
Yeah, that's
possibility?
interesting. It's like, oh, my opponent's gunning for this. I can figure out I can figure out a way to sort of bamboozle him and play around it. I don't know.
Right.
We'll have to see where he ends up going with it.
Yeah, it is tricky because obviously Plo Koon is good here, right? I mean, because Lewis can turn on the coordinate very easily, and with coordinate, Plo Koon is an immediate answer to Han.
Yeah,
So,
exactly. Like you
I
just
mean,
kill Han immediately when he
right.
fills.
It's such a good card, but again, it's just something interesting to think. It's like this little chess match of, do I bring it in knowing that Virus is gunning for it? I don't know. It's interesting for sure, but Plo Koon obviously very good in this matchup if he can bring him in.
Yeah.
All right, so both players getting ready. It looks as though Lewis will be starting with the initiative once again here in game 2. Again, Virus taking game 1. He will be looking to wrap things up here in game 2. Can Lewis, with his back against the wall, force a game 3 with this Finnick Tarkin Town deck? Lewis will start with Sabine. And here in game 2, Virus is going to use the Han action ability early. And we are going to see an early Falcon, and that is so big because in a racing situation, that definitely put Virus a little bit ahead.
Yeah, that's one of the fastest ways to race that the Han deck has. The Falcon coming into play ready and getting that damage from the start is really welcome for Byrus, especially given that he is on that 30 HP base, so he already kind of has a 5 HP lead. And this definitely means that a racing situation is looking good for him. I wonder if Lewis is going to adapt by trying to I wonder if Lewis is going to adapt here by trying to be more the control, or whether he's just going to try and pour on the gas and race, or what.
Yeah, that is a good question because, the best way for Han to race these 25 HP bases is Millennium Falcon turn 1, and that is exactly what Virus is able to do. Now, here comes Hotshot Blaster in for Lewis, and he's just playing it from hand. So Sabine gets +2, but does not get to attack right away.
Yeah, it's a rare situation where we see that hotshot blaster not smuggled, but sometimes you do, especially with with the decks that have the aggression and cunning aspects.
Well, now this is not a great spot for Lewis. Waylay bounces that Sabine back that just had the Hotshot Blaster put on. And then we see Green Squadron A-Wing coming in. Byrus is getting in for another 3. Lewis just has to claim the initiative here. And Green Squadron A-Wing by itself doesn't answer the Falcon.
Yeah, it's a huge setback. I feel it's a huge setback here for Lewis. I think what he was trying to do there is go for the slower play with the hotshot blasters that he could also get his A-wing onto the field and just be presenting more, more units, more damage on the board, more presence. But Byrus countering with the waylay means that Lewis is even further behind in this race.
Yeah, Waylay is just so good, and Lego Pizza makes an excellent point here. Waylay just gets better next set, right? Because you've got all the pilots coming in, you're going to see a lot of upgrades, and so Waylay just gets better. But my goodness, it was certainly a momentum swing for Byrus here in game two. Now, Lewis has the initiative, and it looks as though he's holding Fleet Lieutenant in hand. Do you think he makes that trade with Falcon?
Okay, let's take a look at this. I think I would if I were him. I think yeah, and there we go.
Yeah, yeah, I think so. I mean, you're already behind. That Falcon has done 6 damage already, and as you talked about, just having that 25 HP base just puts Byrus ahead already. So Falcon comes out. A-Wing trades into the Millennium Falcon with the additional 2 power from the Fleet Lieutenant, and Byrus will go up to 5 resources here with the Han action ability. 4 still ready.
It's interesting, I think Lewis basically had to do that in order to try and stabilize a bit. Now, Byrus playing that Gamorrean Guards does have a better board than Lewis, but only by a relatively small amount. And I think that is looking a lot better than it would if Lewis had gone for the race and Byrus had just been able to keep pouring damage onto the board.
Yeah, great point for sure. Lewis really had to play defensive here. Now, Lewis does have the initiative. He did not have a follow-up play to the Fleet Lieutenant, just claimed the initiative. And now we'll see how he opens up here. He will play Red 3. Now, Red 3 does present an answer to the guards when Fleet Lieutenant would attack because it would have Raid 1. So let's see how Byrus responds to the Red 3.
One other interesting note is that those guards don't have Sentinel right now because the Falcon was taken out. The Gamorrean guards have Sentinel as long as you control another Cunning unit. So Lewis taking out the Falcon with that A-Wing gave him an advantage in more ways than one here.
And here is a very big play. We've talked so much about this card, Cunning for Byrus. And it looks like Fleet Lieutenant will be bounced back to Lewis's hand. The guards plus 4 power. Oh, but here's Bamboozle. Lewis has a way to stop the 8 power guards. Oh, wow. Bamboozle exhausting the guards. What a back and forth play that was. Both leaders
Yeah,
deployed. But my goodness, that Bamboozle was needed because 8 damage right there would have been big.
would have been big. And it is worth noting that because Byrus bounced a Fleet Lieutenant, that does mean Lewis will potentially get the when played effect on that again.
Yeah, great point. Fleet Lieutenant so good with that when played ability. Now, Byrus does just be aggressive here. Both players swinging to base with their leaders. So 4 damage to each base. But of course, Byrus still ahead in the race with Lewis just having 15 HP remaining. Now, Lewis will start with the initiative.
There was a little situation there where Fennec's Saboteur came into play. I believe once Han was flipped, the Gamorrean guards do have Sentinel, but Fennec Shand having Saboteur on her leader side allowed her to swing for the base anyway.
Absolutely, Saboteur coming into play there, but
And
still a
it
tough spot, no doubt.
does look like one damage was missed thanks to Red 3, as we're seeing in the chat. Fennec should have had Raid 1 there, but we'll
Excellent
see
point.
what
Yep.
happens next.
Yeah, Fennec, I guess, would have attacked for 5 with that red 3. Great point for sure. Now
Not
let's see.
exactly enough to put Lewis in the lead in this race, though. Byrus is well ahead.
Yeah, I feel like Lewis still has to play some defense here. So he uses the action ability on Fennec to play Fleet Lieutenant with ambush, and Fleet Lieutenant ambushes and defeats the Gamorrean guards because of the Raid 1 from Red 3, and then Red 3 hits Byrus's base for 5.
Yeah, strong play there for sure from our Fennec player with the getting that Fleet Lieutenant bounced back to hand, allowing a powerful move there with Fennec's ambush.
Now, Virus does get in for another 4 damage to Lewis's base and gets an extra resource up to 7. And we know that these Han decks have some very scary plays at 7 resources. The action back over to Lewis, but Virus certainly to still follow up with some threats here. Now, Lewis has 3 resources remaining. And it looks like he is going to make the trade here. So surprise strike coming out for Lewis. Fennec attacking with an additional 3 power, trading with Han. Now Virus's board is clear, but he is going to smuggle in DJ with those 7 resources and take control of the last ready resource that Lewis had. So not a super aggressive play, but he does take a resource, and Lewis claiming the initiative. Virus will be able to defeat that resource that Lewis controlled.
Yeah, Han swung earlier in the turn, so the key thing with DJ and a Han deck is that you need to have used Han's ability, whether it be the leader side or the on attack ability when he's deployed as a unit, in order to be able to discard that resource. But Virus had swung with Han earlier in the turn before Han got taken out, and that does mean that DJ is able to defeat that resource for Lewis.
Yeah, such a good combo between those two, DJ and Han Solo. And now
So,
again,
just in
Lewis.
case any viewers don't understand how this works, DJ allows you to take one of your opponent's resources, but then when DJ leaves play, they get their resource back. But because Han's ability ends up giving you a temporary resource and then you defeat a resource later, in this situation, you defeat the resource that you stole, and then the opponent doesn't have the option of getting it back once DJ is removed.
Yeah, it is such a powerful interaction for sure. Now, starting out with this round, Lewis using the action ability on Fennec to play Rogue Operative with Ambush, Raid 2 plus the Raid 1 from Red 3, taking out DJ.
That red 3 has really been an aid to Lewis here. I think that it's now allowed multiple situations where an attack would not have defeated something without red 3, but with it, that it gives you just enough value. So the rogue operative hitting for 5, and then earlier when those Gamorrean guards were removed by the ambushing fleet lieutenant, that was also thanks to red 3.
Yes, Red 3 has been very important for Lewis here as he tries to claw his way back in this game and in this match. He is certainly still behind in the damage race, but right now, Virus, no units on the board. He does have the action with 8 resources. Let's see if he can present some threats to try to help him close out this game. Virus is going to play Cantina Bouncer, bouncing the Red 3 back to hand, just as we were talking about Red 3. Lewis will have to hold him in hand, at least for now. He only has 2 ready resources.
Yeah, Lewis mulling over what to do here. It looked like he started to make a play, but then maybe reconsidered it. What are we going to see here from Lewis?
So Lewis just
Okay.
using up the last couple resources there. Sabine coming in. And Han is going to get an extra ready resource up to 4, and that is going to allow Virus to smuggle Tech into play. That could certainly be trouble.
Absolutely. Tech is a very strong card.
So now Lewis with the initiative, but he is staring down 2 5 HP units in Virus's ground arena that neither one of Lewis's ground units can take out with one action. So very likely to see Virus be able to get in some more damage here in this round. Virus going up to 9 total resources here, and Lewis on 7. But this does still feel like a tough spot for Lewis.
It's a very interesting situation. I was speculating about whether they were going to have a racing game or whether one of them was going to take more of a control stance, and Lewis has definitely been playing a very different game plan this time than he was in the first round.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about that. Now, we do see Principled Outlaw coming out with Ambush from Phoenix ability here, for Phoenix action ability. So, Cantina Bouncer exhausted and 4 damage to Tech from the Principled Outlaw, which means that the Tech is certainly in danger of being defeated with Lewis's next action. So, let's see what Virus does here and if he takes advantage of Tech before Tech gets defeated.
Yeah, if that red 3 had still been on the field, this ambush from the Principal Outlaw would have killed Tech. But as it stands, Sabine, Explosives Artist, can potentially attack Tech and defeat him with the on attack ability without taking any damage in return if Lewis does want to go that way.
Yeah, so in this spot, the red 3 being off the board certainly proved to be important. Now here comes Surprise Strike being smuggled in, and that is going to allow Tech to hit for 5, just 6 HP remaining on Lewis's base.
Yeah, Virus definitely playing the aggro here, trying to push that damage through.
So here comes Lewis, and he will take that line you mentioned with Sabine, the on-attack ability from Sabine, defeating Tech. And Virus is going to play another threat in the ground arena. Here comes Kira. Taking a look at Lewis's hand, we see Hot Shot Blaster and Red 3.
So presumably Lewis's plan was to play the Hotshot Blaster on the Rogue Operative here and then trade it for the Cantina Bouncer. If I'm Virus, I might just name the Hotshot Blaster to prevent that.
Yeah, that is an excellent point, Tower, because Lewis really needs to get one of these units off the board because those 2 units are presenting fatal for Virus. So Lewis has just claimed the initiative as he did not have a way to answer either one of those units with just the Rogue Operative, as the Operative only attacks for 4. So a
Interesting
very
point in the chat, though. JFreak7 points out that Lewis still has Tarkentown, so he could have still taken that attack and then used Tarkentown to clear one of those units. However, now he's going to be able to use the Principled Outlaw to exhaust one of those units while attacking the other. And if he does buff it somehow, he could take out both of these threats in one move.
That is an excellent point. Let's see what Lewis has here. Plo Koon coming out. So we've seen Plo Koon for the first time here in this match with Coordinate turned on, ambushing and defeating Kira. But with just 6 HP remaining, a surprise strike would finish this game for Virus. Let's see if he has any pumps.
Very interesting. Now Lewis could clear the board completely this turn. Wouldn't be particularly hard to do even. But can Virus get there with one act? He would have to have exactly Surprise Strike. Nothing else would do it.
Yeah, that
Actually,
is
that's not
right.
true. So in principle, he could play Cunning, give the +4, and double exhaust. But then Lewis, if he had that Hotshot Blaster in the row, now that it's no longer got the price increase from Kira, could just kill the bouncer.
So it looks like Virus does not have a pump here. 3 damage to base with Cantina Bouncer. So Lewis dangerously close here. Just 3 HP remaining. Now Lewis is going to have to go to work getting that Cantina Bouncer off the board. And it looks like first action is 4 damage to base with Rogue Operative. Now let's see how Virus responds. Oh, here comes
Lando's
the big
Falcon.
Falcon.
That
That
is a
represents
huge
game.
threat. Yeah. Now, Lewis could take the initiative, and then at the start of the next turn, he could Hotshot Blaster his Principled Outlaw into the Cantina Bouncer, kill it, and exhaust the Falcon with the same move. But I don't think he has enough damage for lethal following that, so he would have to come up with something else to handle that Falcon.
Well, I might be mistaken, but Principal Outlaw only gets ground units. It can
Oh,
only
is that
exhaust a
right? I
ground
thought it
unit. I'm
exhausted
pretty
both
sure.
arenas.
I think
Let
it's
me take a
only
quick look
ground
at that.
unit. Yep, there it is. Claire's got it for us. So he
Yeah,
can't
you're absolutely
exhaust
right. Only exhausts ground
Falcon
units.
here.
So Lewis is in big trouble. I'm not sure he has an out to that Falcon.
Yeah, he just had to claim the initiative. Tech comes into play for Virus. Did Lewis find an answer? He does not. There's the handshake. Virus with Han Yellow. Keeps Han Yellow perfect here on stream the first couple rounds, and he takes it 2-0 in round two.
Yeah, very interesting situation.
You know, it was close though. Lewis was very close to stabilizing there in game two, but that Falcon is what closed the door.
Yeah, absolutely. Lando's Falcon there threatening a one-hit kill, and there just wasn't an answer. Just wasn't an answer there on Lewis's side of the board. It was an interesting game, and once again, bounce effects very effective for our Han player. We were talking earlier about how good Waylay is, and Waylay as well as the Cantina bouncer definitely played a role in Han's victory here as well.
Yeah, definitely. The bounce effects that the Han yellow deck has available to it is plentiful. They're plentiful to say the least, right? I mean, you've got so many different ways that you can bounce units, and we saw in this match that it can be a crucial play. It's a big momentum play, and it really just from the outset of this game, early on, that early waylay, bouncing back the Sabine that had the hot shot blaster, it just immediately put Lewis on the back foot, and he had to play super defensively the entire time while Virus was just able to continue to slowly chip away.
Yeah, tough game for Lewis. Byrus, won that race pretty strongly in the first game, and then I guess they thought, hey, this was working for me then. I'm gonna just keep being the aggro and keep racing. Lewis slowed him down a lot, and it almost looked like he was gonna make it, but couldn't quite stabilize it.
Yeah, and I know, I'm sure most of chat would have loved to see an epic comeback there in game two. It's always fun to see these matches go the distance, the full 3 games, and we were very close to having that. But, these Han decks, they usually don't run but maybe 1 or 2 copies of the 6 cost Falcon, but there's a lot of games where that big Falcon can be the finisher, and that's what we saw here in game two. So it looks like
Yeah, the Lando's Falcon is it's kind of funny, I think the sometimes I think we've seen that being used for the ambush, but honestly, I feel like I almost see it more being played from Smuggle, just to
right.
bring out a powerful unit.
Yeah. Yeah, no doubt. I mean, as I mentioned, I think there's a lot of games where, that maybe that solo copy of the 6 cost Falcon just ends up being smuggled into play, and that's the card that they use to just finish the game once the opponent is able to kind of stabilize the ground arena. Because of course, the Han yellow decks, they're not looking to be super strong in space, right? Like an early 3 cost Falcon is great. It can help race, but there's really just the 2 Falcons being played. So it's not a heavy space deck at all. And that big Falcon is just, I mean, a 5/5 in space is always something that you have to be concerned about that can certainly turn the tide in any given game.
Yeah, a lot of the space units people are playing are kind of on a smaller level than that. Now,
Right.
I do think there are some cards. One thing that can be really annoying, you could potentially handle that with an elite P-38 Starfighter, which costs substantially less because you can do the when played to deal 1 damage, and then if they swing into each other, the Falcon takes 3, and then one more from the when defeated to remove it. Um, so it's not as if that Falcon is unbeatable, but it is a distinctly heavier space unit than the kind of early game fighters that we're seeing a lot of decks playing.
Yeah, definitely. The heavy space decks, there's a lot of 3/2s. There's a lot of 2 to 3 power units that are being played in space. So yeah, definitely a 5/5 coming down can change the landscape, and it did in this game. So really cool though to see Lewis back. After the big successful run last weekend with Finnick Tarkentown all the way to the semifinals at the Red Seal Gaming PQ. Always great to see, one of these off meta decks, and hopefully Lewis will rebound after this tough loss in round two, and who knows, maybe we can see Finnick back in the top 8 again.
Yeah. Like you said, Josh, we saw it last week, and maybe we're gonna have it again. I personally would be excited to have another Fennec in top 8. Maybe, I'd be really excited by though is if Fennec actually won the whole thing. I'm a big fan of some of the more rogue or unusual decks.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you. It's always great to see the off meta stuff. Just as we saw Cad Green get its first win last weekend with Zach piloting that deck so beautifully. And yeah, it's great to see these off meta decks in the top 8 and also win. And I know a lot of viewers love to see that kind of stuff. So hopefully we will be treated to some more of that throughout the day. But that is going to conclude our coverage from round 2. We're going to step away here shortly. We've got about 11 minutes left in this round, and then we will come back very soon for round 3 action. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back very soon with the live stream here at McClunky Gaming from Tabletop Gaming Center in Connecticut.
Welcome back to McClunky Gaming's coverage here of the Planetary Qualifier at the Tabletop Gaming Center. We are at the end of round 2 here, and round 3 will hopefully be beginning shortly. I think there's, those few games that are at time or whatever still being finished up here. But yeah, stay tuned for the next round. I'm Tower number 9, and I'm joined here by Josh from Next Gen Gaming SC. Josh, how are you doing?
Doing good and can't complain at all, Tower. I'm excited to be here casting with you and excited to be seeing some more Star Wars Unlimited action. We've seen a couple of really fun matches to start the day and can't wait to see how this PQ unfolds. We've got so many great players here, so many interesting decks, and looking to see who ends up making the top 8, but we still got 5 more rounds of Swiss to get through before we get to the top cut.
Yeah, I
Now,
think I think they originally were going to have 128 players, which would be the exact number for 7 rounds Swiss. A few people ended up dropping thanks to the weather or similar, but I believe we are above 100, and so we are going to have those. We are going to have those 7 rounds of Swiss followed by a top 8. And as we've discussed earlier, there are some very strong players at this event.
yeah, absolutely. We mentioned it. 6 different planetary qualifier winners here in the field. 2 of those players, Alex Blandon and Crusher, have won 2 planetary qualifiers. So, yeah, plenty of winners in the field, a bunch of players in the field with multiple top 8s. So, yeah, very stacked field. You also love to see the great turnout. The triple digit numbers is always super great to see. And yeah, there's so many great players, so many great teams represented, and it is going to be an absolute thrilling tournament. And there's no doubt that it's going to be coming down to the wire with some amazing matches throughout the day.
Yeah, we've already had some cool stuff, and we've had some victories for Double Yellow Han, which is currently kind of the top dog in the meta, not in as crazy a position as Boba Fett was during the previous set, but still the overall strongest record so far has been from Han and Double Yellow Han in particular.
That's absolutely right, Tower. Han Yellow has been really the big elephant in the room ever since the current season of Planetary Qualifiers started. But it was interesting because before the PQ season started, Han was actually down the line a little bit in terms of top 8 finishes and wins. But once the PQ season started, Han Yellow just kind of took off, and it has won more tournaments than, or won more PQs than any other deck. And Han, the leader himself, Han Solo from set 1, has won more PQs than any other leader. So yeah, Han Yellow has been the top dog so far in the current season. And we saw it a couple times on stream so far today through the first couple of rounds. We saw Han Yellow take on uh, you're gonna have to remind me the first match. Oh, it was Sabine Tarkentown, the off meta
Sabine,
Sabine. Yep,
yeah, there
yep,
was the
yep,
double red from Chrono.
yep. You love to see the kind of the off meta Sabine from Chrono. Was a great match. Went the full distance, 3 games, and then we had in round 2 we had another off meta style deck. We had Finnick Tarkentown taking on Han Yellow, and unfortunately that one did not go the distance. Han Yellow was able to take it in 2 games. But yeah, no, Han Yellow has been so good, and you know you and I have talked about it a lot, but that deck just continues to thrive and continues to really thrive in a big way because of cunning. The double legendary or the double aspect legendary cards are all very good, but cunning just seems to be on the next level, and these double yellow decks just make great work with it.
Yeah, Cunning's been he was a star player in the first round. I think that ultimately Han played it all 3 games against Chrono's double red Sabine, and it definitely made a difference. Really one of the strongest cards in the game as a whole. All those double aspect legendary events are pretty good, but I think it's probably between cunning and vigilance in terms of which one is the best. I think vigilance is easier to slot into a range of builds. You even see people playing it out of aspect pretty frequently in some of the control oriented decks. But the cunning for 4 is just so good.
Yeah, I think you know they're all good, right? I mean, all of these double aspect cards are very good for 4, but I think Cunning is just on another level, and, I think the results speak for themselves in that regard. Now, I've got a really random question for you, Tower, and I'd love for the chat to kind of chime in here. I'd love to see what people's thoughts are. Your favorite playmat so far that's been released for Star Wars Unlimited specifically. Tower, what is your favorite playmat, or what is maybe the ones you like to rock, unless you rock a custom mat? But I'm just curious, what is your favorite playmat that we've seen released so far from GameGenic?
So in terms of what I personally use, I have I have the Darksaber playmat, and I have a actually kind of rare one from an event that Fantasy Flight ran before the game, and it had before the game came out. It has the It Binds All Things art, so that one's pretty
Oh,
cool.
okay. Yeah.
But I think my favorite, and it's not going to be an easy one to obtain, but I think my favorite of all the ones that we've seen thus far is actually the one with the new Black One art, where it's kind of
Oh, okay.
racing across above the water. And I believe that's actually a kind of difficult one to get, because I think it's going to be either the sectors or the regionals has it as the top 8.
Okay.
And yeah, so I think it's the sector qualifier top 8 mat with the new Black One art. It looks really good to me.
Yes, I have seen that, and you are absolutely right. I think that one is fantastic. And we're getting some great responses from chat, and I have not seen anyone mention the one that I'm going to name. It's a little bit more on the simple side, but personally, for me, the one that I like the most so far that has been released up to this point is the In Pursuit one. I just love that green color and that art on In Pursuit. Just really cool for me. So that's the one that I personally have been rocking lately. But yeah, they've got some really cool ones coming out with this new set, and especially the one coming out with the sectors and qualifier, or the sector qualifiers that you mentioned.
Yeah, In Pursuit has some really nice art too, with kind of the motion blur and stuff.
Yeah,
It's a good looking
absolutely.
piece.
But we see chat. There's a lot of Dark Saber. I think Dark Saber may have been the most voted there in chat. So people loving the Dark Saber one with Mandalorian on it. That one is great as well.
Yeah,
All
I know
right.
I know there's also some psychological warfare aspect to it, because I used to run the Darksaber playmat while not playing Darksaber in my Sabine deck, but it would make people, maybe try and get people scared. It's kind of like running the snare sleeves in Netrunner, if any of you guys remember that,
Okay. No, that's great. I love it. I love the mind tricks.
Yeah,
Definitely,
absolutely.
definitely neat. You gotta love it. And hey, sometimes it absolutely could work. So very cool. And Rothrock Gaming mentioned he loves, or they love the mats with the zones. And I'm personally that same way. I know some people like the zones, some people don't, but I do personally really like the zones. And In Pursuit has the zones, so that's a little bit of one of the extra reasons why I really like that mat. The art, the color, the zones, it just kind of all goes together. But we're looking like next round pairings are up and the players are getting situated here. So we should have some round 3 action for you momentarily. Very curious to see what we get at the feature table this time around.
Yeah, I'm gonna be interested to see how things go here. Looks like we're gonna have Bobby Sapphire from KTOD rocking the Django Fett Tarkentown, and he's gonna be playing against a McClunky Gaming player, Crusher, who will be running Han, but it's not gonna be double yellow Han. It's gonna be Han Green 30 HP.
Okay, now this should be exciting. Two big name players within the community. Bobby Sapphire, of course, has been on fire lately, multiple top 8s at PQs over the past month, and great performance at SCG Con Atlanta as well with a top 4 finish. Now, Bobby has 4 top 8 finishes in PQs, which is tied with several other players for third most, but he doesn't have that win yet. So Bobby is desperately looking to get that planetary qualifier win. And then sitting across from him, Crusher from McClunky Gaming has 2 PQ wins. So, of course, he's looking to be tied for the most PQ wins here today. So, 2 giants sitting across from each other, this should be an outstanding match.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very interesting. You know, both of these players experienced tournament veterans. You know, we even saw Bobby Sapphire make the finals at an earlier PQ cast here at McClunky Gaming. But in that one, he was defeated by a Kira Green that was able to execute the Supreme Leader Snoke game plan very effectively. So we'll see what happens here, but I think, you know, Han Green, I don't think there's a Supreme Leader Snoke coming to hit Bobby Sapphire there. So
Yeah.
I think it'll be a I think that it'll be at least a matchup that doesn't have that same type of lockdown. Snoke is a really strong card against the Django builds because they have so many units that are like 2 HP, many of which are 2
Right.
HP and shielded. And Snoke doesn't care about that. He just gives you -2/-2 and kills you through the shield. So all of a sudden, you know, Seventh Fleet Defender essentially blank, Lurking TIE Phantom essentially blank, Crafty Smuggler essentially blank, and you know the list goes on.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Supreme Leader Snoke is definitely kryptonite to this Jago Tarkintown deck. So no, this should be interesting. And for those of you that are not aware, so Bobby Sapphire was actually at SCG Atlanta a month ago, and I got him on the feature table for Next Gen Gaming SC, and we actually just did a collaboration. Bobby and I and KTOD and Next Gen Gaming SC came together for that match. Game one of that match, you could see him take on Anakin Blue as both players look to remain undefeated. You can find that over at the KTOD YouTube channel. And then games 2 and 3 came out yesterday at Next Gen Gaming SC. And if you're looking to kind of take your gameplay to the next level with Django Tarkintown, we did a post match interview where Bobby kind of goes through some different lines and some strategies and whatnot with Django. So definitely take a look at it if you're interested in Django Tarkintown and if you're interested in seeing a great match.
Yeah, and I would recommend people check out both KTOD and Next Gen Gaming SC as YouTube channels that have some good material covering this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And hey, you as well, Tower, at Tower number 9 on YouTube. Definitely check out Tower's stuff as well. He's done amazing work for the community over the past several months. So big shout out to you as well, man.
Yeah, thanks. All right, looks like we're moving into it. Let's see how this game is going to develop.
All right,
Crusher
here we
has
go.
already resourced, it looks like, and Bobby Sapphire uh, looks like he's put one card down and trying to figure out what the second resource will be.
Yeah, looks like Crusher will be starting with the initiative. And we are about set for game one of round 3 here at the Planetary Qualifier at Tabletop Gaming Center. Brought to you by McClunky Gaming, and Crusher will open up the game with a Han Solo action ability. And Bobby Sapphire starting with the Reckless Gunslinger, 1 damage to each base. Aggressive start for Bobby here in game 1. And there's the classic turn 1 resupply for this Han Green deck. That's what they want to do. That is the ideal turn 1 play for that deck, and Crusher finds it here in game 1.
Yeah, getting that early ramp can be very effective for Han Green. Bobby Sapphire brought out a Reckless Gunslinger, inflicting 1 damage to each base and developing a 2/1 unit. Not the flashiest beginning for Django.
Yeah, definitely not. You saw the Reckless Gunslinger coming out, and I was curious if we were going to see 2 1-drops coming out for Bobby on turn 1, because of course that deck plays multiple 1-cost units. So
That would have been a lot spicier, Josh,
yeah,
but it looks
absolutely.
like it was just the Gunslinger for Bobby this time.
Now here in round 2, Bobby will be on the initiative. And he
Eh,
makes his resource decision. Looks like we're set for this round. 2 damage to
Is
base to start out.
Crusher using all 4 resources?
All right, there's the modded cohort ambushing and defeating Reckless Gunslinger.
Modded cohort, a 4-cost 2/4 with both ambush and raid 2. Uh, so it is now essentially a 2/2, but it will hit for 4, allowing it to do some major damage in future turns. However, Bobby Sapphire does have that Tarkin Town, and I'm not sure this modded cohort is going to be staying on the field.
Yeah, that is a great point. So Bobby does play his first space unit of game one. This Django Tarkin Town deck, a very space heavy deck as he plays the 7th Fleet Defender. And as you called it, Tarkin Town available to Bobby, and he uses it, defeating the modded cohort.
Well, we're going to be taking a move on to the next turn here. 5 resources now for Crusher, and that means he is in range of a potential Han Solo deployment this turn with the old Han 567. And it looks like that may be where we're headed with Crusher using Han's leader ability.
Yeah, could we see the big 5, 6, 7 here in this round? Now, the good thing for Bobby is he has plenty of ways to exhaust Han in that deck. And we're going to see Bobby come across for 3. So we've got 6 damage on Crusher's base early here in game one.
And that's an apt point, Josh. Django Fett has access to so many different cards that can potentially exhaust. The odds of Crusher being able to deploy Han and then actually get an attack to get the on attack ability for that 7th resource don't seem that good compared to what they would be in some other matchups.
Yeah, that's a great point. Now, Crusher does deploy Han, and we're going to see
Triple
if
Dark
Bobby has a
Raid.
response. Yeah, the triple Dark Raid. Can he find what he really wants to? A Ruthless Raider in this spot would be fantastic,
There
and it
it
looks like
is.
it's there. Yep. Ruthless Raider coming out for 1 resource, 2 damage to Han, 2 damage to Crusher's base. Han exhausted, and he will not go up to 7 resources in this round.
Yeah, that was a bit of a risky move for Bobby Sapphire. If he hadn't been able to find a Ruthless Raider or a Elite P-38 Starfighter, Crusher would have been able to attack with Han and get that 7th resource, but he found that Raider that he needed to exhaust Han.
Yeah, that is a big time find for Bobby Sapphire off the triple Dark Raid. So he gets in to Crusher's base for 4 with the Ruthless Raider. And we see Tech coming into play as well as Leia. Or no, excuse me. I think did Leia come in and exhaust Ruthless Raider?
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
yep.
right.
There we
That's
go.
right, Josh.
Okay, so yeah, so the 4 damage prevented from Crusher by Leia exhausting the Raider, but Tech does come into play as well, which Tech just gives all kinds of options to Crusher in this spot. So we'll see how Bobby responds to Tech being in play. Now, Bobby does have the initiative here. He still has 7th Fleet Defender on board, but right now Crusher has a pretty commanding ground arena.
Yeah, and one of those units is Tech as well. So Crusher has a lot of options, not just the cards in hand, but the ones in the resource row can potentially be played with Tech giving all those resources smuggle.
So Bobby is going to open up the round, deploying Django Fett. And Crusher is going to attack with Han Solo, and it looks like he attacked into Django here. So Han down to just 1 HP remaining, 3 HP remaining for Django, and Crusher does get up to that important 7 total resources.
Yeah, we could be seeing the classic U-wing reinforcement here from Crusher, or potentially an ambush from Han Solo reluctant hero to take out that Django. But when you're on 7 resources with this Han deck, you have a lot of things you can potentially play.
Yeah, so many big threats become available at 7 resources. So the action on Bobby here. And even though Bobby, of course, has dealt 8 damage and he is slightly ahead in the race, Crusher has that tech in play. He's got the 7 resources ready here. Crusher could certainly turn things around quickly. And we'll see how Bobby responds. Bobby is going to be aggressive here. Django Fett's going to deal 3 damage to Crusher's base. That's 11 on. And what does he have with those 7 resources? Infus Nest is going to come in and bounce the 7th Fleet Defender back to Bobby's hand.
Yeah, this is the the Twilight of the Republic version of Enfys Nest. Um, a very powerful card if left unchecked, as she has both when played and on attack the ability to bounce a unit that has, I believe, less power than her. And repeat, like, bounce is already quite strong. We've seen some bounce effects work really well in the previous games, but repeat bounce can just really put the opponent in a tight spot.
Yeah, bounce is so good, especially here. Keep in mind, we know that Bobby Sapphire has Ruthless Raider in hand, but Infus Nest could just continue to keep that Raider off the board. That's certainly an option. So Bobby in a tough spot facing down that tech and now Infus Nest. Now Bobby's going to play a 7th Fleet Defender once again. So the Fleet Defender coming back out. And now the action back over to Crusher. He still has a couple ready units in the ground arena, but I guess there's always that option to forego that damage to make sure he has the initiative, but he is going to attack with 2 with tech. And it looks like he's once again going into Django, so Django just 1 HP remaining here.
Yeah,
Well, look,
Leia won't be able to finish the job though.
yeah, you got to think Crusher was probably looking to take Django off the board. Bobby had the daring raid to deal the 2 damage and defeat Leia, but Bobby does have another ground unit here, plays Greedo. But with those actions taken, Crusher was able to claim the initiative. How do you feel about this spot right now, Tower, for these players?
Well, it's interesting, that Enfys Nest is potentially going to be a very major source of repeat disruption to Bobby Sapphire. But at the same time, Bobby is substantially ahead on damage dealt to the base, and he has some threats of his own. Plus, we're likely to see that Ruthless Raider come out again. I don't know. We'll have to see how it goes.
Yeah, it does feel like a little bit of a tough spot for Bobby because Infus Nest is just a big problem, as we mentioned. Now Crusher has the initiative, and here comes the 7 cost Han Solo unit that is going to ambush and defeat Jango Fett. No damage back onto Han, so Bobby very likely will not be exhausting anything here in this round.
Yeah, let's see what happens here.
So the
Hmm.
action back over to Bobby.
I don't know. He's got to come up with something to deal with that Enfys Nest.
Yeah, the Infus Nest is a huge problem. Because again, Raider can just be bounced right back to Bobby's hand if he plays it. And again, Raider is not exhausting anything right now as well.
Yeah, I think Crusher is in a pretty good spot. That Enfys Nest is a really big problem, and with Han reluctant hero on the field too here, I don't know.
Yeah, right now, Crusher just, he's threatening with a lot of damage. He's got the ground arena completely locked down. And Infus Nest really helps, lock down the space arena as well. So Crusher going
Yeah,
to attack and defeat Greedo, bounce back the defender.
it's an interesting situation here. So, Rothrock Gaming in chat's talking about Sneak Attack Raider. So Raider is relevant. The problem with the Raider though is that Enfys Nest can actually bounce it, which is quite awkward. But on the other hand, it does mean Bobby Sapphire could repeatedly get that when played effect.
Right.
It looks like
Yep.
there's 3 damage right now on Enfys Nest. And
Yep.
I think Bobby needs that number to increase if he wants anything to land. And, yes, I believe that we did see Greedo's ability used, but it discarded that Fett's Fire Spray from the top of the deck that was questioned in chat, so it was a miss there from Greedo.
So yeah, the Ruthless Raider coming in, unfortunately, again, not able to exhaust anything. So Tech is defeated. The action on Crusher. And at this point, Crusher hasn't dealt a ton of damage to Bobby's base, but the board heavily favors Crusher right now, and he can certainly start to turn things around in terms of the damage count. He's got
Yeah, I mean,
a total of 15 damage there in the ground arena.
That's the thing. Like he is way behind on base HP at this phase, but if he gets to fully attack, it takes him like 2 turns to actually win the game.
Right. Yeah.
There's
No,
just
that's
so much damage.
so much. And Crusher just claimed, which means that it's likely he could
What?
attack with that Emphas Nest and just bounce Raider.
Yeah, hot shot onto Enfys Nest, and now she's hitting the base for what 7 and bouncing the Raider. It's tough. I mean, now Bobby could replay the Raider and use the 2 damage to kill Leader Han here, but it does feel like he's really behind.
Yeah, that is a massive play. 7 damage to Bobby's base. So that's 8 damage on now. Again, we talked about that Emphas Nest just having the ability to keep Raider off the board. And Bobby's going to play Raider again off of sneak attack. So an extra 2 damage to Crusher's base. And Raider is now ready with Emphas Nest exhausted. And 2 damage to the Han Leader unit. As you mentioned, Han Leader unit defeated. Oh, and look at that. Crusher has the response. Waylay bounces the ready Raider back to Bobby's hand, and Bobby then plays Kylo's Tie Silencer to follow up. And here comes another big hit. 6 damage to Bobby's base with Han Solo. 14 damage on now, and that was a pretty big turn for Crusher.
Yeah, there's only 12 HP remaining here for Crusher, but Bobby only has 11 HP remaining, and Crusher has more than 11 damage represented on the board here.
Yeah, with those 2 ground units, Crusher is showing the ability to deal fatal, but we know that Bobby has Raider in hand and he can exhaust one of those units. Here comes Ruthless Raider to open up the round. 2 damage to Crusher's base. Enfys Nest exhausted here to protect Bobby against the bounce during this phase. Now the action over to Crusher. 6 damage coming through to Bobby's base. 20 damage on each base. All right, let's see what Bobby does here. 2 ready resources. Kylo's Tie Silencer ready, but the problem is 1 attack from either one of those ground units that Crusher currently has in the ground arena would finish this game. So Bobby has to either find a way to just win here, or he's going to probably have to claim the initiative and try to find an answer for those units. Tarkin Town, of course, has already been used, so that is not an option to defeat Enfys Nest. And with just 2 resources remaining, there's not a lot of options for Bobby here to deal with those ground units.
No, and I think it's also worth noting that Crusher's base has 30 HP and Bobby's only has 25. So even though they had both done 20 damage at that point, that leaves Bobby in a much more perilous spot than Crusher.
Absolutely. Now, Bobby does be aggressive here. Kylo's Tie Silencer gets an extra 3 damage into Crusher's base, and now Crusher has claimed the initiative. So if Bobby doesn't have an immediate response, and I don't think he does, yeah, with Crusher with the initiative, he will take the win. So Crusher taking it in game 1, and Han remaining undefeated on stream so far through these first 3 rounds. We'll go to game 2.
I feel like Enfys Nest was really the heroine of the match there for Crusher. The repeat bounce there is just so disruptive. We said it was going to potentially be a big problem, and it was.
Yeah, Enfys Nest so good against this Django Tarkin Town deck because, again, being able to keep really the biggest threat for this Django deck is Ruthless Raider, right? That's the card you want to be playing and putting out there. And when you just get that bounce each turn, I mean, it's great to have the win played ability, but not being able to get that extra 4 damage in each turn certainly adds up. So again, Crusher taking the first game over Bobby Sapphire. Both of these players currently undefeated, looking to move to 3-0 at this Tabletop Gaming Center Planetary Qualifier. it's tough in this particular matchup if Han is able to ramp, as we saw in the first game, and get to that big 7 resources early, and you see things like Enfys Nest coming out. Of course, Han can be important as well, but U-Wing reinforcement gets opened up. We know this deck with U-Wing reinforcement can bring in things like Luke Skywalker, which also cleans up a lot of the threats that Bobby presents. So Crusher, with the ability to ramp, if he's able to do so, this can be a very, very tough match for Bobby and Django Tarkentown. Not to mention that, this Han Green does have several plays in the space arena to slow Bobby down.
Yeah, I think just some classic cards like the Millennium Falcon, which we've already seen on stream quite a bit today, can really give a lot of relevant presence in space for Han. Now it is also the case though that Bobby Sapphire has Tarkentown, he has the Elite P-38. There are definitely some space units or space threats that he has access to that the Falcon doesn't just completely sweep. Sometimes you have one of these decks that has a lot of the small fighters. They don't have Tarkentown, and they the Falcon is just such a hard counter to them. You get these situations where, like with some of the Sabine decks, people would be like, okay, you just have to assume your game plan is not going space, because if they have the Falcon, it's too much of a threat. I think compared to that, the Django deck does have some more options, but things like that lurking TIE Phantom maybe aren't going to be so great against Han.
Yeah, for sure. The Millennium Falcon, obviously great against a lot of Bobby's units. And, you've got things like Bright Hope. Marauder, obviously, has also been seen a lot of in this Han Green deck recently. The 5 cost 4/5 with Ambush. There's a lot of units that can clean up on Bobby's side. So, yeah, there's just so many things that Crusher can do in space to try to, stabilize that space arena, which, is Bobby can present some good, ground pressure, but, this deck generally wants to win in space. And, Crusher can even come out if the game goes far enough, especially if he's able to ramp and get there quickly. Then you even have to deal with things like Home 1, which can be absolutely brutal against Bobby's deck. So both players have completed their sideboarding. We are getting ready to go for game 2. We've seen a couple Han yellow decks on stream the first couple rounds. So Han winning the first 2 rounds, looking to get another match win here. Crusher would love to finish it off in game 2. Bobby will start with the initiative.
Yeah, we'll see whether or not he can. We'll see whether or not he can keep the match alive with a win here in game 2. If not, we're gonna see the third Han win of the event. If Crusher can win this game.
Yeah, Han continuing to do Han things early in this tournament. Bobby's ready to go. Now, we did see in Bobby's opening hand there, and this is a card that likely came out of the sideboard, Bazine Natal. Now, that could be played as an opener for Bobby to potentially try and pick off maybe some ramp that Crusher wants to play. So that's certainly an option for Bobby here in game 2. So now Crusher getting those 2 resources. And it looks like the players are set and ready to go. Game 2 is underway with the Bazine play from Bobby. Let's see what he gets. Double Waylay, Maul, and Marauder in Crusher's hand. Let's see if Bobby chooses to have him discard here. And it looks like he does not, because the last thing Bobby wants there is Crusher to draw into maybe the resupply. So Bobby not having Crusher discard and draw the card. We move on to round 2. And Crusher will have the initiative as he did not open up with a turn 1 play. And he is going to use the Han action ability to start out in round 2, going to 4 resources. Bazine getting in for a damage. And Tech smuggled into play for Crusher. Now this could be a bit of an issue here.
Tech DJ combo now being threatened on this next turn. But it would be a little more telegraphed than it is sometimes, I think, because I believe Crusher would have to activate Han's leader ability again in order to get up to the resources necessary to do that combo.
You are absolutely right, Tower. So it would take that extra action, and Bobby could certainly see that coming. When you know that Tech coming down early here, Bobby has that play in the back of his mind. Can he work around this situation?
He does have that Tarkin Town, which might make it a little easier to clear Tech and or DJ when the time comes.
Yep, Tarkin Town, a big piece to the puzzle for this Django deck, and especially a big piece against cards like Tech and DJ, those big 5 HP units. So the action's on Bobby. Crusher, all of his resources exhausted. Very likely just claiming the initiative on his next action. And Bobby is going to play Daring Raid, 2 damage to Tech, so that opens up that Tarkin Town possibility here.
Yep, and there we go.
Yeah, absolutely. Gotta get Tech off the board. Bobby's able to do it. Daring Raid plus Tarkin Town defeating Tech, and ISB agent coming into play for Bobby.
Now,
No
here's
reveal
something
here, just a
interesting.
1/3.
He could have kept the Daring Raid in hand if he had gone ISB agent, revealed Daring Raid to ping Tech, and then hit Tech with Bazine.
Okay,
What do
yeah.
you think? What do you think about that? Which of the I think this line has the advantage of getting the damage on the base and not damaging Bazine, but the other line would retain that Daring Raid.
Yeah, no, that's a good point, and I think he probably wants to he would like to put more units on the board here just for the simple fact of, you know, these units can attack and exhaust things later, so maybe that's the thought process there, right?
Yeah,
Having
and
that
someone in
extra body on
chat
the
points
board.
he might have had to pass in order to do that, which would be tricky to set up.
Yeah, that is a fair point as well. So both players ready here for round 3. Crusher with the initiative. Staring down a couple 1 power units in the ground arena. And we do see the on action ability being used right away. Crusher going up to 5 ready resource with the extra temporary resource. And now Bazine gets in for a second damage in this game.
There's DJ, but it's not played via Smuggle with the Tech DJ combo we were discussing, just a DJ from hand as a 3-cost 3/5.
A little sigh of relief for Bobby there. Definitely not wanting to lose any resources. So ISB agent getting in for another damage.
Yeah, this Bazine and ISB agent are sort of poking away at the base, only dealing 1 damage with each hit, but it adds up.
Every damage could matter in the end, no doubt about it. 7th Fleet Defender coming out for Bobby, and Crusher just playing Leia Organa in the ground arena to ready one of his own resources, but no extra play there. We'll move on to the next round with Bobby having the initiative.
Now, I do see the Marauder is in the discard pile here for Crusher. That does mean that if he plays another Marauder, he can ramp, which is potentially quite strong. But he would have to, have access to another Marauder to pull that play off. And it looks like he's discarded a Luke Skywalker from the row.
Yeah, so early resource of Luke Skywalker. Crusher has not been able to ramp yet in this game, so that would be interesting if he could get the ramp with Marauder. 7th Fleet Defender getting in for 3 damage. 6 damage on Crusher's base. No damage yet on Bobby's base, but Crusher is presenting some threats here. DJ is going to take out the ISB agent.
Yeah. Only taking 1 damage in return, that ISB agent does not have the best fighting stats in the game, mostly used for its card text.
Now Bobby deploying Django Fett. And Leia's going to attack into Bobby's base, dealing the first damage to Bobby's base here in game 2.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, this actually means Crusher is technically ahead on base HP because he has 24 base HP remaining, while Bobby Sapphire has 23. Since the repeated attacks from Bobby Sapphire have only been for 1 damage, and Crusher has that 30 HP base.
Yeah, great point. The 1 damage pings coming in quite a bit for Bobby here in this game as he opened up with the early Bazine and ISB agent. Bazine continues to do work. She's dealt 3 damage so far in this game as Crusher's base goes up to 7 damage. And now we're going to see the action ability used on Han once again. 6 total resources now for Crusher. And here comes the triple dark raid. What can Bobby find this time around? In game 1, he found the Raider. Can he find it again here in game 2? And it certainly looks like he has found it. 2 Ruthless Raiders in the top 7 there. So here comes Ruthless Raider. 2 damage to Leia, so Leia defeated. And it will take Crusher up to 9 damage on base. So now the action back over to Crusher. Much better start here for Bobby in this game with Crusher not ramping early. I think it has made a big difference here in game 2, at least up to this point. Now Crusher is going to slow down the onslaught from the space arena that Bobby is trying to present. Bright Hope coming into play.
Yeah, 2/6 Sentinel. Not, I mean, it's not that good,
Right. Yeah,
but it
just
is
preventing
gonna at
some
least
damage
block
here.
1 attack and maybe more in the future.
Now Crusher does deploy Han, and the question is, does Bobby just exhaust that Han with Django? And yes, he will. So Django attacks into Han to get the
If I'm
exhaust.
Crusher, I don't think I'm too unhappy about that. Like, at the very least, it means Han has prevented some damage from coming into the base, you know what I mean? The,
Yeah, absolutely.
I think what Crusher is hoping to do is, as you were saying earlier with the Bright Hope, Josh, I think Crusher wants to slow down this game. I think Bobby Sapphire has been putting on the pressure faster. As you mentioned, Crusher hasn't been able to ramp, and so he needs more time to get to his powerful late game plays.
He absolutely does. No ramp so far from Crusher here in game 2 after he had the turn 1 resupply in game 1, and Crusher was able to take a big game 1 win. So Crusher once again has the initiative. Both players will be at 6 total resources, but of course Crusher with the initiative could attack with Han right away, go up to 7. Great point in chat. Rothrock Gaming, Han into Django, certainly an option here. And it looks like Crusher is going to use DJ to attack into Django. So Django defeated. DJ still on the board. So Crusher has completed the assignment here. Take out Django with the first action, which is going to shut off Django being able to exhaust any units during this round.
Yeah, it's an interesting situation here. Now, that 7th Fleet Defender can just attack into Bright Hope and clear it here, if that is desired. Because Django's been removed, the options for exhausting Han have become a lot slimmer. So
Absolutely.
he does go back to base exhausted. Normally, Bazine could be used here to exhaust Han.
Okay, so Ruthless Raider coming out for Bobby Sapphire, defeating the Bright Hope, dealing 2 more damage to Crusher's base. So 11 damage on now.
And the space arena is now open. That defender is going to be able to attack to the base directly, assuming that we don't see something else come out in the space arena to stop it here from Crusher.
Oh, and Crusher does play a response to that 7th Fleet defender, Waylay, bouncing the
Okay.
defender.
Yeah, and it looks like Bobby does not have the resources to replay that 7th Fleet defender this turn. So we are
So
we
here's
are
Bazine.
successfully slowing the game down here from Crusher's point of view, but that Ruthless Raider is still a threat.
Now here's an interesting line here. So Bazine took out DJ, and now we're going to see Kira come into play after the Han Solo attack. We see triple Dark Raid in hand. We see Surprise Strike, Sneak Attack, 7th Fleet Defender.
That's tough. I think in this situation, I believe I would name Triple Dark Raid, but it's a tough situation.
Now, if he does name the triple Dark Raid, Bobby could, in theory, still play the triple Dark Raid with his very first action of the following turn for 6 resources, and he could go up to 7, which would give him the option to then still play one of those big 6 cost threats. So
That's a good point. If he
it's
were
tough here.
going to be on 6 resources, it would block the big plays,
Right.
but maybe you do it anyway so that he can't do that and also surprise strike? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some dangerous plays in hand. I mean, Sneak Attack, if he finds another Ruthless Raider, can just generate a lot of damage, right? Potential of 8 damage.
Ooh, apparently, Claire says that Crusher named Fett's Fire Spray
Okay.
as the card that's blocked here from Kira.
All right. So Fett's Fire Spray would cost 9 while Kira is in play. Bobby has the initiative. It doesn't look like he has a Fett's Fire Spray in hand, but of course the Triple Dark Raid could find one, so the options become a little bit more limited for Bobby with that Triple Dark Raid play. So here we go. Both players are ready. 11 damage on Crusher's base, 6 damage on Bobby's base. Let's see if Bobby can have a big turn here, keep that momentum on his side as he looks to force game 3. Raider gets in for 4, 15 damage on Crusher's base. Now, something interesting to note, Crusher has not ramped in this game, and we have also not seen one of those big threats yet. We haven't seen U-Wing, we haven't seen any of the big 7 cost units.
I think Crusher would love to bring Enfys Nest onto the field.
Yeah, that would absolutely be a play here. No doubt about it. Now, Crusher's going to go up to 8 total resources attacking with Han Solo, 4 more damage to Bobby's base. Does he have a big threat in hand? I think Crusher only has 1 card in hand. And we're going to see that triple Dark Raid from Bobby Sapphire. If he finds another Raider here, that would be fantastic. And it looks like he has found another Raider. It's like heavy Persuader tank there as well. Some options for Bobby here. What do you think, Tower? Raider or heavy Persuader tank?
Well, so the heavy persuader tank, you could potentially exploit. I think you just go for the Raider. There doesn't seem to be like a super important exploit play here. The Raider, and yeah, it is the Raider.
There you go. Yeah, I think you're right. You're spot on here. And Bobby agrees. Raider comes in. 2 damage to Kira. She's exhausted with Django's ability. 17 damage on Crusher's base. And Crusher does have one of the big 7 cost plays, but it really doesn't affect the board immediately. The 7 cost Han Solo unit coming into play.
I think he much rather would have had Enfys Nest compared to Han Reluctant Hero here. Han doesn't even have an ambush target, and Enfys could have bounced the Ruthless Raider that just got played.
Yeah, that is a good point, and a great point from chat here. Sneak attack in hand, so that Raider just gets even better because sneak attack and Raider definitely the most explosive play that this Jingo Tarkentown deck offers.
Now, Crusher is getting close to lethal, but the problem is Bobby Sapphire's exhaust abilities are likely going to forestall that. So if we look if we look at Crusher's board, he has what 13 damage on the board, which if he had any attack pump would be enough to defeat Bobby Sapphire's base. But in practice, it's extremely unlikely that he would actually be able to do that full amount of damage because Django has so many exhaust options, and we're likely going to see that Ruthless Raider that was brought in by Triple Dark Raid being replayed next turn.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And Surprise Strike here on Raider gets Bobby very close, and that's what we're going to see. Surprise Strike will allow Ruthless Raider to attack for 7. That will be 24 damage on Crusher's base, which means another pump in the next round. Bobby could win with one action with the Raider that will stay on the board. So Crusher has claimed the initiative. Again, as you mentioned, Tower, Crusher is showing Fatal with a pump, but so is Bobby. And we know that Ruthless Raider on the board plus the Raider in hand alone is enough to finish this game with Crusher only having 6 HP remaining. But look at this. There's the Enfys Nest we were talking about. Crusher finds it. The ready Ruthless Raider bounced back to Bobby's hand, and here comes Sneak Attack to play the other Raider. That's 2 damage to base. Crusher has no response, and Bobby will take game 2. We will go the distance in round 3 with this Han Green versus Django Tarkentown matchup.
Yeah, I think if Enfys Nest had come out a turn or two earlier, we might have had a different story there, but she arrives too little too late to deal with those Raiders from Bobby Sapphire.
Absolutely, the two-time Planetary Qualifier winner, unable to close it out in game 2. Bobby Sapphire looking to join the list of PQ winners and looking to remain undefeated here with his back against the wall. We are able to see a deciding game 3. You love to see it. Two great players, two great decks, some great back and forth action. This is what we're here for.
Absolutely, Josh. And in chat, we have Mr. Steal Your Donuts pointing out that they only had about 12 minutes left at the end of that one, so they're going to have to play a fast game 3 to avoid a potential double loss at time.
You know, that is a great point. The first couple rounds, we were done quite a bit before the round ended. So, a little bit different situation here going to the final game with only about 11 minutes on the clock. So, looks like these players may be potentially making some more sideboard changes here. And the speed of play will potentially have to increase. Now,
Yeah, I mean, if I were these players, I might be trying to go fast here with this sideboard, and I'm not sure what changes they're making, but you really don't have a lot of time left in the round, and you got to get onto that game 3 as soon as possible.
definitely the last thing both of these players want to see is a double loss. So I'm sure we will see some quick plays. So game 1, we saw Crusher. He had the early resupply, turn 1 resupply. He got the ramp online. He was able to get to 7 resources pretty quickly, where he was able to play the big Enfys Nest and just really take control of the board. And then in game 2, Crusher was not able to ramp at all, and it allowed Bobby some more time to kind of work with, building up his board, slowly chipping away at base. And Crusher couldn't seem to find those big threats until it was a little bit too late.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens here in game 3. Could look more like game 1, could look more like game 2, or it could be a new thing entirely. Let's see how this goes.
Yeah. These two players, again, fantastic players. And we'll see if we potentially see some aggressive mulliganing here in game three. Again, Crusher's looking for that early ramp. And on Bobby's side, you want to make sure that you have something that you can, ideally, you want to open up in the ground arena here because you need to make sure you have some early defense against Tech. Because the last thing Bobby wants to see is Tech DJ closing out this match.
Looks like Crusher ends up taking a quick mulligan there, maybe searching for that ramp, as you said, Josh. And I'm not sure if Bobby Sapphire has looked at his first hand yet. He's shuffling pretty thoroughly here.
Yeah, that is a good point. I did not catch it yet if Bobby has also mulliganed. But the quick mulligan for Crusher. Again, Crusher will be on the initiative for game three. And by the time we get started here, we may only have about 8 minutes. So clock ticking, these players
Yeah,
definitely
they've
going to be
used
under a little
almost
pressure.
half the time on the clock in between these games just doing mulligan or sideboards and mulligans and this sort of setup stuff.
Right.
I do hope that we are not headed for a double loss here, but we'll have to see how it goes.
Yeah, definitely don't want to see that. Some
Pressure
important,
is resourced up. Bobby Sapphire maybe thinking it over here.
yeah, very important decisions. It looks as though Bobby has a couple turn one plays. He has Reckless Gunslinger and he has Kylo's Tie Silencer. And of course, in general, the Kylo's Tie Silencer just looks better. But if Bobby doesn't have a way to potentially deal with an early tech, it could be a real problem.
Yeah, it's an interesting point. One other note about Reckless Gunslinger is that it does have smuggle, so you could potentially resource it, go with the other play, and still maybe bring it out later. But I believe the Reckless Gunslinger costs 3 when smuggled, so not particularly efficient. It looks like they finally have their cards resourced with only about 7 minutes to go. Pressure leads us off with Han's ability.
So here we go. And we do see the space play for Bobby Sapphire. Kylo's Tie Silencer coming out, and Crusher has found it. He found his ramp on turn one. It led to success in game one. Let's see if it will do the same here in game three.
Yeah, that's the start that Crusher wants to see with this Han Green deck. That early ramp is instrumental to getting to your powerful later game units as quick as possible. Um, let's
Bobby
see how we go.
with the initiative. Here comes Kylo's Tie Silencer striking first in game three. 3 damage to Crusher's base.
Lev Lebowski in chat pointing out that Crusher also discarded Marauder with Han's ability, which does mean that if we see a Marauder from the hand, it will be an additional ramp piece in addition to taking out that Kylo's Tie Silencer.
Great point indeed. Crusher just playing the modded cohort. There was nobody to ambush into. And then Bobby playing the Reckless Gunslinger and then follows up with ISB Agent revealing Swoop Down to deal a
Tarkin
damage
downtime.
spotted. Yeah, there it is. It's a big damage. It's a big play from Bobby there. He's cleaned up Crusher's board. He has three threats on his side of the table. Crusher does have the initiative and he has ramped, but he is staring down a nice little board for Bobby.
Yeah, these units from Bobby Sapphire aren't the most powerful in the game, the Reckless Gunslinger, the ISB Agent, and Kylo's Tie, but there are 3 of them, and it is potentially pushing 6 damage a turn.
Yeah, it certainly adds up. Crusher with the first action, it looks like he was contemplating whether or not to use that Han action ability first, and he is going to start with Kira instead. And this is pretty big because Tarkin Town is off the table, and he is going to call Triple Dark Raid. The Triple Dark
It
Raid will
looks
not
like,
be
what
an
was it?
option currently.
Triple Dark Raid, is that a swoop down and then a 7th Fleet Defender that's been signed and therefore is a little hard to determine?
Yep, that is it. Looks like those are the 3 cards, and Crusher calling the
Now, wait,
Triple
what's
Dark
happening
Raid.
here? Is he reconsidering it? Why haven't they picked up the cards? I
Either
wonder if he I wonder if he's thinking he has to call the swoop down to prevent Kylo's tie from just killing Kira. I'm not sure.
Oh, yeah, there you go. So he is reconsidering it. Yeah, because it looked like Bobby
Maybe.
quickly grabbed the triple dark raid. So it looks like that may have been the call, but that is an excellent point. The swoop down makes
I would
things
be
quite
man, if I would
interesting.
be worried about the time here though.
Yeah,
They only have
time's
four
a
and a
factor.
half minutes before time in the round. What did he call? Was it the swoop?
I'm sure Claire will give us some insight very quickly on the call, and it was swoop down.
It
Bobby
was the
showing the
swoop.
camera.
Bobby Sapphire showing it to the camera. Okay. So yeah, maybe that's what happened. Maybe Crusher was going to call the triple dark raid, and then was like, wait, no, that swoop will be too much of a problem. I got to call the swoop.
So now Bobby does play that triple dark raid. Can he find Raider once again here on turn 3? He's done it
It'll
once
be
before in
big
this
if he
match.
does.
Oh,
There
he
it is.
finds it. He finds it.
The other thing is,
Ruthless
Crusher
Raider.
might have been hoping that Bobby Sapphire would just miss. But if
Yeah, and
that's the case, his hopes are being dashed here.
he
Now,
does not miss.
I think Crusher is very substantially behind at this point in the game, but there's also not a lot of time left.
Yep,
Someone in
that is a
chat
good
says it's
point.
going to be Bobby versus time now.
All right, so Crusher does go up to the 6 resources. ISB agent used to attack into Han and exhaust with Django's ability. Here comes another 5 damage to Crusher's base after Crusher claims. So we've got 13 damage on Crusher's base, 1 damage on Bobby's base, and just about 3 minutes left in the round.
Now, there is not, because the ISB agent died attacking Han, and because the Ruthless Raider goes back to hand after the Triple Dark Raid, Bobby Sapphire doesn't actually have that big a board right now. And I think there's a good chance we could see something like, Crusher could attack with Han, clear the Reckless Gunslinger, and get that 7th resource in play with the on attack ability. Um, let's see how it goes.
So Han attack first for Crusher.
But it's
And
not the Reckless Gunslinger. It's
oh
going to be the
no.
base.
How about that? Going to base, getting the 7 resources. Django coming out, and here comes U-Wing reinforcement. That's the first time we've seen U-Wing here in this match. Let's see if Crusher can find something to tilt the momentum in his favor.
2 minutes, 10 seconds left.
Falcon and modded cohort. The cohort
Ooh.
ambushes and defeats the gunslinger. And now
And then the
Crusher has his own
Falcon.
space threat.
Yeah, Falcon poised to potentially remove Kylo's tie, though we'll see. With a Django Fett as the leader deployed on the field, there are a lot of ways that Falcon could end up getting exhausted. The players have picked up the pace a bit, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough. There's less than 2 minutes left in this round.
Yeah, great point. So both players trading 3 damage to base. Kylo's tie silencer getting in, Kira getting in. Bobby's action, Django's coming in for 3. That's 19 damage on base. Falcon taking out the Kylo's tie silencer to clear up the space arena. Now Bobby has not used any resources, so he will play some more threats. Greedo and 7th Fleet Defender coming into play. And as you mentioned, the players speeding up at this point, but boy, we are close on time.
Now, the Ruthless Raider here could be played to deal 2 damage to one of these units, and that would be enough damage to actually clear multiple of the units that are out for Crusher. That 2 damage could kill the modded cohort or the Falcon here. So that I do think that the Ruthless Raider from hand for Bobby Sapphire here is potentially a very strong play, and I'm not sure Crusher can do very much to prevent that from getting big value. The players are about to run out of time, but there's also a lot of damage adding up on these bases. It's possible that they'll be able to close out the game in the remaining turns, and there's Enfys Nest.
Oh, Enfys Nest is big, bouncing the 7th Fleet Defender back to Bobby's hand. That prevents at least 3 damage.
Yeah, so Bobby still has 6 damage on the board, but it's not clear that he actually is going to get to attack with both these units. Chat seems to think that Bobby or that Crusher might have missed 2 damage on the base from the Raider earlier. Not sure. I didn't see that myself, but it is possible. Someone asks if Crusher paid for the Falcon. I believe he did not pay for the Falcon because he was able to pay for it with the resource that he defeated, so he still has access to his full resource complement on this turn.
Some
That's one of
damage
those
being
nice little
traded.
synergies with Han.
Yeah, absolutely. Here comes that Raider with Django in play. He's going to exhaust something. That's 24 damage on Crusher's base. Where does the damage go?
He can
And it
kill
is the modded
kill the
cohort.
modded cohort. Yeah, that's probably the best.
Yeah, the cohort
So
was the biggest threat with
Crusher
4
is
damage.
very close to defeat here. He only has 6 HP left on his base. And awkwardly, if Crusher goes to stabilize, which he kind of has to do, it also means that he's not likely to have enough damage to actually win the game before running out of time. It's a very awkward scenario.
Yeah, no, that is a good point. So Cura is used to
Now,
trade with
what's happening
Greedo.
here?
I
Is
think they're
time being
asking
called? Is
about
someone
that.
indicating something?
Yeah, I think the time here and potentially asking about the Raider damage as well, I think. Making sure that that did get counted.
I guess at this point, time has been called, so it doesn't really matter if they take extra time to figure out exactly what happened with that Raider. Could be pretty important to the outcome of this match, though. I don't know. I think Bobby Sapphire's got this. I'm not sure Crusher's going to be able to stop him. He barely has any resources, and this was also long enough ago. I'm not sure they're going to be able to catch it.
Yeah, no, that is a good point as well. It was quite a while ago in this match, but it looks like that may be what they're discussing here. But no doubt time has been called in the round, which means they should get at least one more round. But there is a potential that they get a little extension, maybe an extra round here with the stoppage. Not sure.
Yeah, I think it's going to be. I think they're going to finish this. They should finish the action phase of this round and then move to the next round. I think one way or another the game is likely to end by the end of the next round, but the problem is Crusher wants to stabilize the board here, but if he does, he won't have won the game by then. So he actually won't win. It's very awkward. Oh,
Oh,
and
there it
there's
is.
there's the surprise
Surprise
strike. Okay.
strike. Didn't matter. Bobby's got it with the surprise strike on Ruthless Raider. What a game and what a match. Crusher took game 1, but Bobby comes storming back, taking games 2 and 3, and Bobby Sapphire from KTOD will remain undefeated.
Yeah. Now that was tough. They ended up right at time, but they were able to come to a conclusion. And I think, regardless of who you were hoping would win, I think the viewers are probably happy not to see a double loss.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely the one thing we did not want to see was the double loss. So great that we were actually able to finish the round and get a winner. And Han taking the first loss on stream so far today.
All right, that was an interesting match there. Ended up coming right down to time, so I don't think we're going to have as long a break between this round and the next as we have for the previous matches. It's going to be interesting here. That was the third round of Swiss, and we are going to be moving on to the fourth as soon as things get finished. But it does look to me, just based on the crowd cam, that we have at least one table that is still playing. You see those guys on the right side with the playmat. Now that could just be a casual game after the actual tournament match has concluded, but looks like they are just wrapping it up now. Not sure if any other tables are running at this time, but we should be moving on to the fourth round of Swiss play here at the Tabletop Gaming Center shortly. And Tabletop Gaming Center here is a store that has a lot of support for Star Wars Unlimited, and they want to thank everyone for watching today. They're excited to be hosting a planetary qualifier. If you're ever in the Newington, Connecticut area, they are one of the largest game stores in the state. They have a wide range of gaming products, and if you're a Star Wars Unlimited fan, they have 2 weekly Star Wars Unlimited events. On Monday, there's a more casual play event, and on Saturday, they do constructed tournaments. In addition, they host monthly draft events, with the next of those being on the 12th of March. So that is the Tabletop Gaming Center in Connecticut hosting this event, and could be a place you want to check out if you're in that area.
Yeah, absolutely, Tower. Tabletop Gaming Center, a fantastic store. So many players and customers talking about how awesome this store is and the great products and the amount of products that they always have available and the great events that they run as well. So big shout out to them for putting on this event, and looks like the players are ready. We're getting geared up for round 4. Man, that was an exciting match, wasn't it, Tower, in round 3?
Yeah. It looked like, and it was extra, it was in a sense extra exciting because not only did we have the tension of which of the players was going to come out ahead, but we also had the tension of whether or not they were going to be able to finish the game on time, and they were able to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Time was a big factor. I think it was very close to maybe about 7 minutes when they actually finished, shuffling, finished with their mulligans, all of that good stuff. And, man, the pressure was on, but they were able to do it.
Absolutely. As we can see from the crowd cam here, the players are getting seated for round 4, and we should be bringing you another match shortly.
Excited to see what round 4 holds for us. We have seen some great matches up to this point. First 3 rounds, we have seen Han here at the feature table. Saw a couple Han yellows and then Han green. Han green, the first Han deck to be defeated here at the feature table today. We'll see what we get in round 4. And it looks like we are going to get, it looks like a Quinlan Tarkentown mirror match. Is that right, Tower?
Yeah, I think we're going to have a I think we are going to have a mirror. It's going to be Tom on Quinlan Tarkentown versus Raltex from the Maine DeLoreans team, which I can only assume is a team from Maine, also playing Quinlan Tarkentown. So we are going to have the mirror, although it looks like one of the players is going to be using the standard Quinlan Tarkentown leader, and the other one will have the showcase.
Right, very interesting for sure. So this is your table 1 feature match, Quinlan Tarkentown versus Quinlan Tarkentown. So obviously a very good start so far for Quinlan with a couple Quinlan decks at the top table 4 rounds in.
Oh, the not entirely sure what happened there. I
Like
think we're back.
yep, the feed dropped maybe for just a second, but it looks like we're back at the table. We've got
Yeah,
movement.
this is sort of an awkward one because Quinlan wants to play units that are the same cost as the opponent's units, but it wants to play them after the opponent plays their unit. So there's kind of a standoff dynamic that we might see here where whoever plays their unit second has the advantage. And
Yeah,
we'll see whether that makes the players leery of deploying units first or what exactly is going to happen here.
that is a great point. Could be very interesting to decide, who takes that initiative in the first game and how they kind of play around that.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what we're seeing. So the winner of the die roll actually giving up the initiative to likely try and combat exactly what you were just talking about. So Tom on the left, we've got Raltex on the right. the Mandalorians. Round 4, we are getting ready. It looks like both players satisfied with their opening hands. Could be a lot of passing going on here. That is a great point. We'll see how these two players navigate this interesting mirror match. Did I,
Yeah.
Tower, did
It,
I say it right? Is it Raltex or Raltex? Are we?
to be honest with you, I don't know.
Okay. I'm not sure exactly.
I think
Guess it
this
could
is
go
maybe
either
the
way.
first time that I've seen this player on stream, and I think it's almost surely the first time I've heard of the Mandalorians team because I have a feeling I'd remember that.
Yeah. This super cool name though. I absolutely love it.
Yeah, yeah.
So major points for the team name, no doubt about it.
That is Mandalorian, that's a trait synergy that I was hoping would make more of a splash than it did. In set 2, we got a lot of Mandalorian synergy cards, but it felt like they weren't quite there for competitive constructed play at least.
Yeah, I agree with you. I love the Mandalorians. Big fan of the show, and definitely would have been cool to see those Mandalorians be a little bit more meta relevant, but looks like we're ready. Round 4 feature match. It's underway. Raltech starting out with Leia in the ground arena. And Tom is going to play Sabine. And as we talked about, going second, you play the unit with the same cost there. He's able to use that Quinlan ping, 1 damage on Leia. Now look at this. This is really interesting. So he used the Leia ability to ready a resource, playing Force Throw, forcing Tom to discard a card early here in game 1.
Yeah, I wonder if that means Raltex's plan is going to be to attack the hand. We could see cards like Pillage in this deck and other ways to just force discards from the opponent. And that is something that I think that the cunning, aggression, heroism aspect combo is especially good at, because not only do you have Force Throw and Pillage, but you also have access to some of the heroism cards. You could see stuff like K2SO, Spark of Rebellion. There are a range of discard options that Heroism has access to, especially in these colors that allow you to really attack the hand.
Yeah, these colors do that so well. Now, Sabine taking out Leia with the on attack ability, so Sabine does not take any damage back. And Raltek's playing Chopper. Tom responds with Cassian Andor. Certainly a bigger ground arena right now for Tom. Raltek's just claiming the initiative. So Raltek's having the initiative and having Chopper could potentially see that on attack ability coming into play. Maybe exhausting one of Tom's resources. We'll see what Raltex decides to do here with his first action. Both players ready. Chopper is going to attack into Sabine here.
Let's see what the discard is. Kira.
Oh, okay. So
Chopper is a very weird card. So basically the
right.
way this works is if you can you discard the top card of the defending player's deck on attack, and if you discard in the event, you get to exhaust one of their resources. So it's potentially really disruptive, but because most decks have a relatively small percentage of their deck as events, it's not reliable at all. And indeed it looks like the Chopper trigger misses, meaning that Tom is going to be able to play the Kira from hand there.
Yeah. And it's interesting too because being able to play that Kira, we saw Kira in Raltex's hand, and then I'm pretty sure Tom just called Kira so that Raltex was unable to play his own Kira. Now Tarkin Town did defeat Sabine, and then Cassian attacking and defeating Chopper. So the only play here for Raltex, the Green Squadron A-Wing.
Yeah, and that's a good example of Kira's ability being very disruptive. Sometimes we've seen people playing Kira in order to name cards that haven't been played yet that they're worried about as threats. But the fact that you get to see the opponent's hand means that you can also sometimes use her to either blank someone's turn completely if they have only one play, or as we saw in this case, make their turn a lot worse by forcing them to not use all their resources efficiently.
Akira, big deal in this match. I think if you can get Kira out first, that could be a very important play here. Now, some people pointing out in chat, Rawtex took down a big second place finish at the Augusta PQ. So runner up at Augusta PQ, and Claire was letting us know that Rawtex has actually defeated 2 Planetary Qualifier winners already through the first 3 rounds of this tournament. So Rawtex definitely off to a great start, but Tom right now standing in his way with quite a good start here in game 1. Tom's first action, 3 damage to Rawtex's base with Cura. And Green Squadron A-Wing coming across as Rawtex makes a call here. 3 damage to Tom's base. Oh, and look at this. Tom playing his own Green Squadron A-Wing, using the Quinlan triggered ability, 1 damage to A-Wing, and Rawtex will deploy first. And now Cassian going into the base. 6 damage on Rawtex's base.
Now, Tom has a much stronger board at this phase. And additionally, he has more units. So we haven't even seen. Yeah, let's see what happens here.
Okay, so Plo Koon coming in with Coordinate turned on, ambushing and defeating Kira. But now that Tarkin Town will defeat, nope, Tarkin Town defeating Plo Koon.
Yeah, I was confused as to what was happening there. I think Realtek started picking up the wrong unit. But yeah, Tarkentown on Plo Koon makes a lot more sense in terms of value created than Tarkentown on that Green Squadron A-Wing. And yeah, Tom still has a bunch of resources.
Still has 3 resources available, and he has not deployed his Quinlan. So Rawtex is
Right.
going to take out Cassian. Oh, and Tom with a Millennium Falcon.
Yes, that Falcon can now potentially sweep the A-Wing, and then Tom's Quinlan can kill Realtek's. No. He's off by 1. Yeah.
Yeah, yep, off by 1 here. So it looks like Tom is just going to be aggressive with his Quinlan. 3 damage to Rawtex's base, 9 damage on. But as you mentioned, my goodness, Tom has quite the advantage on board right now.
Yeah, Tom is very far ahead. Not only so in the ground arena, both players have Quinlan, but Rawtex is as damaged while Tom is full health. And then in the space arena, Tom has 2 units and Rawtex has nothing. Now, Tom does need to remember to pay for the Falcon this turn. It doesn't look to me like he's done that yet.
Yeah, yep, great point.
It's possible he'll just bounce it, but I don't know. If I'm Tom, I think I most likely am paying for that Falcon and just keeping the pressure on, though of course it depends on what he has in hand.
Yeah,
Looks
good
like a
point
forced
here.
throw, and then what's the other card? Was that a surprise strike, maybe?
I think you're right. And there it is. Tom does pay the Falcon tax. So Falcon is staying in play to continue to apply the pressure. Tom certainly ahead in this race. He's ahead on the board state as well.
It looks like Rawtex might have a forced throw of his own.
Yes, he does. He does have a forced throw in hand. Here comes Kira. Now, this could be interesting, but it looks like Tom would be able to play either one of those cards, even
Yeah,
past the buff here, or the additional cost of Kira.
Kira can stop Tom from playing both of these cards, I think. Wait, can she even do that?
I don't think so. But now he could only play. No, he could
No,
still
because
play both.
it
Yeah,
works. It works. Yeah, because he paid for the Falcon.
right.
Kira's price increase would prevent both those cards from being played, but Tom could still play either of them even with the cost increase. So not the best
Right.
situation. And Claire says Realtek's named Surprise Strike there.
Okay, so Surprise Strike will cost 5 for Tom right now, which he does have 5 resources. Green Squadron A-Wing getting in for 3. 12 damage on Raw Tex's base. And Raw Tex
Tex looks to
is
be in big trouble here.
no doubt about it. He is still staring down 8 damage. Surprise Strike could bring that total up to, oh no, excuse me, 6 damage. Surprise Strike could bring the total up to 9. So Quinlan going to Tom's base. 3 extra damage there, but certainly not doing anything about these threats that Tom has ready right now. Now the action on Tom. As we saw, he has Surprise Strike and Force Throw in hand. Force Throw, the extra benefit from Force Throw is turned on here. They both have a Force unit in play, and Tom decides to go in with Falcon first, so 15 damage now on the base for Rawtex. Now he is holding Force Throw, but even if you played Force Throw here, you know what Tom has in hand. Rawtex only has a 2-cost unit in hand, so he couldn't even defeat any units with that Force Throw right now. So Rawtex just plays Sabine, Quinlan triggered ability, 1 damage to the Green Squadron A-Wing. And Tom is going to smuggle in the Hot Shot Blaster and take out Kira, it looks like. So Kira defeated.
I have to say I'm a little surprised by that play, Josh. I would have expected that Hotshot Blaster attack to just go into the base for another 5 damage there. But
Yeah, I
Tom
am.
does seem to be in a pretty strong position, and I think his Force Throw is now taking out Realtex's Force Throw.
Okay. Yep, so 1 damage dealt to Quinlan, but I do tend to agree with you there. I was a little surprised that the 5 didn't go to base. But taking Kira out means that that Surprise Strike now only costs 2, and Tom is showing enough damage on board to win here in this round. So Rawtex with the initiative. Let's see what he
Yeah,
has around.
I just sort of feel like if you did the 5 damage to base, Realtex only has 5 HP left. Who cares if you pay 5 for a Surprise Strike if it wins the game? You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, no, that is a good point because Surprise Strike would have won with any of those units at that
Yeah,
point
and
with just 5
even without the
HP.
Surprise Strike, Realtex would have had to find a way to kill Quinlan, or else Quinlan could just swing for another 5 to base.
Now here is a way to kill Quinlan.
Yeah,
Rawtex
yeah.
playing Plo Koon. Coordinate turned on. 6 damage to Quinlan. So Quinlan is defeated here.
Yeah, and Tom has 6 damage on the board, so he could do 6 more damage to the base, potentially another 3 with that Surprise Strike. GP Get says, "How did Mike's game 3 go? I was having too much anxiety. I had to turn it off." Mike, aka Bobby Sapphire, was able to get the win, Stevie. It looked close. They hit time, but he was able to win in either the end of that action phase or in that next action phase after time was called.
So here is the Surprise Strike. 6 damage to Rawtex's base with Green Squadron A-Wing. 21 damage on.
He's off by 1. If
Off.
Tom swings with
Yeah,
that
that's right.
Millennium Falcon, it'll put Rawtex on 1 HP, but still active.
So now the action over to Rawtex. He is going to attack for 3. 9 damage on Tom's base. Does Tom have another way to pump the Falcon? He does not. So Falcon attacking for 3. And like you said, now just 1 HP remaining on Rawtex's base. Rawtex claims the initiative, but he has to have a way to stop both of those space units. He does not. That'll wrap up game 1. Tom will take the early lead here at the top table in round 4 of this Planetary Qualifier.
All right, and it's gonna be it's gonna be a interesting game 2 here in the Quinlan Mirror. We'll see how it goes exactly, but I think it's going to be it's going to be anybody's game in these mirror matches. So we'll see whether or not Tom can repeat his performance and get the win over Realtex to close out this match, or whether Realtex is going to be able to force a game 3.
Yeah, can't wait to see how it goes. Now, as these players are sideboarding, it looked like Rawtex had the Gamorrean guards in the sideboard, and he set those down. So I think we could be seeing Rawtex bringing in the guards here, which does give him a Sentinel option in the ground arena. And it looks like Tom may be bringing in Bamboozle and Spark. We also see a couple Cunning there. It's an interesting card coming in out of the sideboard. You talked a little bit about it earlier. Tower, obviously Cunning is so good on 4 resources, and we see Vigilance as the more heavily played double aspect legendary when you have to pay 6, but we do see the occasional Cunning in the sideboard sometimes that would come in and it would cost 6. So we see it here for Tom, and we'll see if it makes an impact here in this match.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just to kind of touch a little bit on Stevie's question there, that last match, yes, it was. It was a nail biter, and I can understand having to turn it off. Stevie said it's like I'm just too stressed. It was too much. That game was, oh man, that was a wild match going all the way to time. Bobby just able to pull it out there after going down in the first game. Big come from behind win, even with the ramp in game 3 for Crusher. Bobby able to overcome it and take the big win against the 2-time PQ winner. And now we are just about ready to go for game 2 here in this round 4 feature match at the Tabletop Gaming Center Planetary Qualifier. Brought to you by McClunky Gaming. And Rawtex, it appears, has opted to give Tom the initiative to start here in game 2. So both players, given the option, have forfeited taking the initiative to start the game. And both players opting to mulligan in game 2. So they'll be stuck with the next 6 cards. We're just about ready to go. These 2 undefeated players on Quinlan Tarkentown looking to move to 4-0 to start in this PQ. Would be a great way to start. Give yourself a great chance to make that top cut later today. Again, there will be 7 rounds of Swiss. We had over 100 players in this tournament. It was a sold-out tournament, as Tower mentioned earlier, but we didn't have the full 128 players show up. I believe it was around the Tower, did you say it was around 116, I think, was the
Yeah, I don't remember the
final
final
number?
number. Claire was discussing it earlier. I think it's
116,
it's a
okay.
very common thing for these events to not be totally full, even if they sell out, just because, whatever stuff might come up for people. But in something like this, I think extreme weather made that, maybe more of a factor than it would be at other times. On the other hand, I don't know if if you signed up 128 and 12 of those dropped, that's not even 10%. Like some events
Right.
have more drops than that. Especially convention tournaments tend to have large numbers of drops because people are like, "Oh, I'm not doing that well. I'm going to just go and look at something else at this convention or whatever."
Yeah, no, good points for sure. So game 2 is officially underway. Rawtech started with L337. And Tom responded with Green Squadron A-Wing, the Quinlan triggered ability, dealing 1 damage to L3, removing that shield token. Raltech still holding the initiative and will strike first to base here in game 2. 2 damage to Tom's base. And Leia coming out for Tom, readying one of those resources. So still 2 ready resources for Tom. And Quinlan triggered ability once again. L3 now has 1 damage on. Raltex, he's got the next action. And we are going to see a Ezra Bridger come into play. And Tom playing Greedo. Raltex claiming the initiative, and now Tom will get just ahead in the race as he deals 3 damage to Raltex's base. And Tom using the early Tarkentown to defeat the damaged L337.
Yeah, it's interesting there. This synergy with Quinlan's ability in Tarkentown is, I think, one of the main reasons we see this combination of leader and base getting a fair amount of play. Tarkentown, Tarkentown can be a good way to deal with the unit, but you do have to get damage on it one way or another. So with leaders like Quinlan Voss or Cad Bane on the villainy side of things, abilities that ping opponents allow for good Tarkentown setups.
And there is the Gamorrean guards coming out of the sideboard and into action right away in round 3 for Raltex. So that unit will provide a Sentinel unit in the ground arena for Raltex with Ezra in play. Three more damage to Raltex's base with Green Squadron A-Wing. And now the decision is, do you be aggressive or do you take out one of these ground units with Ezra?
Okay. Gamorrean guards will have Sentinel there with Ezra also on the field.
And the Sentinel important here because
Now, Tom could just swing with Greedo, and if he hits
yep,
that top deck, it would kill the Gamorrean guards.
that is a good point. Now Ezra went to base, and we see Tom playing K2SO, Quinlan triggered ability. That's a damage to the guards, which means that Greedo by himself could now take out the guards, even if the when defeated trigger does not hit.
Yeah, and if it does hit, he could send that 2 damage to Ezra, and then Tom could potentially trade Leia for Ezra. So overall, I don't know. It looks to me like we're seeing a pretty favorable situation for Tom once again, with the one caveat being that Raltex has yet to use Tarkentown. And it does look like the Leia or the Greedo ping is going to miss from Tom.
Man, that would have been so big if Tom could have hit with that Greedo when defeated trigger, but he does miss. Raltex claims the initiative. Leia gets in for 2, so we've got 8 damage on Raltex's base, 5 damage on Tom's base. Tom with quite the board presence here. Plo Koon's
Yeah,
coordinate is ready to go right now.
Ezra Bridger is no slouch, but I would much rather be on Tom's side of the board in terms of in terms of these units. So K2SO is probably better than Ezra on his own, and then Tom has 2 small units in addition that can throw some more damage on there.
Tom certainly ahead here in game 2. And he's also ahead in this match after that big game 1 victory.
Yeah, if he can, play his cards right here and get the win in the second game, he won't even have to play a game 3 for this match.
Raltex with the
Raltex.
first action. He's got to
Yeah.
go with Ezra. You mentioned Ezra. And K2SO is just, it's threatening Ezra. So I feel like an attack here is probably the right move.
Yeah. Looks like he's targeting Leia, and we'll see what he gets from the top of the deck with Ezra's ability.
Is it a big hit here? Is it something that he could play? And he is going to play it. Spark of Rebellion off the top.
That's not a bad card at all.
No, look at that hand. Not a
Plo
bad card
Koon.
taking out Plo Koon here. So Cunning and Force Throw remain in Tom's hand.
But because that cunning is out of aspect here, it's going to actually cost 6, since Tom only has one cunning aspect icon and not 2. So the cunning can't be played this turn, and Tom's turn might only be that forced throw unless he has some smuggle cards to bring out as well.
Yeah, that is certainly a good point. Now, K2SO does ram into Ezra, so Ezra will be defeated. 2 overwhelm damage being sent to Raw Texas base.
Now wait a minute here.
I
They
think
got to
they
remove
forgot to
Ezra.
move
They took the
Ezra.
die off him, but
he took the
that
he took the
that
die
effect
off.
shouldn't heal Ezra. It should get him off the board.
That's right. Took the die off of Ezra, put the damage on base, and Ezra stays in play. They'll certainly have to clean that up. But the action will be over to Rawtex. And it looks like we're going to see maybe Quinlan be deployed here with this next action. And there it is, Tom pointing it out. Ezra off the table. So Quinlan deployed. Tom sending 3 more damage to Rawtex's base. 13 damage on. They also caught, looks like a damage that was missed on K2. Ezra does have 3 power. So 3 damage back to K2SO. Looks like we've got things corrected here. Now Rawtex, 3 ready resources. Quite behind in the damage race. Playing his own A-Wing. Quinlan triggered ability 1 damage to Tom's A-Wing, and that might set up that Tarkin Town.
Yeah, we could also see Tarkin Town used on K2 here. Though if Raltex has a 4 or up cost unit to play at some point, he could potentially use Quinlan's ping to kill K2 instead, which would be somewhat more efficient. The problem is if he doesn't do that soon, K2 will get more swings, and at that point maybe it would be better to just use Tarkin Town on him.
Yeah, no, good point indeed. Tarkin Town certainly live here, either way. Quinlan comes out for Tom. Now Rawtex, once again, has to decide here how he attacks this board. He's certainly behind in the race, so I don't know that he can just be aggressive with Quinlan here, but he is. 3 damage to Tom's base. That's 8 damage on. And now Tom, with Quinlan still ready and 5 ready resources, see what he decides to do here. We know that in his hand, though, he didn't have any more units. So he can't really pressure the board further with what he had in hand. So
Looks
Tom
like it's just
going.
go ahead.
Oh, go ahead, Tower.
No, I was saying it looks like the game plan might be to just put more pressure on the base here from Tom.
Yeah. I think
He
so.
swings in with Quinlan. That's going to be 3 to base, but there's still a fair chunk of base HP left for Raltex. He's still got what, 9 there?
A 9 remaining.
Now, if K2 is defeated, there's a good chance Tom will choose the 3 damage to base, which is going to put the pressure on. And we do have that cunning in hand for Tom, which could see things next turn.
So Tarkin Town does take out the K2SO in this spot, and it will deal another 3 damage to Raw Texas base. 19 damage on, and as you mentioned, with Cunning still in hand, that could be a brutal next turn for Rawtex, and Tom could find a way to just take this match. And here comes Cassian being smuggled into play. He will ready. That's another 3 damage.
Someone in chat suggests that Raltex was baiting the force throw so that he could use his own force throw to take the cunning out of Tom's hand. But I don't think he had force throw. I think it looks like that was a daring raid.
So Tom's A-Wing ends up being defeated there. And Cassian getting in for another 3. Just 3 HP remaining on Rawtex's base. So an attack with
Tom
either
doesn't even
Quinlan
need
or
that cunning.
Cassian.
All he has to do is swing.
Yeah.
Raltex has to pull out a I guess he has to pull out another Gamorrean guards or something to be a sentinel here. I don't think he has much of anything that can take out both of those units at the same time. I think Tom's got this.
Yeah, Tom in a great spot, and it looks as though he will be able to wrap this up. He just needs one of those ground units to attack, and he takes this match 2-0. Raltex taking a peek through his resource row, and there's the handshake. Tom does take it in game 2. It's a clean sweep for Tom here in round 4. He will remain undefeated with his Quinlan Tarkentown.
Yeah, in both of these Quinlan Tarkentown mirrors, Tom was able to build up a much stronger board and then just start pushing damage to base and take things over. Interesting situation. Of course, I think there may be some luck involved at least, and it'll be interesting to see where these players go for the rest of the event.
Yeah, absolutely. Very cool seeing the Quinlan Tarkentowns up towards the top. Quinlan Tarkentown had a pretty solid week last week. No PQ wins for Quinlan Tarkentown last week, but was 4th overall with the most appearances in top 8 last week, and Quinlan has really been doing that for most of the season, right there in the top 5 of the PQ wins and the most top 8 appearances. So Quinlan Tarkentown doing some work here at Tabletop Gaming Center.
Yeah, and we actually have an ample amount of time left after that one. The 2-0 sweep there means that we have about a little bit less than 24 minutes left in the round, and as you can see here from the crowd shot, there are a lot of players still playing. In
Oh
fact, it
yeah,
looks like probably a
absolutely.
large majority of the tables are still playing. All right. I think we are going to do I think we are maybe going to do a winners interview here. So let's get we're gonna get Tom on here and ask him some questions about that victory. And yeah, that should be coming up shortly. In the meantime, I think the players are deciding and stuff before that takes place. In the meantime, shout out to Claire and Titanic for bringing out the camera hardware and setup to make this stream possible. And shout out to the store here. And this is the Tabletop Gaming Center in Newington, Connecticut. And they want to thank everyone for watching today. They're excited to be hosting a planetary qualifier, and they want you guys to know that if you are local or willing to travel, they have a wide range of scheduled events. And for Star Wars, they have both a Monday casual event and a Saturday constructed tournament for Star Wars Unlimited. Additionally, they have a monthly draft event, with the next one being on the 12th of March. So if you are a Star Wars Unlimited fan near Newington, Connecticut, you might want to check out the Tabletop Gaming Center.
Absolutely. Sounds like some really cool stuff going on there at Tabletop Gaming Center, and it is super cool to see them supporting Star Wars Unlimited in such a big way. Now, a little update. I don't know, there may be another one, but it looks like for sure of our former PQ winners, Sunny D is undefeated. So we do have one of the former Planetary Qualifier winners undefeated right now through the first 4 rounds. Right now, we are just getting set. Should be bringing that interview with our winner shortly. Here he is, Tom. Big win in round 4. How you doing?
Feeling pretty good. This is awesome.
That was, yeah, no, that was epic. You played it super well. And, how did you feel about that Quinlan Tarkentown mirror match? What do you feel about that match?
It was actually my second one in the first 4 matchups, so I feel very lucky that I played it already because it's weird and I don't get a lot of practice against it. So it being my second one, I felt like I was more prepared going into it.
Now, we saw that you had cunning in your deck, out of aspect or half in aspect or whatever. You didn't end up needing it to secure that win in the second game there. But how has that been doing for you as an out of aspect card?
It's been good. It's totally new. Like this is I think the first tournament I'm playing it, and I like it against decks like earlier in the day I played Anakin Blue, and Anakin likes to drop like one big card that uses all their resources, and I'm just kind of like dirtling around, and so like the surprise swing in for +4, right? It was huge in my Anakin matchup, so I was kind of holding it there, looking to see if I can get that big swing. But yeah, it's been pretty good. It's just so versatile, even at 6. Um, it's been doing great.
Yeah, that's cool. I mean, it's a really good sideboard inclusion, it seems, and I mean, sounds like you're having success with it, so that's really nice. Now, in this particular match, what did you feel like was really the turning point for you in these two games?
So I feel like turn one is very big, like trying to avoid falling behind. You know, I think in the first game, he got initiative and he played the L3, which is fine. I don't, it's good to avoid him. It was good for him, but I wasn't really too worried about it. And then in the second one, I passed to avoid that. And then I think the biggest like obstacle is the flip turn because they're gonna have the Plo Koon and I have the Plo Koon, so it's like trying to keep them out of coordinate and also trying to make
Right.
sure you have an answer to the Plo Koon because one of the worst parts is the Plo Koon hitting again into your base. So I think that flip turn when you're both you have the same game plan, like how can you get the one that comes out with the advantage? So you're just kind of stalling until they play their stuff. I think that was really the turning point.
Yeah, then Plo Koon being able to take out the opponent's leader in conjunction with Quinlan's ability is very strong.
Hmm.
I'm curious what role the discard effects play in this matchup. With cards like Force Throw, Spark of Rebellion, K2 potentially. What do you
Hmm.
think?
Yeah, it's interesting. I think we were talking a little bit afterwards, and he was focusing a little bit more on discard. I I wanted to be faster than him, and I wanted to focus more on a board presence. I thought if I could get my cards out of my hand and onto the board, the discard wouldn't be that effective. So I sideboarded my sparks out, um, and I kept the force throws because I think they're always so good. But I think it can be like kind of a race to see who can get the other's hand down first. But I think if you're playing aggressively and you're getting your stuff on the board, then it's not going to affect you quite as much.
Interesting points for sure. We actually saw it. It was kind of interesting when you were able to get your Cura down and stop Rawtex from getting his Cura. So I mean that's
Yeah.
interesting. Like if you get your Cura out first and then stop their Cura, that was certainly an interesting line. Now, you are off to a fantastic start today. You are undefeated, and I'm curious. Have you been playing in multiple planetary qualifiers, or is this your first one? What's been the process for you here in this season?
Yeah, I mean this is my first PQ. I played in my local showdowns and stuff, and I feel like my my local meta, is great practice because like there's not like one deck that's dominating or two decks. I feel like I've practiced with everything. So this is my first one. It's been awesome. I was not expecting to be 4-0 or to be on the stream at all. So yeah, I'm just taking it one game at a time.
Yeah, very cool. I think sometimes that's what you got to do. Take it game by game, and if you end up in a good spot, that's great. And if you have a tough one, just try and reset and go in fresh to the next one.
Hmm.
Do you have any particular tips you would give to other players who are interested in potentially playing Quinlan Tarkentown?
Oh man. I don't know. I think I would just say like don't be afraid to keep a very low curve. That's like what my deck has been doing this entire season is I've had one of the lowest curves, and I feel like it gives you so much more flexibility when you get to those later turns to be able to make all these extra plays. I see a lot of decks that run like the higher cards like Han and Millennium Falcon and stuff, and I think if you can keep a lower curve, especially against like the aggro decks, I think you're in good shape. But I'm no expert on Quinlan at all, so it's just the best fit for everyone.
Well, Tom, we certainly appreciate the insight into Quinlan and the insight into that match. Thank you so much for doing the interview. And again, big congratulations on the win. And you're off to a great start. Best of luck the rest of the way. And hopefully we'll see you in the top 8 later.
Yeah, thanks, dude. Appreciate it.
Thanks. So there you go, Tom, our winner of the round 4 feature match. Great stuff. The Quinlan Tarkentown mirror match. And yeah, he delivers. And that's really cool, Tower. His first PQ, he's at the top table on the stream. He's undefeated. What a start for his first planetary qualifier.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll see just how far he can take it.
Yeah. Now, guys, I think we're going to be taking a break here in just a second. We've got about 15 minutes left in round 4. And this is going to be the end of the road for me. It has been so much fun. I'm going to have to actually step away, heading out of town for the weekend. But we're going to have a very exciting guest coming on and doing some casting with Tower number 9 for the rest of the way. But Tower, it has been a pleasure doing casting with you this PQ season.
Yeah, nice as always to have you here on the stream, Josh, and enjoy your time off, and we'll probably be seeing you later for some other broadcasts here.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much, Tower. Claire and Tim, again, big shout out to you guys. You guys are doing fantastic work. Thank you so much for making these streams possible. Again, thank you to Tabletop Gaming Center for putting on this event. But again, that's going to wrap it up for round 4. So we'll step away for a short break. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We've got round 5 of Swiss coming soon from the Tabletop Gaming Center Planetary Qualifier in Connecticut.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Tabletop Gaming Center PQ in Connecticut. My name is Mickey D. You might not recognize my voice. I'm not Josh nor Tower. I will be hopping in for Josh in the back half of this tournament. You can find me on YouTube at Mickey D. Sue, and I'm a member of the Bothan Network competitive team. So, any places you have seen or can find Bothans, I'll probably be around there as well. We are heading into round 5 of Swiss here. We just watched the Quinlan Tarkentown mirror and getting to the latter half of Swiss. So far, I've been keeping up with the stream and watching, and it's been a lot of Han and a lot of Tarkentown. Even our Sabine player was playing Tarkentown today. So obviously, there's probably some other Sabines in the room, but really seeing the power of that epic action 3 damage to base. So yeah. I'm not quite sure what matchup we're going to have next on stream, but the pool of undepleted players is slowly shrinking, and so going to have some more expected faces up at the top. Been a lot of meta. We talked about a lot of Tarkentown. I think so far the most exciting deck we've seen today has been that Quinlan or that Sabine Tarkentown list.
Yeah, what do you think about that one, Mickey? The double red Sabine.
So in a field of like Tarkentown and Hans, going wide is a really good strategy. It is a little interesting because that deck can kind of play both roles, right? It has a ton of 1-drops, but it also runs like Arm to the Teeth and the Dark Saber. So it can also go tall, and it gives you that versatility to kind of play the game plan that's most painful for your opponent to play against. However, it does then run into the issue of if you draw the Dark Sabers and the Arm to the Teeth against the Djangos, you're kind of out of luck in that matchup. And vice versa, if you're trying to go wide into an overwhelming barrage deck, it can be a bit tricky. But I've played the deck a little bit. It's a lot of fun for sure, and it's definitely a different and interesting take on the Sabine archetype, and can catch people off guard, and that's really valuable in a bigger tournament.
Yeah, I've played a lot of double red Sabine myself, but with a pretty different version of it.
Mm-hmm.
I think Chrono's composition is a lot swarmier, whereas the one that I was playing was more like a traditional Sabine deck.
All right, and looks like we have our pairings for round 5. We have Stephen Caro on Kira ECL, and then Team Mythic's Pascal Maynard, who you may recognize that name if you followed Magic back in the day. He was a Pro Tour competitor. He had several GP and PT top 8s, and he is on Han 1 yellow. So some more Han action here today.
Yeah, we've seen Han do pretty well. We've seen Han do pretty well in some of the other matches from the stream, and we'll see whether Pascal can get us another win for Han here.
Yep. I will say this Kira ECL deck, one of the reasons you want to play it is this matchup. Now, it's not a free win by any means. Kira ECL struggles to get free wins in general, and Han Solo, I don't think, is out of any matchup. But you have a lot of the best tools in Kira to fight Han. Pershing is a really valuable card, as well as ECL Gideon to take care of all of their 5 health units, and Darth Vader and Maul ambushers in the late phase. So Kira ECL definitely has the tools to fight this matchup up, but Han Solo drawing any amount of cunnings is going to be tough for any deck to beat.
Yeah, Cunning. We were discussing it earlier on the stream. Cunning is just such a powerful card, and
Yeah.
with all these double aspect decks, seeing those legendary events can be a big factor in the draw variance for games. Seeing them versus not seeing them.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's the main reason to go into these double aspects. There's other good double aspect cards like Bodhi Rook and Cantina Bouncer in double cunning, but I don't think you'd be playing double yellow with maybe with Han because of DJ, but otherwise, cunning is such a
No,
big
I'm
draw.
with you, Mickey. I think cunning for 4 is one of the main reasons to do this composition, and I think similarly, if you're playing like Iden double blue, a huge part
Mhm.
of that is vigilance for 4.
Yes, I mean the Sabine Targentown deck. You get Targentown, which is a big draw, but also that aggression for 4
Yeah.
can be really, really powerful.
When I was first playing it, it was specifically for Tarkentown, but aggression is a very strong card in that deck as well. And there can even be some nasty synergies where you do stuff like if you play Wing Leader and buff a Green Squadron A-Wing, it still only has 3
Ooh.
base power, so you can still ready it with aggression and then swing for 5.
I've done the attack with Benthic 2 tubes, ready your Benthic 2 tubes, attack again, give something raid 4.
Ah, nice.
That is a little dangerous because it's weak to removal, but very powerful when you can pull it off. But
Yeah, sometimes somebody spends all their resources on something or takes the initiative early or whatever, and you're just like, all right, here we go.
yep. Looks like we've resolved mulligans here. Pascal looking at a hand of, it looks like a Falcon and a Bodhi, as well as a couple other cards, maybe a Kira in there. And Bodhi seems especially powerful in this matchup because one of the main ways as Kira that you can stay on pace with Han is finding that resupply or that super laser tech, and Bodhi can answer one of those
Yep.
in the resupply.
Looks like Steven's going to lead us off with Inferno 4, looking at his top 2 cards, and I think he left both of them right there on top of the deck.
That's never a good sign if you're a Pascal fan. You you want to see at least one of those go to the bottom. It means Steven's set up for next turn. I wouldn't be surprised if he left like a resupply or a super laser tech on top of his deck there.
Pascal uses Han's ability, Steven takes the initiative, and there's Bodhi. Oh, and it
And
misses.
a whiff. It looks like Steven might have resourced to set up his hand to be insulated against that Bodhi. And he has the super laser tech to ramp next turn. Obviously,
Yeah,
it's been only one turn, but this is about the ideal start for Steven, I think.
yeah, I was about to say, Mickey, this sequence has gone really well for Steven early on in this game. Let's see how it continues here.
Yep.
So if you're Steven, would you want to use ECL or do you just play Super Laser Tech normally?
I just play it normally because ECL is really valuable for taking out those techs and those DJs, whether it be with a Death Trooper or a Gideon Hask,
Hmm.
getting those 5 health units. And if the Han player here just bounces my Super Laser Tech and doesn't develop to the board, I'm generally pretty okay with that.
Yeah. It is a little vulnerable to waylay, but you can potentially just replay that. Not a huge issue.
Hmm.
And Steven indeed plays out that super laser technician.
Yep. And like if he waylays here, and then next turn, which we're gonna see, next turn you can just replay it and then ping it with your Kira shield ability, which will deal 2 damage and give it a shield, but it's already defeated. So then you'll get the resource ready, and your Kira flip is ready to go, which is another great answer to those techs and those DJs.
Yeah, I do think that there is a potential vulnerability to cunning on this upcoming turn. Someone
Yes,
in chat pointing this out also. Activate cunning, bounce, and +4. So we'll
yes,
see how Steven does it. Now he could also get around that by using the ECL now. That's the other thing. Like even if you didn't use it the first time, you could still use it the second time with that super laser tech.
exactly. It's
But it
very
looks like it's just a
versatile.
normal play.
Yep. And we might see this the raw cunning for 4 here. Yep. And we're gonna get another bounce and another and the buff on the body. So now the double bounce, if you're going this game plan as Pascal doing a bunch of the bounce, you need to be pushing a lot of damage while you're doing it, and cunning is perfect for that.
Yeah, so Pascal is landing quite a bit of damage, 10 damage on Steven's base already.
Yep. And with the knowledge that Pascal had cunning, I like the waylay play on the super laser tech a lot more because it lets you keep him off of an early deploy.
Yeah, that turn 1 felt like it was great for Steven, but in turn 2 and 3, his attempts to get that super laser technician set on the board just kept getting bounced.
Yep. So now I think the ramp plan is a little over for Steven. Like, I don't think you really want to be doing that. Getting to your 7s is powerful, but you really need to be ready to answer Han this turn and prevent a 7. So something like a
Yeah, so
perilous
what are
position.
Kira's best options for stopping that 5-6-7 from Han?
Perilous position is good, and it's probably the cleanest answer. If you had ramped, you can get one of the 7-cost ambushers. You also have your deploy, so it doesn't stop them from getting to 7, but if Han deploys and then you deploy in response, they either trade their Han for your Kira, which makes it so Kira's off the board, or you can follow up with like an overwhelming barrage to clean some stuff up. You're still gonna have a 7 to deal with, but like if you manage to clean the board with overwhelming barrage and they play even a DJ or an Emphas Nest, DJ's the toughest because you're down to resource, but if you follow up with like a Power of the Dark Side or a Fell the Dragon and clean the board, start to go into the late game, it can be all right for you.
Yeah, it's interesting here. Is there any merit to deploying Kira before Han so that you can potentially fire an OB before Han goes to 7?
That is totally valid. And if it's a little dangerous in this case because Pascal still has that Bodhi readied, but the second that Bodhi attacks, if Steven flips, that kind of is telegraphing to me an overwhelming barrage or something of that nature.
Yeah, we'll have to see how it develops. A lot of options for what happens in these crucial turns. The leader flips, as is often the case, are very important.
Yes.
Looks like Pascal opens up by using Han's ability, throwing a card from hand into the resources. He's now in position to deploy Han. Steven is going for the continued ramp game plan, though, bringing out that super laser technician that kept getting bounced earlier.
Yeah. It means to me, if I'm on the opposite side of the table here, I think Steven probably has a powerful 7 in his hand that he wants to deploy, like a Maul or a Vader, if he's this insistent on trying to get from 5 to 7.
Yeah, normally ramp is a lot more valuable when it's bringing your leader out earlier, and afterwards it falls off pretty sharply in value. But Steven is still pressing the issue here.
Lego Pizza in chat mentioning Kira plus Falcon is great here. It's a good pressure, like good combo to get pressure both on the hand and on the base and just start squeezing Kira out of the game, removing her answers to your threats while presenting more of them.
It looked like Pascal was contemplating deploying Han, but first he swings with Bodhi, and Steven uses Kira's ability to kill his own super laser technician and ramp up. Now we see the flip from Pascal.
Flip into flip, and we'll see if Pascal goes to trade for the Kira or just goes base. With 13 damage, I'm inclined to go to the base, especially if there's a Falcon in the hand, because I think Steven's gonna clean up the Han for me, and he doesn't have the resources available to overwhelming barrage this turn.
Yeah. Now one factor is that if Steven swings Kira into Bodhi, Kira will remain alive on 1 HP and go up to 7 power, which could potentially enable a very strong barrage in the next turn.
That's true. And I think, oh, we're just
But
gonna
it
go
looks
to
like
the
it's just the
trade.
trade.
Yep. That is a very interesting game plan, and if Steven went for it, I still think you can kind of pressure the base as Pascal because you play your Falcon and you can play your Kira to name overwhelming barrage, and
Good point.
so they can't play it next turn because it would cost 8 resources. Plus, you can bounce the Falcon to your hand again to protect it from the overwhelming barrage.
Oh, and it's DJ from Smuggle taking one of Steven's resources.
Undoing that ramp he did this turn, preventing him from getting to a 7 cost.
Boy, I have to say, I think Pascal is very far ahead in this game right now.
Yes, I don't know what Steven still has his ECL available, so that can answer one of these threats the following turn, but he's playing from so far behind here.
Yeah, I mean, he only has 8 HP left on his base. He just got hit by DJ. Kira already flipped and, traded for Han, but didn't get any really lasting value. I don't know.
Yeah, this is tough.
Yeah, and it looks like we're going to be going into the next turn here. Steven with 8 HP left on base, and Pascal with 26. And to make matters worse for Steven, Pascal has the stronger board.
Yeah. Couple turns away from a super laser blast, which would be kind of what you're looking for here.
He won't get there in time.
I don't think so, unless he has a way to both delay damage this turn and ramp, so like a perilous position plus a resupply. But then after you super laser
Yeah,
blast, your opponent just gets to develop afterwards.
an ECL super laser technician might not be the worst thing here. It would allow him to kill Bodhi while also ramping up. But
Get up to 4, potentially put you into takedown or fellow dragon range,
there
and
it
that's
is.
looks like the play that's going to happen. Yeah.
All right. Pascal left with only DJ on the field, but having already discarded his opponent's resource thanks to Han's ability, he doesn't really care if DJ dies.
Nope. 7 resources, grip full of cards. Probably has some smuggle in that resource row. It's going to be an uphill fight for Kira here.
Let's see how this goes. Looks like it's just a direct swing.
Read a
3
base.
more damage onto Steven's base. Only 5 HP left for Steven.
Yep. The Falcon in hand is going to put Steven up to 23 if Pascal goes that route.
Yeah, and we have a Pike Sentinel coming out for Steven, providing some degree of protection in the ground arena, though not the strongest unit in the game for this phase. And it just gets picked off by Han Reluctant Hero, it looks like.
Looks like Pascal's thinking about it, but that's the play he's leaning towards right now. Yep,
That
and he
makes
goes
sense
for it.
because if he had not removed it quickly, Steven could have used Kira's ability to give the Pike Sentinel a shield, making it more difficult to clear out.
Yes. A 2-1 shielded with Sentinel is very, very hard for these decks to deal with if they're not bouncing it. It's hard for them to chew through combat.
Yeah. Now, Han is also threatening lethal in one swing here because he has 6 power and there's only 5 HP left on Steven's base. So Steven needs to come up with an answer for that Han Reluctant Hero very quickly, or else that's going to be the game.
Yep. Something like one of those big 7-cost ambushers can do it. Vader with a Death Trooper coming with it, or even a Sentinel to protect from the Han for a turn. Obviously, it's asking a lot for your opponent not to have any way to deal with that Pike Sentinel, like a Waylay or a Cunning to just bounce it back to the hand after Vader ambushes into the DJ. The Han solo, after Pike Sentinel is bounced, can just come through for a game. But as Steven here, you're in a spot where you need some miracles.
Yeah, you got to play to your outs. Maul trades for Han. I think that should also deal 1 damage to Pascal's base with Overwhelm. They
Yes,
may have
but
missed that, but it doesn't matter. There's
hot,
the hot shot.
hot shot pump for 5 to the base will do it, and Pascal will take game 1. So that was a very interesting game where the early game was very much fought over that super laser tech, and I think Pascal did a good job showing of if you can keep them off of ramp while still pushing damage, that can be a really good game plan into Kira.
Yeah, and then while Steven did eventually land actually 2 super laser attacks, one of them was very late in the game. And the
Mhm.
first one was quickly counteracted by DJ, taking a resource away from Steven.
Yep. I do wonder. So oftentimes games I have found can be decided on the flip turn, and there was an interesting dance done there where Steven flipped into the Han after Han deployed. I'm wondering if there's maybe some ECL plays, or if he could have kept that Kira alive, like you mentioned, to even threaten the overwhelming barrage, because even just threatening it might make Pascal play a little bit more defensively, trade into your units a little bit more, which can give you the extra time to get to those 7 resource plays.
Yeah, ultimately, it didn't seem like Steven was really able to get his game plan going, to be honest with you. He felt, aside from that first turn, which worked pretty well for him, it felt like he was really on the defensive and just like barely trying to scrape together a stable board and not really getting there.
hmm That's why Super Laser Tech can be a double-edged sword in this matchup. It's insulated against Bodhi, but it requires it to stick on board, and it requires an extra action to actually get that ramp off, whereas resupply is just immediate going up a resource.
Yeah.
So,
Of the two, I think ever since the Spark of Rebellion days, Super Laser Technician has had stronger upside, but it's also had many more counters than Resupply tends to have. Resupply is much more reliable compared to Super Laser Tech.
yes, 100% agree. Ideally, in this matchup, you are drawing resupply off the top of the deck on
Yeah.
turn 2. Unfortunately, that doesn't happen very often, but it is the play you're looking for. Or if you open 2 resupplies in your opening hand and you keep both of them, getting one discarded with Bodhi can still hurt, but going up to 5 resources is really uh, the important thing there.
Yep. And what do you think about the sideboarding for this matchup? If you're Steven, what are you putting in to try and have a better game 2 against Pascal?
So you can go like the top target route. I don't think that is necessarily correct. This game isn't really won on damage. It can be a bit of a damage race, but it's not the major game plan, I think, for Han. Han is looking to disrupt you and kind of overwhelm you with cunnings. Um, although, if I wouldn't be surprised if Steven brought him in. I want more answers to Tech and DJ, and I want more disruption up the curve a little bit. So if he has any more 7s in his sideboard, something like another Maul. If he has Devastator, that can be an interesting. That's more for the Django matchup, but stopping potential late game pushes with the Falcons. Although it's hard to get to 10 resources, so another arguable one. Realistically, Kira's kind of mostly main deck ready for this matchup.
Yeah, that makes sense. The double yellow Han, it is kind of the deck to beat. It's not in as dominant a position as we saw with Boba in the previous season, but it's still prominent enough that you hope that your deck has at least some game into it without having to side, to be honest.
Yes. Um, without knowing Steven's exact deck list, it is hard to say exactly how he's looking pre-board, but any amount of Gideons or Vader's, Maul's perilous positions, I would expect to come in if they're in the sideboard. But oftentimes those cards are in the main deck.
Yeah, it's interesting. And I want to give a shout out to Ilithian. My apologies if I mispronounced that, who has subscribed with Amazon Prime. Thank you for supporting the channel, Ilithian. Ooh.
So Spark this time, but getting that resupply out of hand is powerful. However, having a Pershing on turn 1 instead of an Inferno 4 to set up and recover from this discard is pretty powerful.
It looks like Pascal was taking a little bit of time to read the card there for Long Pike.
Yep. Coming from Magic, I wouldn't be surprised if Pascal doesn't know every card like the back of his hand. And I always encourage, if you're not 100% sure about what a card does, it's no shame to read the card and make sure you know exactly what something does.
Yeah, it's better to maybe look a little silly or whatever than it is to be overconfident in some half-remembered thing from a pre-release event or whatever and end up getting surprised.
Mm-hmm. And Steven top decked the resupply, but Bodhi to get the overwhelming barrage here is a great response.
Dr. Pershing is giving Steven some recovery from those discard effects from Pascal, though.
Mm-hmm. That's why I think Pershing is probably the best turn 1 play as Kira in this matchup. It doesn't present any board presence, but it does allow you to recover from the Sparks and the Bodhies, which is really the early game plan for Han Yellow in this matchup generally.
So if you're Pascal, are you going to send Bodhi towards the base, or are you going to use him to try and attack Pershing and prevent some of those future draws?
I think I want to get Pershing down because I've already stripped 2 cards out of Steven's hand. And I want to keep him low on cards and keep his resource decisions being very awkward. And that looks like what Pascal is going for. Pershing's not. Oh, not
yeah, he
supposed to be that
immediately
high.
uses it. Yeah.
Yep, just shortcut in there.
I had that same little pause. So in that situation, viewers, Bodhi swung in and took Pershing down to 1 HP, and Steven immediately used Pershing, damaging and defeating himself to draw that extra card. Pascal brings out the Gamorrean Guards, 4/4 with conditional Sentinel.
But ECO
Ooh.
Gideon, this is one of the best plays I think you can have in this matchup.
Gideon Hask also sometimes very strong against Sabine with that
Yes.
ability to ambush her. If you've ramped, you can ambush in and kill Sabine on her flip. And in this case, I think there's a good chance Pascal will end up trading Bodhi for Gideon.
I think Steven might flip here to heal the Gideon and just get the Bodhi off the board.
Very good point.
And
Yeah, he's doing it.
It's maybe not the highest value Kira flip, but it gives you such a dominant board presence while also keeping your Gideon healthy, and you get an
Yeah.
extra experience this way.
Yeah. Now let's see if he remembers his trigger. He doesn't. He seems to have missed it.
Should have another experience there. And it's not a Meg trigger, so should have another experience somewhere, but
Yeah. So Gideon is not a once per round. So
Mhm.
you can potentially trigger that many times in one turn, kind of similar to Aiden when she's deployed.
Mhm.
And in this situation, it could have given an extra experience to somebody.
Looks like we might have caught it here. Yep, reading it. It's not once per turn. Yeah, Gideon paired with Overwhelming Barrage, taking out 2 or 3 units and then pumping out 2 or 3 power is very explosive.
So if you had remembered that, which of the units would you have given the experience to?
It's a tough call. There's not really any pings I'm scared about. I might have given it to the Kira just because it's insulated from the bounce effects. But my Kira might be ready to trade with Han anyway. So it's really dependent on my hand, I think. Like if I have an overwhelming barrage in hand, I think I put it on the Kira. But otherwise I think I might want to put it on the Gideon.
This is a very good start for Steven this time.
Yes. Had the resupply instead of the super laser tech, had the Pershing instead of the Inferno 4. Just showing how like those small upgrades in early plays, like having the first option instead of the second option, can really change how a matchup looks in the mid to late game.
Yeah, and Inferno 4 isn't exactly a bad card, but Pershing is really what you want to be doing, especially when your opponent is throwing out those discard effects.
Yes. Looks like we
There's
might.
speculation in chat there might be a judge call pertaining to what happened with the missed trigger on Gideon.
Yep, looks like we're resolving that here. Also, I just noticed Steven's mat it looks like an old Star City Games regional mat.
Yeah.
So Steven might be familiar with Pascal here as well, both coming from a Magic background, it seems.
Yeah, whereas Pascal has the Team Mythic Force mat, I believe.
Yep.
Now, what is the missed trigger ruling in this game? This was actually a really big controversy in Flesh and Blood TCG recently
Mhm.
because there was a situation where in the finals of a big tournament, somebody missed an extremely important trigger. Their opponent saw that they had missed the trigger but did not point it out and just allowed the trigger to miss and ended up winning the game maybe on the back of that situation. And in Fab, that is correct rules as written, but hated by the player base.
Yeah, I believe it's the responsibility of both players. I know at least that how bounties work is if you control an enemy with a bounty, you have to remind your opponent that they are allowed to claim it. So it might be
Yeah.
the responsibility of the person who owns the card of the trigger.
Yeah, so
Um,
Fab had a ruling that you don't have to call your opponent's triggers, essentially, and you're responsible for your own triggers, and if you miss it, you miss it.
mhm.
But I don't know if that's the case in this game. I think in this game, you're supposed to be. Yeah, it's weird. I think you're supposed to be reminding your opponent of optional abilities, but it's not mandatory.
Yes.
But I think I don't know if that's the case for mandatory abilities as we have here.
Mhm.
Um,
I am not as brushed up on the rule book, so whatever the judge would say, I would just go with
yeah,
because
yeah.
I'm gonna trust the judge in that situation. But it is an interesting discussion.
Yeah, my understanding is that it would technically be like some minor penalty for both players, but I
I
don't know if they
believe
roll it
so.
back or what.
I think it might have to do with being able to reverse the game state, and since no new cards were played since the trigger was missed, I believe it would be easy enough to roll back and just put an
Uh,
experience token on something, and then
The
both
one
players
little
getting
the
like a
one little joker in the deck though is did they draw cards? Because conceivably your decision might change based on what you saw drawing in your hand.
yes.
And so that creates an awkward scenario.
Hmm.
I think currently where the match is paused as they wait for a judge to decide how to do this exactly. But
Yep.
we'll see what happens.
looks like things are getting resolved here, just based on hand motions. It's hard to fully tell, but
Yeah.
we are resourcing now. It looks like the experience will not be put out.
Okay.
Resume without experience. Yep.
All right. So they're resuming without experience, I think, and there is a 6-minute time extension, which is good because if Pascal wins this, we could be getting tight on time for game 3.
Yes. And looks like Cantina Bouncer bouncing the Gideon. And Steven just chonking in for 7 with that Kira.
If you can get Kira to swing into a 3-power unit after her flip, she suddenly becomes extremely threatening just in terms of throwing damage out there.
And especially Pascal had that answer in the Cantina Bouncer, but the line of like ramp into ECL Gideon into flip Kira and attack into a 3-power unit can make it so Kira can finish the game very quickly. You almost become
Yeah.
an aggro style deck at that point. Just
I
putting
was
the
taken
damage
by
on the
surprise
dice.
by that actually, I think it was like a limited or draft event that I played early on in set 2, where I was thinking, oh, my opponent's playing Kira, that's a later game deck, but he was able to attack into a 3-power unit, go up to 7 damage and start swinging for 7 and turn that corner really fast.
It's really fun too because Kira can push that damage with that setup, but also she's favored in the late game. So if you make your opponent inefficiently spend resources to try and keep their base total high, that allows you to draw more cards and maybe ramp a little bit more and set yourself up even better for the late game. So keeping your opponent on your toes and being able to switch between those two different roles is a really powerful place for Kira to be.
Yeah, there was something a little odd here. So Pascal deployed Han, and Steven fired off an overwhelming barrage, defeating Han. But there should have been some damage left over to assign to that Cantina Bouncer as well. And I think it's conceivable that Steven forgot that, given that the perhaps more typical situation is Kira with 4 damage on her plus overwhelming barrage hitting for exact 6 on Han. Doesn't really
Yes.
matter because it wouldn't have been enough to kill the Bouncer, and the Bouncer just trades with Kira on this next turn.
Yes, but good to know, especially with like a missed Gideon trigger. And now that, I wonder if Steven's maybe a little nervous being on camera, but he's been playing well so far. So
Long Pike, I believe, from the hand, not smuggled in here after that trade. Let's see what Pascal does in response.
if I'm Pascal here, it looks like he has a Bodhi in hand. 3 resources. I'm thinking about Perilous Position and especially like a Power of the Dark Side. So I'm leaning towards that Bodhi first to just clear the way for my Falcon or maybe something from Smuggle like a tech if we use Han's ability to resource here. So we'll see which way he goes. Looks like he will take that line.
There is one target there. What is it?
Top
Oh, no,
target
2 targets. Top target, and what's that
and
second one?
Palpatine's Return, maybe?
Hmm.
Yep, it looks like it's Palpatine's Return, which is another card I was thinking if it's in the sideboard, you might bring it in. Because if they, like, if your opponent Spark of Rebellion into you and sees a Maul and a Palpatine's Return, they're kind of stuck in a catch-22 where no matter what, you're going to get that Maul back.
Yeah, it's one way or another. And so if you're Pascal, I assume you take Palpatine's Return. Top target doesn't seem the most relevant here.
I agree, but since Steven already has 2 big threats in hand, maybe your only out is to race, but I think that it's correct. You just, with 2 threats in hand, you're going to have to chew through them eventually, and so just get the 3rd one.
Yeah, it looks like Pascal agrees with us, taking the Palpatine's Return out of Steven's hand, but Steven is still left with a very powerful hand.
And just claims. I agree. You just want to not give your opponent time to like claim and maybe spark another card out of your hand. Just make sure you get to slam your big 7 cost unit on the board next turn.
Yeah, and he could throw out the top target, but he has no damage on his base, so it barely does anything.
Yeah,
And it's also useful maybe to just keep that in hand as insulation against a random discard, or as something that you can potentially resource in future turns if you draw 2 good cards.
exactly. L3 is an interesting threat here from Smuggle. Can't be taken out by any of those ambushers, at least unless you get like a Death Trooper off of the Vader, but there's already a relatively nice target out there in the Bodhi.
Yeah, I think ideally Pascal would be doing more than smuggling out L3. It's not as
Yeah,
if L3 is bad. She's actually a very good card, but at this phase in the game, a little small for what you're looking for.
yeah. And Lego Pizza in chat mentioned just too little damage on base for the Kira player. I think I agree. There's 0 damage on base. It kind of goes back to what I was talking about where Steven took this little bit of an aggro game plan with the Gideon and the Kira flip and the overwhelming barrage, which made it so Pascal had to trade into Steven's units, which let him get to the late game with almost no damage on his base.
Now, if you're Pascal, at some point soon, are you thinking about scooping for time, Steven? Or sorry,
Uh,
not Steven, Mickey.
I think so. I will want to see one more big threat. If my opponent drops like an Avenger or a Reinforcement Walker, I think that might be when I scoop it up. Just a Maul Invader, you might be able to chew through with like techs and DJs and some good smuggle value, but I think also Pascal has a Change of Heart in his hand, which can be, if Steven's not expecting it, can be a game breaker if he develops like a Reinforcement Walker or something.
Looks like so Steven plays Vader, ambushes Bodhi, and brings out a super laser technician. Pascal responds by smuggling a hotshot blaster onto L3. L3 defeats Vader and is still alive thanks to her shield.
It's very powerful, but the long pike here gets to pressure the base. You could put a shield on the L3 if you have an answer for it. If not, just 4 to base is totally fine here. And that super laser tech on defense is threatening that unshielded L3.
Right. I think if Pascal plays anything else, Steven would probably be pretty happy here to take the initiative and trade the super laser tech for L3 at the start of the next turn.
Mm-hmm. And if Pascal doesn't play anything else, you're pretty happy going into the next turn with only a 4-2 on the field.
Right. Another Bodhi from Pascal, and that
Oh.
top target was still in hand and gets picked out.
And it's almost identical. It was Vader and Maul, and it looks like
Yeah.
Steven drew another Vader, so.
Not what Pascal wants to see here at all, I think.
Mm-hmm. Vader is one of the best threats against Han Yellow because you get to have that go white game plan, which is good against stuff like Cunning, good against stuff like the bounce effects, and in this case, good against stuff like Change of Heart because no one threat is super scary if you get hit by it.
Yeah, if they use Change of Heart on Vader, he swings for 5. I mean, 5 is a decent amount, but
nothing
it's
scary.
not as scary as Change of Heart on Avenger or something.
Yep.
Someone in chat asking, is that actually Pascal from Magic the Gathering? I believe it is Pascal Menard, an experienced Magic the Gathering tournament competitor.
And he's doing well so far. I believe he's undefeated here at least one of the top tables. Looking a little down in this game, but up 1-0 in the match, so.
Yeah, I do think he's in trouble here, but it's not over yet. He has 11 damage on his base. Could be worse,
Mm-hmm.
The problem is that the Kira deck has the better endgame.
Mm-hmm. That Change of Heart is really what Pascal's clinging on to, I think. If he can somehow steal an Avenger, smack in for a lot of damage, and clear some of Steven's board.
Now, Pascal swings Bodhi into Lom Pike, and Steven responds by using Kira's ability to damage and shield that unit. Maybe foreseeing a potential ambush play here.
I think so. If Pascal is committing an attack into the Lom Pike, it's showing that he doesn't really have a bounce for it, and so shielding it and taking that action is relatively safe.
Pascal brings out DJ smuggled in from the row, taking one of Steven's resources.
But I believe Steven still has 7 up, and so one of those ambushers can come in and clear that DJ out.
That's right. And additionally, Pascal actually has yet to use Han's ability this turn. So he would not have the ability to discard it unless he gave up one of the cards from his hand. And he is getting low on cards.
Mm-hmm. But 7 left. I would imagine Vader here just cleanly. Oh, Maul looking to push that extra damage. Looking to get the game over with quickly.
He takes the damage on the shield there because Lom Pike is Underworld.
Sharp play.
Gets his resource back.
This is looking tough for Pascal.
It really is. I do think we're approaching scoop for time territory here. Now, it is worth noting these players do have a time extension based on the judge call earlier with respect to Gideon Hask. So I believe Claire said it was a 6-minute extension. So we're looking at close to half an hour. Maybe that's enough time that Pascal wants to play this out a bit more.
And he drew a second Change of Heart here, which is really interesting because Maul hits for a lot, and It's at 0, it's tough, but it's
Yeah.
interesting.
No, that's what I was about to say, Steven. Maul does hit for a lot, but also the amount of damage on Steven's base is 0.
Yes. And there's a really interesting play here where Lone Pike can attack into base and give both Maul and Lone Pike a shield so that when that Maul comes back, they're both shielded.
Right. Yeah, it's an ironic situation where Change of Heart might actually be to Steven's advantage in a sense, but it looks like he misses the play or chooses not to take it.
Mm-hmm.
I do think that's a bit of a gaffe because now Maul can kill Lon Pike and do major overwhelm damage.
Maul should
Now,
not.
why would he be dead? He shouldn't be dead. He takes
Should not be
4,
dead.
right? Yeah, still alive. What's happening here?
Looks like they're just going over. Might have missed something. Maybe Steven did do that play and just did not grab the dice yet. The double shield play.
But I mean, Maul's just on base stats. Maul should just live through
Yes.
this, right? It's only 4 damage.
Yep. Looks like they got that cleared up.
Maybe Pascal thought that Lon Pike had grit or something. I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Steven is going to get his Maul back.
Yep, and Pascal is at 9 health remaining, it looks like. So that Maul isn't enough on its own, but I don't know how much more Pascal can develop this turn. And Steven has full grip of cards and looks like 9 resources available, 10 maybe.
Going to be a Vader. Now, is he going to actually... Presumably, you just don't resolve the ambush here because your Maul's coming back?
I think so. This is just to kind of go wide here, make it difficult for Pascal to answer all of your threats.
Yeah, if he wanted to... Well, we'll see what he gets here.
Looks like Steven reading the card, making sure he knows he's going to get it back at the end of the turn.
Yeah, pays to make sure. Make sure.
Kazargar in chat thinking it's scoop time. I would tend to agree. But with that time extension, not running too far up on the clock right now. So
This
with the
is a
second
match
change
where
of
the
heart in
game can go a bit long, though.
Yes. With the second change of heart in hand, I'm willing to play out maybe one more turn, but I'm getting close to getting ready to scoop for time.
Shield for Vader from Kira, and it looks like Vader found a Dr. Pershing. And now Maul heads back over to Steven's side of the board, and it's looking grim for Pascal. We have 19 HP left on Steven's base, whereas Pascal's base has taken 21 and only has 9 HP left.
I will say Pascal does seem to be drawing the cards you'd be looking for in this situation. I believe he top decked a Spark of Rebellion and a Cunning that turn. So Cunning can allow you to save damage and maybe discard a random card out of your opponent's hand, and then Spark can take another card. But finding that Pershing off that Vader really takes the punch out of that type of play.
Yeah, Pershing is a major issue if the opponent is on a pure hand destruction game plan for trying to lock you out. Although, honestly, hand destruction has gotten worse in general as a game plan thanks to substantial smuggle cards being played in a lot of these decks.
Mm-hmm.
Back in the Spark of Rebellion days, discard tactics could sometimes just leave your opponent without a play. And these days, things like Long Pike from the row, we saw L3 from the row earlier. There's just a lot of smuggle cards.
Tech is huge for that. Just make your entire resource row your hand effectively.
Yeah.
So
Now, what card was played there to clear Vader?
Plo Koon traded into the Maul, I believe. And
yeah, other way around. He traded for Maul and then Vader swung.
Mm-hmm. Pershing's going to draw a card here. It's like Pascal resource and then is passing.
Well, now wait a minute. If he passes, if you're Steven, don't you just take the initiative and immediately win?
I think you just claim and kill your opponent, but plays out the Gideon. Pascal decides it is time to scoop for time, and we're going to see a game 3 between Steven and Pascal here.
Yeah. So we are going to have, looks like probably about 23 minutes because there is that 6-minute time extension. And we'll see who can win this. The winner of this game will lock up the match here in round 5 of Swiss at the Tabletop Gaming Center Planetary Qualifier.
Believe they will go to 5-0 and be well situated, not locked, but well situated to make the top cut.
Yeah, if you start out 5-0, and even if you lose your next 2 rounds, you probably have pretty good breakers because of where you are, and you have a pretty good shot. And if you're 5-0 and you win either of your next 2 rounds, I believe you make the cut for sure.
Yep, 6-1 should be locked no matter where you are. There are some situations where only 6-1s will make it, or only like 1 or 2 5-2s will make it, and you want to make sure you're not reliant on your tiebreakers if you can. So
Yeah. You don't want to be hoping to bubble in. You want to be, X and O or X and 1 and in that cut for sure.
mhm. Players shuffling up here pretty quickly. Doesn't look like either of them are revisiting their sideboards, so pretty comfortable with their game plan going into game 3. And we'll see Pascal on the play for the first time in this matchup. I'm not sure how much that changes the dynamic of this matchup because Han is often pretty action hungry in the early game anyways, but it'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, as you say, Mickey, Pascal often ends up. I mean, not just Pascal, Han players in general. When you use Han's ability, you give up an action, so it's kind of tempo negative. Often, if you start with the initiative, you don't end the first turn with it. If you end up going for one of those 3-cost plays.
Mm-hmm. I will say I'm not a Hanyo expert by any means, but I would think that having initiative opens up a very specific play line of you can spark your opponent turn 1, retain the initiative, and bow to your opponent turn 2 to keep initiative through the first 2 turns and really shred your opponent's hand.
Yeah, and Spark turn 1 can often be very effective if the opponent has only a single turn 1 play in particular. It can just blank their turn.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes people try that with Bazine Natal, but that version is riskier in some ways because the opponent might just draw into a turn 1 play, which might even be better than the one that you removed.
Yep. Lego Pizza in chat mentioning is that Spark into Tech DJs? Spark into Tech is gnarly. And I was thinking that the biggest card that is a boost from having initiative is Spark of Rebellion here. And looks
There's
like
Spark.
Pascal kept an opening hand with Spark.
Okay, so this is interesting here. So Pascal could take Inferno 4, which would blank Steven's first turn, but he could also instead choose to remove that super laser tech and try and prevent a potential ramp. Which would you go for here, Mickey?
I think I'm sniping that super laser tech. The easiest way for Steven to keep up is to get to 5 quickly. And it looks like Pascal agrees.
Yeah,
Now,
super laser tech out of the hand. Steven plays Inferno 4.
this Inferno 4 can help you dig for ramp and find it. If I'm Steven here, I'm binning almost anything that isn't a resupply or a super laser tech.
And he sends both cards to the bottom of the deck.
Pascal claims, and we go into the next turn.
Inferno 4, just a very solid card, not
Mm-hmm.
the best, but not the worst either. Nice consistency increase, do a little filtering, and 2 for a 2/3 in space isn't terrible.
Yeah. It's probably it's the best early space option in this color combo for sure.
Yeah, sometimes we've seen people playing the Black Sun Starfighter, but honestly, I think Inferno 4 is better than the Black Sun Starfighter and cheaper.
This is a super sharp play by Steven. So he ECL super laser tech into the tech. If you just run it out there, you get behind on actions in trying to like attack super laser tech into tech and not get DJ'd. But this way he kind of gets ahead on that action by 1, so he can still flip his Kira into the tech while having the right amount of resources.
Yeah, so let's see here. Right, so if Pascal wants to hit the tech DJ combo, he'll have to use Han's ability to create a temporary resource, which means that Steven can then flip Kira before DJ is actually played.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the question is, if he flips Kira before DJ, can he actually kill DJ?
You can attack and you don't get to keep the resource. So like you can attack into tech and then you have a 6/2 Kira that can trade into DJ the next turn. But by that point the damage has been done and you're down the resource.
Yeah, I'm not sure he can stop. I guess one thing he could do is if he has an overwhelming barrage, he could fire it from Inferno 4 to kill tech before DJ can be played here. It looks like Pascal is going for the immediate Han activation, which does somewhat signal DJ on the way.
And it looks like he puts a DJ from his hand into the resource row.
Yep. Let's see what Steven does in response. Now, one other thing that could happen here, he's just going to swing with Inferno. That does
That's
mean DJ could block Kira's flip here.
yes, but maybe Steven's on takedown in this list. And so if
Yeah,
he has the
or perhaps
takedown
he could in theory resupply here and
and then
then
flip,
bring out Kira and have her clear DJ, which would then get the resource back.
that's pretty good. So have to have some sort of answer here. Otherwise, I think getting tech DJ comboed is tough to come back from no matter what deck you are.
Yeah. I don't know if Steven has it. Let's see what he can do here.
He tries to
No,
flip, but he
illegal,
cannot.
illegal.
Yeah.
He tries to flip Kira, but he can't because he's lost that resource.
Yep, that's what's really tricky about this. Just another
And he
super
has
laser
the
tech.
super laser tech, but because he already wait, no, he can't. He can use Kira's ability to kill his super
Yep.
laser tech.
But Han gets to deploy here too.
True.
It's gonna be Han can now protect the DJ almost by attacking into the Kira. But
But
Pascal
it looks
just
like Pascal's just going aggro. He swings into the base. I liked your idea there. He could potentially like pass and have Han covering the Kira flip to prevent Kira from killing DJ.
maybe if you're Pascal, you're okay with your opponent spending so many resources just to take care of this DJ, and you have your Han out as well. But I don't know, keeping your opponent down a resource, because if they get that resource back, they get to go to 7 the following turn, and that's kind of the magic number as Kira. That's where your big ambush plays are.
Now here's the other factor. If Steven uses Kira to clear DJ, he's going to be on that 7 damage Kira again, which is a nice number as we were discussing earlier.
Looks like Pascal almost wanted to attack the tech into the Kira to make it a trade with the DJ, which I think
I
tech's
wouldn't
too
do that.
valuable. Yeah.
Yeah. Although I don't know. I mean, if Steven attacks into DJ and then you have that 7 power Kira, you probably don't want to leave that on the board next turn. So maybe you do attack with tech now? I don't know.
I think I would just claim, because push comes to shove, you can always just get that attack off with either tech or Han first action next turn.
All right. Well, this is interesting. Someone
This
in
has
chat
been
points out Lego Pizza saying Pascal should have attacked with tech first, which would have then left Han up to trade here. Yeah, and I do think that would have been a lot better for him.
This has been like a really interesting and explosive flip turn from both sides.
Absolutely. This has been a crazy turn. The it looked like Steven might have been caught in a real blunder if he thought that he was going to be able to flip his Kira there after the DJ landed, but he was able to do it anyway by bringing out the super laser tech and killing it with Kira's ability.
Yeah. Getting your resource back here. That's huge. Han getting to deploy early though. I'm not 100% sure on
I
who's
don't hate it if I'm
ahead.
Pascal. Like
Yeah.
it's tough. It's tough that he didn't get to land the full combo. But at the same time, getting Han on the field already is good. On the other hand, Steven now has the 7 damage Kira, but with that L3 can kill Kira and stay alive.
And Lego
I
Pizza mentioning the exact same thing in chat.
I think I just claim here if I'm Pascal, as Lego Pizza says, I don't care about this 2 damage from tech on the
No.
base or whatever. Well,
If
or
you're
you trade tech for Kira, I guess. But
Yeah.
I'd rather trade L3's shield for Kira.
The weird pressure so there's no way to avoid this, but you could argue attacking tech into Kira opens up your first action next turn to be attacking with Han, but then your opponent just gets to claim initiative and has the first action anyways. And so I think you will claim and keep your tech up and have 2 threats your opponent really wants to attack into in the Han and the tech.
Right. And one other thing is that if he does swing tech into Kira, it creates a scenario where there's potentially a double kill from just plain Supreme Leader Snoke, with both L3 and tech at that point going to 0 or -1 HP and dying.
Mhm.
But I think we're still a turn or two away from Supreme Leader Snoke, so maybe that's not the most relevant consideration at this phase.
No, but looks like Pascal did just claim there, and first action has to be attack that L3 into the Kira. I don't think you do, but I'm wondering if you ever attack Han into Kira to make sure you get to 7 resources here, because your opponent's most likely going to ambush in something.
Yeah, let's think about that. So what would you now there is another DJ in the row there.
Yeah, I think that's why I would attack L3 into Kira because oh, it looks like Pascal's at
No.
5.
Yeah, that's right, because he had that temporary resource from the first DJ, and
Mhm.
but then it got taken back. So even if he swings with Han, he won't be able to bring out his set. No, wait, he will because he has tech. But he doesn't need Han to do it. He can do it even without the temporary resource.
I wonder, I mean, there's an argument to first action just DJ keep him off 7 here, but I think OB is just too much of a blowout at that point.
Yeah, I think you take the kill with L3 personally.
Mhm. That's what Pascal's going to go for. And then if you're Steven here, if you have, I think I saw a maul in his hand. I think you have to go into the tech.
Yeah, it looks like it's a Vader. Maybe he had
Vader.
both.
He might have had both.
Now, if he can find a Death Trooper here, I don't know if he has one there, but if he can find one there, he could kill L3 as well.
Mm-hmm. Or even the Sentinel wouldn't be bad here to protect from health. Pershing would be a good find. Even Super Laser Tech would be fine.
Yeah.
There's a lot of good pulls, a lot of good options.
Does this deck play any of the 3-cost Sentinels? There's a few options for that. You have the Sol Block Guard, though it's broadly obsolete in favor of the Phase 3 Dark Trooper, but there's also the Magna Guard or
Early lists used to. I don't think they often do anymore.
yeah. You don't
If
really have the officials to support the Emperor's Royal Guard here, I don't think.
mm-hmm. And oftentimes on the 3 resource turn, you're looking to ramp anyway. Like that's
Good point.
either ramp or power.
Mm.
So
They are low on time, though. They have less than 5 minutes left in the normal round time. Now, they do have that 6-minute time extension, but the bases here are both above 20 HP. They got to pick up the pace.
yes, I don't criticize them for taking extra time in this phase of the game while both leaders are out, or while both leaders were out, because it's kind of the most complicated part of the mid game at the very least. But
Oh,
gotta,
that's interesting. Steven kills Han rather than Tech here.
I guess you're not too scared of a DJ because no matter what, if you get a resource up to 8, you're gonna go back to 7, and Han can't activate to defeat the resource.
Right. So even if Pascal went for the Tech DJ combo here, on the next turn, Steven could attack first action with Vader to kill DJ and then
Mhm.
would get his resource back. That's a very good point.
Yep.
Gonna be Zori Bliss from Pascal, I believe, played from hand here.
Mm-hmm. 4/7 body is very, very strong. Unfortunately, in the face of Maul, it's a little less scary, but still a pretty sticky unit. Very good threat
Yes.
against the Tarkentown decks.
Yeah, Zori lines up pretty unfavorably against Maul.
Mm-hmm. Tower, in this position, whose side would you rather be on here?
Ah,
Like,
man, it's a really complicated one. I think probably Steven, though, to be honest with you.
I think so
Like,
as well.
I think his end game is better. I think he's countered some of his opponent's plays. I think he is actually ahead by a resource right now, thanks to the ramp and getting his own thing back from the DJ. But
Mm-hmm.
I would, what I'm really worried about here is just the time constraints.
Mm-hmm. Got to make sure you finish this game in time. If I'm Steven, I'm taking out Tech first action. Yep, that card's too scary to let live most of the time.
Absolutely, Mickey. You got to get Tech off the field. There's just too many threats that it adds. And now that Tech DJ combo is not available.
Mm-hmm. At least not without Pascal. No, it's not Tech DJ. Han can still DJ if he Han activates, but
True. Yeah.
that's a
But
lot
that's
less
also his whole
painful.
turn.
Yeah. I am Wu. Zori was played from hand last turn.
Yeah, I think it was from the hand. I could be wrong. Wu, Steven ramped earlier in the game, so he's ahead on resources, I think.
So
But no, you might be right. Unless he
Wu,
skipped a resource.
what happened was that DJ took a resource, but Steven took the resource back, and then Pascal had to still defeat 2 from the deploy and the attack.
Oh yeah, that's right. And then we had the second super laser tech came out. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So 2x ramp.
Right. So it was double ramp, and these resources are correct.
Mm-hmm.
Kira choosing Maul, I believe, there as the
So
card that will be more expensive.
this looks like Maul can't come out this turn, and so Zori is going to be safe for a turn. I mean, this is how you win this game as Pascal. You like slowly start to push damage, and then an explosive turn with a cunning can get you there. But OB is tough.
Han had 5 resources. He brought out Han with a stolen resource from DJ, but then lost it later that turn. So it was kind of a weird situation.
He lost 3 resources technically. 1 from DJ getting killed, so Steven got his resource back, and then had to defeat 2 from
2 temp resources.
Yeah. OB there just killing the Zori. It looks like he was thinking about getting the Kira and the L3 to free up his Maul, but just getting the biggest threat off the field, I think. Your favorite in the late game. I like that.
Yeah, he still has 19 HP on the base. It's not the best, but it's not the worst either.
And L3 surprise striking into Pershing. Pershing being an 05 Sentinel at this point in the game, honestly, not the worst.
Yeah, now Steven uses Kira's ability to deal 2 damage to the Hylabon Enforcers and give them a shield, which is convenient because they have grit, so it's also making them stronger, allowing them to trade that shield for L3, who lost her shield earlier.
Mm-hmm. And Steven slowly taking control of the board, and eventually he's going to start pushing damage while answering the board as well. And I'm
Looking
definitely
good for
favoring.
Steven, or at least it would be if not for the fact that they are very low on time.
Yep, we have run out of time in the round. Normally, it looks like there was a 6-minute time extension from a judge call earlier, so probably around 5 minutes left in this game.
Yeah, so unfortunately, I do think there's a pretty good chance of them running out of time even with that extension, but we'll have to see. I think Steven needs to try and turn the corner quick here and put pressure on, which is unfortunate because with unlimited time, I think you would actually be more focused on just locking down the board and getting total control.
Mm-hmm. I think because we've seen a Maul with that Kira, with Mauls and like Palpatine's returns, Kira can close out the game quickly, but it'll be tough.
Yeah, now, so Pascal swings Kira into the Hylobon Enforcer, and as a result of that, gets to draw a card from the built-in bounty. Inferno 4 swings to base for 2, maybe kind of a stalling play.
But this Han is looking really good here.
Yeah, Han Reluctant Hero takes out Vader, taking no damage in return. Let's see what Steven's response is.
If there's no like way to clear the board, would you look at that? A way to clear the board, huh?
The big one, Super Laser Blast, kills everything. And with Inferno 4 leaving play, Steven gets to look at the top 2 cards and sends them both to the bottom. I think one was a Death Trooper, and I'm not sure what the other one was. But
They might have both been Death
bigger
Troopers.
cards than that here.
Yeah. And Lego Pizza is saying just chain DJs at this point, and it's GG trying to take it to time, I would assume. Now with the clear board.
No, he's talking about a different line earlier where if he had held back
flip.
Han to suppress Kira's flip, he could have then chained the DJs and tried to keep Steven out of the game that way.
Yes. And this is a tough hand to see. It's Palp's return, OB, Vigilant, and 2 Mauls. That is
I have a
lot
feeling
of
we're going to
gas.
see Maul.
Yep. Yeah. I would imagine so.
There is also a Vigilance, but
I don't think
I'm
there's
not
enough
sure how
time
relevant that is here.
for the middle game plan. The kill heal
No.
can make sure the game is sealed, like that you're not going to lose. But
I think the question now is: does Steven win, or do we go to a draw?
that is, I think, the question.
Yeah, I don't really. Well, I don't know. Okay, so hang on here. Could we see? No, Change of Heart wouldn't even do it. Like even if he landed 2 Change of Hearts, it's not enough damage to actually kill the base.
Yeah.
Looks like a Plo Koon trades for Maul, and we're looking increasingly like we're headed to time here.
Yep. With an empty board, I think this is most likely going to be a draw. Kira would be favored from an empty board at this state, but it's going to be really tough to close out the game. You need some
Yeah.
sort of big threat. There's another Maul in hand, but it hits
Not
for a
gonna be
lot, but
fast
it's
enough, I don't
also
think.
yeah, and it's also one of the more vulnerable threats because it's on the ground and only has 6 health. So like a cunning on a 2/2 shielded unit can trade for it, versus like a reinforcement walker, which is really big, or an Avenger, which is in the air.
Right. Yeah, it's tough. Right now, Steven is ahead on base HP. He has the better end game, and I think he's ahead on resources too. Though if he's been skipping resources, maybe he's not. But I don't think he has enough time to actually get the win.
Yes, I think that's the spot we're at.
Cunning.
Just to discard a random card, trying to snipe the threat from Steven's hand to make sure that he still has time.
He
Got
gets
the vigilance
vigilance.
ahead.
In some board states, that would be really helpful, but the vigilance isn't that relevant right now.
No. And just slams down the Maul. Just get the threat on the board.
Maul, no ambush. He's got to push damage, so there's Maul. I don't think this pace of play is going to be sufficient to get the game to a normal conclusion.
I think we have maybe 2 more turns after this. Like this round will finish, then we'll have one more turn where time is called, and then the following turn is my best guess. We don't know for sure, but
Yeah, I don't really see a super obvious path to victory there for Steven, given that. I mean, I don't know. What do you do? Like
Maul into
Maul into the base
base.
is 7, but then he's still left with 11 HP.
I
So
guess
I
if
don't.
you Avenger first action, keep your Maul safe this turn, and can get a Maul hit this turn and a Maul and Avenger next turn.
Yeah, it could be, or like maybe you bring out Snoke or something.
Helps return on Vader. Maybe looking for the Death Trooper to protect your Maul here. Protect your Maul. But I think we saw at least one go to the bottom off that Inferno
Yeah, so
4.
but if he finds well, he could also find the Pike Sentinel here.
Yes, yeah.
Or even just like the Hylabon Enforcer
Yeah.
potentially adding some more damage on the next turn or something. He finds a Hylabon Enforcer. Does he have a 2 cost to go with it?
Nothing
Looks
else
like
to go
no.
with it. That is rough.
Not the dream there for Steven. It looks like he may not even resolve the ambush here.
Yep.
Pascal brings out a second hotshot blaster and takes down Maul, losing only the shield on that crafty smuggler.
Yep. Just staying alive. A top target. The way this game is played out, it definitely looks like we're going to a draw now.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. Very
Blue
odd
says
scenario.
have to attack Maul first before Vader. I agree. Because that way you get the 7 damage, and if Crafty trades for the Maul, then the Vader can ambush and kill the Crafty.
Zori Bliss
It's a big threat.
smuggled out this time. Pascal on a huge number of resources. I think like 10 or 11 over there.
Mm-hmm. So much smuggle, you can afford to resource pretty much every turn. And Steven has skipped resourcing a couple times. It looks like he's only on 9.
Yeah, it's funny. Pascal is actually ahead on resources now, even after Steven ramped twice.
The way this game is looking, I expect Steven to attack Vader into Crafty, probably just to make sure he can't get punked out of the game with like a Cunning. Heal 6, or just 4 because it's not a unique, but heal 4 from the base and take 6 power off the board and just head to a draw. Or a double loss.
Yeah, it's tough. I do think Steven seems probably favored if this game goes the full length, but it's not really that close to ending, and I don't think we're going to see a normal conclusion.
Yeah, unfortunately. I do think attacking Vader into Crafty, if this game had infinite time, would be the correct play in a normal situation. But because there's that pressure to try and put damage on the base, I think it's too risky if you're Steven. Because then a Cunning can take you, that would be 6 plus 4 plus another 4 from Cunning is 14, gets you to 20 damage on your base.
Yeah, and then you could actually lose on the next turn if the game has another turn. I don't really know where they are on the time. Oh, but it's a barrage, even better.
Yes. Looks like 2 and 5.
Probably, yeah.
Yep.
And there's the heal from top target.
So now I think it's safe to say it's hard for Steven to lose this game with the amount of time that's left. It's just a question of can he win it in time.
Yeah. So what do you do here if you're Pascal?
If you have some sort of bounce or tap effect, just make sure that Vader doesn't hit you for 7. If not, probably attack into that Hylabon to draw a card off
Yeah,
of Zori, then draw a card off of Hylabon.
yeah. If Zori hits the Hylabon Enforcer, she doesn't die. She kills it. You get 2 draws. You do have to discard a card at the end of the turn.
And Claire
Apparently, this
confirming,
is the last action phase.
is this the last one before the extra time one, or is this do we know if this is the actual last action phase? I would believe actual last action phase, given what Claire said, so. But either way, I don't think there's enough time for either of them to win, even if there was an additional action phase after this turn.
No, so well, I don't. Steven maybe could. So like you can swing for potentially 7 with Vader, so that would put 19 on the base. If you use Kira's ability first, then you can throw 3 more on with the Hylabon Enforcer.
Then if
So
you play
then
like
we
a
would be.
Death Trooper, that gives you 3 more power.
Yeah, I don't know though. It doesn't look. I think neither player wins. To be honest with you, looks like the
Yep.
players are discussing stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if either player's. I don't know if either player's going to scoop, but I think that's the last hope of somebody winning this match.
Yeah, I do think that Steven would be favored from this point, but I think it's still up in the air enough that you never expect your opponent to concede in a situation like this, and I wouldn't begrudge either player for not conceding.
Yeah, I think I think double loss is very possible.
Mm-hmm.
One interesting note is that in this game, you should really not try to argue about who should concede, as I believe some forms of that are actually considered collusion and a DQ.
Yeah.
So do not
Do
do
not
that.
do that. The best you can do is like represent your game state and say, I think I'm favored from here. But the second you ask about a concession, that's where you cross the line.
Yeah, it's an interesting situation, but I think I think the rulings that prevent those sorts of discussions and negotiations may seem annoying to some, but at the same time, they do screen out a lot of like aggressive and bullying behavior that people
Yes.
have seen in some other games.
Yep. It's a little over the line in terms of strictness compared to other games which are under the line, but I think it's more protective that way. So I'm okay with it. Looks like maybe looking up some sort of ruling on the phone there from Pascal.
Oh man, and Spags bringing up the super controversy, bring in chess clocks. So okay, so chess clocks are a great solution to time in games where the timing structure permits them.
Just with how the priority passes back and forth so much within individual actions, I think it gets too messy for chess clocks personally.
There'd certainly be a lot of back and forth, but at the same time, it would actually be easier than like Magic the Gathering or something where you have to like pass priority within a bunch of phases that don't even involve actually playing cards.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I personally think that chess clocks would work in this game, but I also think it's unlikely they will actually be implemented.
Yeah.
I have played other games that have timing structures that are arguably worse for chess clocks, where chess clocks have worked. So I say games, but I'm thinking in particular of Star Wars Legion, which is a miniatures game.
Mm-hmm.
They have used chess clocks in major tournaments for that game quite successfully, and I believe they would work here due to the absence of a stack or other complicated timing structure. But it's also worth noting that it's possible the developers will introduce elements that make the timing more complicated in the future.
Yeah.
So that's also a consideration when thinking about these matters.
There are situations, and we're just kind of playing out to a draw here. It looks like a double loss. There are situations you can conceive that don't come up a ton, but with some of the new leaders and the new sets might of like the quote unquote stack, there isn't a stack, but like nested actions getting really complicated where it's like if I'm ambushing a Cobb Vanth into a Val with an additional bounty on it, there's so much to resolve there, and priority can change based on who active player is, and so we're starting to see complication levels rising. I would be okay with the chess clock being implemented. I love to see it in practice just to see how it goes, but I can see there being issues with it.
Yeah, someone should run an unofficial tournament with chess clocks, like just a store
Mhm.
tournament or whatever, not a PQ or anything like that, and let the community know how it goes. Could be interesting.
Yep. Kaz Argar, I would imagine it would be something like 25 minutes per player. That adds up to a 50-minute round. And then which is similar to the 55 minutes we currently have.
Okay, Spags brings up the main problem of chess clocks is cost. Now,
That
in
is
principle, that's highly mitigated these days because you can have a chess clock app on your phone or whatever.
mhm.
But that introduces some other potential issues. So, yeah, it's a little complicated. Some stores have chess clocks from chess tournaments and stuff, which would be very convenient, but it is true that it adds an element that the organizers would have to bring in.
I agree. And realistically, it should be like we should be encouraging players more to uh like ask your opponent to speed up if you think you're going to push the time, and like slow pace should be enforced a little bit more than it is. But even with both players playing at a reasonable pace, sometimes it can go to time. And there, I think both
So
players were
I will
playing just a
note,
little slow, but still
phones on
relatively
table are,
reasonable.
I believe, already allowed. So you can use your phone to take notes, I think, if you put it in airplane mode. But you're not allowed to do that maybe in the top cut or on stream or something. There's like a weird, it's like
Mhm.
allowed but not fully allowed. It's like a weird thing in the tournament guidelines.
And it looks like Claire says Pascal conceded, given the board
Okay,
state.
that's a gentlemanly move from Pascal.
Yep.
I do
If
think he was at a substantial disadvantage, but
he was close
not
enough to where if I were in his shoes, I don't know if I would have conceded. So very, very good on Pascal, because it was still relatively up in the air and close.
yeah. I think the Kira player was significantly favored, but it definitely
Definitely
wasn't
favored.
over.
Like if I had
And
to give it
yeah,
numbers, I would say like 80% Kira favored at that point. And in my brain, at least the way I think about it, is if I'm like 10% to win the game or lower is when I'm like definitely conceding to my opponent.
gotcha. Now I will also point out a lot of people have said that a double draw is worse than a loss. That's actually not correct as I understand it. I believe they have changed the tiebreakers and a draw is now better than a loss in the second tiebreaker and on.
It's very minimal from my understanding, but yes, I believe it is slightly better for the draw. Plus, a double loss makes it so that there's one less person with a higher record in front of you. But
Right.
given that they beat you, they probably still have better tiebreakers and will be ahead of you no matter what. So,
It's an interesting situation.
hmm there's been a
But
ton of drama about draw and double loss in this game, and so.
right. Yeah, and that's another thing where, we could get into a big argument about the benefits of draws or double losses. Basically double losses versus a draw being worth more than a loss on first tiebreaker. And then people start talking about IDs, intentional
Mhm.
draws, and whole can of worms there. Typically, I think FFG does not like intentional draws and has tried to avoid those. I know they were possible in some of their games for a time, but they've gone with this solution. It is what it is, and we deal with it
Mhm.
from there.
And people pointing out huge respect to Pascal, conceding to his
Yeah.
opponent there. 100% agree. Such a gentleman's move, and
Yeah,
just high
he
respect for
absolutely
him.
didn't have to do that. He did. I think it was, respect.
Hmm
All right, we should have another matchup coming up soon. I think that was almost certainly the last table or one of the last tables in that
Yeah,
previous round. So we'll be
going to
moving on for the
time
next round soon.
with a 6-minute extension. Nice part about watching such a long game is we get little downtime in between the action here. Yeah, it looks like
Yeah, let's
people
see how this goes.
they're seated for the next round. That was a very interesting match. So that flip turn in that last game was
That was
really
huge.
fascinating. That was really fun to watch. I do think a good learning moment from that flip turn there, and Lego Pizza had mentioned it in chat, is don't necessarily overvalue your Han leader. I think holding up the Han leader there to trade with the Kira to protect your DJ could have put Pascal in a much more advantaged situation. But I think from his perspective, I can see wanting to save your Han leader because you think it's very important because it's your leader. You want it to be in play. And so it's okay to trade your leader sometime, especially if it's protecting something even more valuable.
Yeah. And, different leaders. It's really one of the things that's interesting in this game because the leader flip is almost always important, but different leaders have very different value. Sometimes as a Sabine player, sometimes I've thought, man, I would rather have my Sabine be dead so that I can keep firing this leader
Yeah.
ability.
Like in set one, especially when this card was more prevalent, oftentimes you wouldn't flip Sabine into like a knight in blue because if they just entrench your leader, you're not getting that ping damage every turn anymore.
Yeah, like if you get your leader entrenched and they don't have anything to attack in the ground arena, it's like, man, I would rather have Sabine just off the field.
Exactly. They're just stuck there. While we're still waiting, we'd love to give a shout out to both Tabletop Gaming Center for hosting the PQ, as well as McClunky Gaming, Claire, Titanic, all the people over there for hosting the stream, allowing us to bring you the Star Wars Unlimited content.
Yeah. Big shout out to them. We wouldn't be able to do it without you.
Mm-hmm.
And shout out, of course, as well to you, the viewers.
Mm-hmm.
We have almost 200 people watching this stream right now, and a lot of interaction with the chat too, which I always love to see as a caster. Hopefully, we will be bringing you the next round shortly.
Casero22 asking about standings. I believe they have standings at the event in Melee, or maybe not in Melee, but prior to the event was set up so where the standings weren't public. So if you're following along on Melee, you cannot see the standings.
Yeah, I think there was some discussion that they were not going to be able to fix it because it would have required like resetting the whole event or something. So I believe that Melee standings and pairings and stuff will not be visible to spectators. All
So
right,
coming
here's
up
the next match. Looks like it's still going to be a Kira ECL, but this time against Sabine ECL.
is a very tight matchup. I do think ECL, weirdly, even though it has 5 less health, is better into Sabine than the 30 health bases because you get those powerful plays with like Lone Pike and Gideon, and even like an ECL Death Trooper just to stabilize the board can be enough.
Yeah, and this is definitely a point that I think there's been some debate about. You know, I've heard people or seen people claim that the 30 HP is better for Kira because you don't have the healing that Krennic or Iden would do. But there are some really good plays that it enables, so we'll have to see how it goes.
Like we talked a little bit in that last matchup, the ECL also opens the door for you to finish the game quickly, which is harder for a Kira 30 to do. And Sabine can stick around into the game a while. They can just draw like timely interventions with Pose and Wreckers and have 4 costs to set their deck up. So you want to finish, like, you want to get the game over with after you stabilize. Don't let
Yeah,
Sabine hang around.
a modern Sabine ECL build is a lot more mid-rangey and not just pure aggro like some of the earlier versions were.
Mm-hmm. Set to really change the dynamic of the deck, introducing Poe and Wrecker as just such powerful ECL targets.
Absolutely. All right. Now, is that the organized play promo Sabine that we're seeing there?
It is. Having a few of those in my deck myself, I appreciate the bling that both players have gone for, at least on their bases. Hyperfoil ECLs on both sides as well.
Will plays Sabine Ran Explosives Artist, and Dan plays Dr. Pershing.
Pershing is interesting in the Sabine matchup because drawing the cards is valuable if you need to find a specific answer, like an overwhelming barrage or a power, but does not present much board presence.
No, it's a little dirtily against Sabine. And when I play double red Sabine, I love when my opponent plays Dr. Pershing. Bring on Chaos of War for mega damage.
Mm-hmm. And so Sabine gets that 1 damage from the ability onto the base while still taking out that Pike Sentinel.
Yep. Looks like there's the card draw from Dan's Dr. Pershing. If I'm Will, I probably just take initiative here instead of swinging or instead of using Sabine's ping, and that is what he does.
Mm-hmm. 1 resource, not much you can do. Probably debating whether or not he wants to shield the Pershing, but decides to just claim. In this matchup as Kira, you're really looking for ramp, ideally on turn 2, but even on turn 3, because you want to match deploys with Sabine if you can. Having your Kira flip out on into the Sabine can be very powerful.
Yeah. Looks like that buffed Sabine swinging in for 5 more damage to the base. Wing Leader, kind of a classic card. At one point before the game came out, Wing Leader was considered one of the best cards that had been previewed. I think its star has fallen a little bit, but it's still very good.
Yep, there's no shame in dropping from the best card in the game potentially to like, I don't know, top 30. It's still very, very good.
Yeah, maybe it was like a 10 out of 10, and now it's like an 8.5 out of 10 or something.
Yeah.
Death
So just
Trooper arriving, but doesn't kill Sabine thanks to the extra HP from that Wing Leader.
I might have by passing, you're kind of giving up the game a little bit on what you're trying to do, but I might have tried to pass through to Sabine deploy and ECL that Death Trooper to clear the Sabine, because Darksaber can be really scary here.
Yeah, does Will have it though? It looks like he might be attacking with Sabine with no Darksaber. Yeah, and Sabine actually killing the Death Trooper. Interesting.
Yep. I still like Will's position here. Just there's no board presence on Dan's side of the board.
Well,
But
and Will brings out K2. That is not what Dan wants to see.
yeah, big story of this game, I think, is Dan has burnt a resource on both his second and third turn, just being resource inefficient. Like he played a 2 cost with 3 resources, a 3 cost with 4. And when Sabine's just playing the most efficient card that's up the resource curve, it's hard to do that and stay alive.
Yeah, that's a great point, Mickey. I think you have to be playing a pretty tight game when Sabine is playing a tight game, and Dan has been a bit behind. Now he is gonna ECL ambush a Death Trooper.
This is really nice though. You get
Double
to
kill.
double kill. I would probably put the damage on my Pershing because then my Death Trooper could stay alive, but you leave yourself vulnerable to like an ECL Wrecker with Overwhelm at that point. Because if you, with the Wind Blade on Death Trooper, put 2 on your Pershing and 2 on the Sabine, then Pershing would have 4 damage and the Death Trooper would have 2 after ambushing into
Rebel
Sabine leader.
assault here from Will, and I think both units are just going straight for the base.
Yep.
One other thing is that if Dan did put the damage on Pershing, K2 could attack into Pershing, kill him, and only lose 1 damage because the rest would get thrown overwhelm.
Yeah. I think I agree with what Dan did. Just an interesting
Yeah. Oh,
idea.
and now for a cause. Man, Will is pouring on the aggression here.
But a miss with the General's Blade. Only 3, but at 21, it's going to be hard. With a K2 in play, that's another 3.
No,
It's
I
really
mean
tough.
it's looking incredibly grim for Dan unless he's got to land vigilance top target, whatever he's got for healing. He's got to get that out fast or this one's going to be over soon.
It does look like he has 2 Vigilance in hand. I just don't think he's going to have the time to deploy them.
Yeah, the problem is he has if he has 2 vigilance, that's great. But 2 vigilance in a deck that has to play it for 6 is maybe not going to show up in time. And it looks
Yep.
like Dan is scooping it up.
Just a really awkward draw from Dan there. Wasn't able to play on curve with Sabine. And Sabine with I would call it like an average draw. Just curve out Sabine, Wing Leader, K2, and that's enough.
Yeah, Dan, it's like we were saying earlier, the only turn that Dan played on curve was the Dr. Pershing, which, as we were discussing, is a bit slow for this matchup. And
Mhm.
every other turn he was playing below the curve. Meanwhile, Will was curving out very efficiently. And, you don't have that much space for inefficiency against an aggressive Sabine build.
Yep. Against Sabine, resource advantage is way more important than card advantage. It's part of why, like, Han can do well into them. They can also tempo them out of the game, but they just get to gain such a resource advantage as well.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see what happens with the sideboarding here. So if you're Dan, Mickey, and
Mhm.
you're thinking, okay, that was a rough game. What can I bring in from the sideboard to stop Sabine? What cards are you looking for?
Main ones being any extra vigilance if they're in the sideboard, as well as top target if those are in the sideboard. Um, you have a lot of stuff you can cut. I often will cut Avengers in this matchup, any of the big Star Destroyers. I'll keep Reinforcement Walkers because they can really help stabilize the game from there. Any Sentinels you might have in the sideboard, I'll bring in as well. But usually, with the way my Kira is constructed, it's often just top targets and extra vigilance. And then cutting the Avengers, and I'll trim like a Snoke because he can be a bit slow.
Yeah, I think Snoke is kind of your ultimate endgame card against Django in particular,
Mm-hmm.
but doesn't line up quite as well against Sabine. It's not like Snoke is garbage against Sabine, but
No,
doesn't quite line up as well.
I'd much rather have a Reinforcement Walker and play against Sabine than a Snoke. Although both, if they land and you have maybe 10 health left on your base, it's hard for Sabine to win from that point. But Walker's just a little bit more stable, in my opinion.
Gotcha.
From Will's side, I'm not as sure. I'm not as well versed in the Sabine CL sideboards, but if there's like timely interventions, I'd imagine those will come in. Anything that gets you a little bit beefier and a little bit more staying power on the board. And
Yeah,
then
let's see how this goes.
maybe sideboard out some of the big equipment because it's scary against Power of the Dark Side.
Yeah, now Wing Leader is still really good because it provides a body that you can sacrifice to Power of the Dark Side. But
Yes.
something like Dark Saber, it can be pretty risky, and that can be a huge setback if Power of the Dark Side takes out your Dark Saber and Sabine or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Although if you can stick early units, you can still go for that game plan and have it work fine. So,
Yes.
on the
I
other hand,
think
I believe Will was likely running both General's Blade and Darksaber, and it might be that that combination is excessive, especially given that General's Blade is itself very vulnerable to Power of the Dark Side if you go for the turn 2 play.
yeah. I think I would trim some number of them. I'd still want access to it, but I don't want to be top decking it late in the game.
Hear you, man.
So it looks like Pike Sentinel from Dan, much better starting play.
Yeah, that's probably going to be a lot more relevant. Oh, but Will has a nice answer with the Rebel Pathfinder and its Saboteur.
Just attack right through that Sentinel.
Yeah, it also means that if Dan chooses to use Kira's ability to shield the Pike Sentinel, the Rebel Pathfinder can handle that very easily.
Defeat the shield on attack with the Saboteur, and then just kill the Pike Sentinel and survive.
Yep.
Do you believe Spag's calling out saw a top target in Dan's hands? Power as well. That's pretty good. Just keep the board clear going into the next turn.
Another Saboteur from Will with the Fighters for Freedom. Dan does swing with Pike Sentinel, and that is going to open up an opportunity for Will to get the initiative.
I think that's okay. You can sort of race in this matchup if you land an ICCL target with Kira, specifically thinking about Gideon. Um, so that 2 damage could matter, and you're not really blocking that Fighters for Freedom from attacking anyway, because if it wants to go to base, it can go to base, and if it wants to trade with your Sentinel, it can trade.
One other factor to consider is that if Dan didn't swing there with the Pike Sentinel, Will could have, and just took the initiative, Will could have used Sabine's ability for 1 damage to each base. But with the
Mm-hmm.
swing, Will ended up taking the initiative instead, so the swing, in a sense, prevented some damage that otherwise would have gone in.
Mm-hmm. Hi, Laban. Sabine Ping here. I am curious about that Fighters for Freedom attack. I would imagine Sabine now has an answer for the Pike Sentinel. Otherwise, I might have killed it with my Fighters for Freedom so that Sabine could get through.
Hmm. Yeah, interesting point. I wonder what we'll see. Could be like a K2 ambush or something.
K2
But
ambush or maybe a wing leader on Sabine.
resupply from Dan.
Now we're also
Kira can flip.
deploying. Yep. And on flip, it's going to buff that Hylabon to a 3/2. It's not a bad spot if you're Dan. Only
Yeah,
5
that's decent.
damage. General's Blade on Sabine. But that Kira flip will still do 4 on the flip, and then Kira can trade into the Sabine here. And you have Pike Sentinel blocking that Sabine hit.
Yeah, this isn't bad for Dan.
Yeah, this is why I was wondering, maybe that Fighters for Freedom should have taken out that Pike Sentinel while it could, so that this Sabine could come through for 6.
Yeah. Now, if you're Will, do you swing with? Oh, what is? It looks like he's bringing out R2.
I would have probably swung with my Sabine, because as Kira, I'm still probably trying to get that Sabine off the board, and I'm going to trade my Kira into Sabine anyways. And that way, you would have defeated the Pike Sentinel as well.
Yeah, I guess it would leave you more vulnerable to the overwhelming barrage follow up on the next turn, but I don't know.
Yeah, it's tough. This is about how you want the game to go as Kira.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting situation to see whether or not Will can really really threaten more damage and stuff here. Right now he's not in a great spot, and neither player's used ECL yet either.
Mm-mm. ECL Wrecker is always going to be a big threat, pushes a lot of damage and can clear the board while leaving a big threat behind. But looks like we got a Rebel Assault, so that R2 gets to kill that Pike Sentinel, and we get a push for 4. That's a pretty good Rebel Assault there.
Yeah, that's not bad at all. And Rebel Assault isn't really for this matchup exactly, but it's not a terrible card in it.
Mm-hmm.
And getting some good value here, I think.
Yeah. Ooh, Vigilance is really nice here. Clear the board, heal
First
5.
pick, but good time for it.
You have the time to play it here too, because that Hylabon can clear that R2 if you really want to. Stabilizes you, so where an ECL Wrecker loses a bit of sting next turn.
Oh, and now it's Will who's not using all his resources. All he does there after the Rebel Assault is play a Green Squadron A-Wing and ends the turn with 2 resources still left unused.
Yeah. It does imply that he has a lot of heavy hitters in his hand, so I would not be surprised if we see a Wrecker this turn, or even a Poe, but it's tough to lose out on 2 resources in such a critical turn.
Yeah, I was sort of hoping for Will that we were going to see another small fighter or maybe a Sabine Explosives artist or something coming out in addition to that A-Wing, but it wasn't to be.
Mm-hmm. Looks like Will might not have resourced. I think he's only still on 5.
Ooh, K2 Ambush. Now, the problem with this is that K2 is actually going to die from this attack.
Mm-hmm. Gets to do 6 to base, 3
Yeah.
on the death trigger and 3 on the overwhelm. But
Could be worse.
does get a card here too, but I would really want to develop to the board there if I'm Will and have something stick.
Yeah, that's kind of the question. Can Will get units actually on the board, sticking on the board, and able to attack the enemy base?
Mm-hmm.
And thus far, he's kind of struggled with that.
Also takes the sting out from Will's side, where Dan no longer has to worry about an ECL Wrecker, so he can kind of more liberally play to the ground. Although Dan this time being the one leaving 5 resources unspent, it looks like.
Hmm.
People asking in chat, did he draw a card? I did not catch it. Do not know if Will drew a card off of the bounty.
Yeah, it should be a card drawn from the Hylabon Enforcer's built-in bounty. Oh man, Reinforcement Walker for Dan.
Yeah, this is going to be just so stabilizing. It does hurt a little bit to bin that Felder Dragon, because some of the ways you can get punked out of this game are Poe and Wrecker, but healing 3 is really big here.
Yeah. Fleet Lieutenant buffing the A-Wing, 5 damage to base.
And then Inferno 4, getting 2 damage in on the Green Squadron. And 4 cause, getting a little high in damage now. But if Dan has something like a overwhelming barrage, it'll be tough to come back from. Although with a ping this turn, 4 cows would be lethal the next turn. Goes up to 21 from the ping, and then a 4 cows for 4 would deal the damage.
Yeah, that there is a good chance that reinforcement walker is going to heal us here.
Mm-hmm. Decides to leave Poe on top. Just looking for threats.
Yeah, ambushing Poe is pretty real. I mean, that's a very big play.
Mm-hmm. If he brought in some timely interventions, maybe he can do it through that.
Although, would he
And
have enough? Yeah, he could timely resource even from the row.
mm-hmm.
He'll be on 7 resources. I might have discarded that Poe also though.
Yeah, just digging for more reach. Like I almost would rather have a K2 here than a Poe.
Yeah, I hear you, man. 4 HP left for Dan, but with that reinforcement walker poised to heal another 3, we'll see whether or not Will can get there.
It's gonna be close. I think if Dan has one more vigilance or top target style card, that'll be enough to close the game. As is, it's still very much up in the air.
18 damage after that heal.
Heroic sacrifice, so it gets to draw another card and push for another 5.
Dan's base left at only 2 HP.
Now, if there's, it would have to be from hand or next turn. But now an ECL Poe would just get the game with the on attack trigger. Discard a card, deal 2 damage to a base.
Yeah, absolutely right. But he doesn't have ECL though, so he'd have to
Timely.
have to use timely intervention, and he doesn't have resources for it at this phase.
And Will gets to put him in check here too by pinging. So either Dan has to heal or claim,
Oh.
and has the Cassian.
It looked like Dan was stabilizing, but even with the reinforcement walker, it wasn't quite enough to stop this aggression from Will. Cassian Andor smuggles out from the resource row, and that's enough to close the game. 2-0 for Will.
Yep, that can be a tough matchup for Kira. If you don't have, I don't think Dan used his ECL that game, and if you
That's
don't have
correct.
a good ECL target, you lost 5 health for nothing, and so got to
Man.
stabilize there with a vigilance and a reinforcement walker that got to attack for 1, but
I
Sabine
wonder
just
if
gets
5 more
horror.
HP on that base would have given Dan the win. It's very interesting.
I think so. Cassian gets to attack in there for 3, get to 26 or 27, I believe. Yeah, it's interesting. I think the way that draw lined up, the 30 HP base would have been a lot better.
Well, that's how it goes sometimes. And as is often the case with Sabine, she brought us to a quick match. We are now looking at 33 or 34 minutes of match time remaining about.
Mm-hmm. After a slog, a grind of a matchup between Kira ECL and Han Yellow, nice to get a quick one in every now and then.
Yeah. Now, yeah, we had one of the longest, I think the longest match that we covered for this event last round, and then this round we had one of the quickest.
Mm-hmm. And that's like Sabine just sometimes gets to, I don't want to say roll people over, but they just get to execute their game plan, and they
Yeah.
have to play around their opponents a little bit, but they get to dictate the pace of things, and that can be really powerful.
Yeah, I remember in the early days, you would play as Sabine, and you would play against people who had decks that were not necessarily that optimized, and it was not even uncommon for Sabine to win the game before the opponent could flip their leader.
Mm-hmm. Especially against leaders that deploy on like 6 or later. Like don't ask a Palpatine player how often they've deployed against a Sabine.
Yeah. It's funny because when the game was first coming out and in the early days, it looked like 5 and 6 was normal for deployment timing, 7 and above was late, and then 4 was early. But as we've gotten more used to it, deploying on 6 resources itself feels late.
Yeah. Like How many 6-to-play leaders do we see? Cad Bane's the one that comes to mind immediately, and then Han Solo technically deploys on 6, but
Yeah, he's more of a
really,
5.
yeah.
Now,
Um,
there's others. So Cad, Aiden has been good at various
mhm.
times. We've seen some people play Luke at various times. It's not as if like 6 resources is you're out. You can't play this. But
Anakin or Spag does mention Anakin. That's a big one.
yeah, Anakin's pretty solid. Um,
We
but
we mentioned Cad. Don't worry, Hyperspace Cube.
yeah, Cad's real. Ray, I haven't seen anyone playing Ray in a long time.
I know Ray has a couple of devout followers. Shout out to Rodney Stubbs, Chris Schutz, fellow Boston Network member. He is devoted to Ray, but Anakin has usually taken that blue-red hero deck slot in the metagame.
It's kind of funny because Ray was itself sort of the inheritor of that slot, taking it over from sometimes people would play Luke Red or actually Chariot Red in the Spark of Rebellion
Mhm.
meta. And Ray inherited that, and now Anakin has taken up the torch for that aspect combination.
Mhm. Han2 Red mentioned as well from Falco in the chat. Another good blue-red hero shell.
Yeah, I do think some of the others have the advantage of being force leaders, which makes it easier to play force throw,
Mhm.
one of the best cards in that shell.
As well as the
Um,
rise of Tarkentown decks has really hurt Han2's ability.
yeah, that's a very very fitting point. There's so many Tarkentown decks now that sometimes those early plays that would be really sweet with Han actually aren't so great.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, 6 deploy leaders you have to be pretty spectacular. Like Cad Bane gets to set up a target time well. Anakin is just really, really strong and can finish games quickly. Ray heals you for 3. You got to do some powerful stuff if you're deploying on 6.
J Freak 7 says Gar Saxon, let's go. Gar Saxon has had some okay results. Like,
Mm-hmm.
he's not popular, but he's not a total clown either, in my opinion.
No, he's definitely a leader to keep an eye on. He can catch you off guard if you're not expecting him. Shields can be really, really tough to deal with, and again, in a world with Tarkentown in it, those shields are really helpful.
Wait, don't kill me with the apt point that you have to have a deck that can kill DJ if you want to deploy on 6 resources.
Mm-hmm. It's part of why I think Anakin sees as much play as a 6 resource leader, because that Anakin ability really gives you flexibility in killing 5 health units.
Yeah, Anakin combines a very powerful leader flip with a really strong ability as well. So he's one to watch, I think. Now I
All
do
right.
believe we have an interview here. So let's get over to it. Will, how's it going, man? Congratulations.
How's it going? Thank you very much.
So heard you are now 5-1 in the
Yep.
tournament with Sabine CL. So one more
Yep.
to go,
Yep.
and you're
One
you're in
more.
that top cut.
One
How
more.
you feeling so far?
Pretty good. I'm running back the same list I had at the Flipside PQ. I made top 8 of that.
Hmm.
Played a little tighter today. We'll see how it goes. I mean, hopefully learn
Yep.
some lessons and do a little better this time.
Yep. Got to trust in the cards coming off the top in the right order as
Ab-
much as your play skill.
Absolutely. It's a deck I've been playing for a long time at this point. I've had
Mm-hmm.
plenty of success with it, so just got to put it all together.
Nice.
It's the
So
reason it's been in the
Sabine,
meta for so long. You go,
yeah.
Tower.
So Sabine versus Kira. What do you think about that matchup as a Sabine player? You feeling good about that? You feeling worried? What do you think?
So, it's not my favorite matchup. One of our locals, Nicky Morgan, he's the one that won the PQ at Flipside. That's a guy I test with all the time. That's been his pet deck for a couple seasons now. So it's a deck I have a lot of reps against. Not necessarily a lot of good reps where I'm winning a lot, but a lot of reps though. You know what I mean? So against less experienced pilots, people who are picking it up less than somebody who's been playing it for nearly a year now, I feel like I have more of an advantage. So it's not necessarily a favored matchup, I don't feel like, but it's a matchup that I feel comfortable knowing my lines into.
So having as much experience as you do against such a good Kira pilot, what are some key cards you're looking for in that matchup? Having from the Kira side, I know I'm terrified of like ECL pose and records, but is there anything earlier in the game you're looking for specifically?
I really like trying to go as wide as possible. I'm on Rebel Pathfinders. Not everybody is. I find that to be a pretty key card because it disrupts the shields. It gets through some of those early units that can really slow down your game. I like Fighters for Freedom a lot. That's another card that not everybody's on all the time. The Saboteur mechanic is just real good into Kira.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that gives me a good early game, especially timely reinforcements. Using those early so that I don't blow my ECL before it's time to use it on Poe and Wrecker, because obviously those are the more impactful cards. But if you fall too far behind, it almost doesn't matter what happens when you get to that point, because their late game is better than yours, even with those like super powerful cards. Like those cards are good at finishing, but they don't swing the game in your favor necessarily all the time. Whereas a
Yeah.
reinforcement walker nearly ends the game when it comes down a lot of times, especially
Yeah.
if you stumble early.
Yeah, it was looking like your opponent was close to stabilizing in that second round with the reinforcement walker coming out, the vigilance, but you were able to get it done.
Yeah, yep. Heroic Sacrifice was real good there, getting those last couple points of damage in out of the A wing, squeezing every little bit of value that you can in, and just barely getting there. I think, another turn and I lose that game if
Mm-hmm.
that thing gets to attack one more time and keep clearing stuff out.
Uh, Against Kira, are you more scared of the ECL build or the 30 HP build? We were talking about that a little bit, and it depends, it seems.
30 HP, though it seems like the ECL version is better into the field, so that's the version that we're seeing more. I wish everybody just played 25 health bases. I don't care what bonus you give them. Like, just let's get this game over with. When people are at 30 health, it feels like there's an extra hurdle to get over. Not looking forward to set 4 and a 35 health base.
Yeah, it's going to be
Um,
interesting to see whether those bases from set 4 with the weird hand and deck composition and HP totals see a lot of play. Could be interesting.
yeah, I mean, there's value in consistency. I think Sabine will still be strong. It's getting new rebel tools and stuff. It'll always have its place.
Sabine's fundamentals are pretty good.
Yeah.
Yep. It's tough to see Sabine ever leaving for as long as she's around unless they decide to do something about her. So
Yep. And then I'll play her in Eternal when she leaves.
I'm sure a lot of people feel that way with Boba already. So
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure.
All right, well, Will, thanks for the interview. Congrats on the win and good luck in your last round of
All
Swiss.
right,
Perhaps
thanks
we'll see
guys.
you in the top
Thanks so
cut.
much. All right, thank
thank you.
All
Alrighty.
right. That was our round 6 winner there. And we still even after a match and an interview, we still have more than 24 minutes left in the round. And I feel like that's an advertisement for playing Sabine all on its own.
Yep. In the first PQ I top aided, I played Blonde Sabine. This was in set 2. And the PQ before that, I was playing Palpatine. And going from just playing for 4 hours straight to having 30 minutes in between every round so I can like go get food and use the restroom if I need to was a real game changer.
Yeah. It is not a joke.
Mm-mm.
Now, I think we are probably going to take a bit of a break here ourselves as we prepare for the 7th and final round of Swiss. So this is McClunky Gaming covering the Tabletop Gaming Center Planetary Qualifier. And I am joined here by Mickey D.
Mm-hmm.
We will be back shortly once we have that 7th round. I will see you guys soon.
Yep. See y'all soon. Welcome back to the Planetary Qualifier here at the Tabletop Gaming Center in Connecticut. My name is Mickey D. I'm here with Tower number 9. How you doing, Tower?
I'm doing well. It's been a cool event so far, and it could get even cooler. Let's see how things go.
Yep. Coming off of couple back-to-back rounds there. Had a really exciting one with Han Yellow versus Kira ECL. And then a kind of classic Sabine game of Sabine ECL versus Kira ECL. Sabine just gets to implement their game plan. So, hi,
So
Logo Pizza. I see you in chat.
earlier you were discussing the potential of the next set of the game, set 4, and what that has to offer. What are you thinking about that?
I think so. They announced rotation as well, and they're saying every year the set that's the oldest, the 3 oldest sets are going to rotate out. Because of that structure, it feels like every first release of a year is going to be super powerful to kind of set the stage for that year's sets. And set 4, because of that, feels really, really potent. There's some really exciting leaders, there's some really exciting cards, and I think it's going to be more influential than sets 2 and 3 were in the meta.
Yeah, it could be. Now, one interesting thing I saw was there was an article with an interview with one of the FFG game designers, MJ, and MJ said that going into year 2, they were going to try to have a more consistent power level as a whole and kind of tighten the bands there for things being on curve and so on.
I do think set 4 as well was the first set that was like heavily worked on after the game was released to the public, because from my understanding sets 1 through 3 were relatively locked before set 1 was released. And so they, no matter what happens in the wild, as it were, with set 1, sets 2 and 3 are going to kind of be what they were. And I think you can kind of tell as well that like, oh, the power was a little bit stronger than they expected, I think, once the cards got released to the public, and so they're kind of stepping up this next set to match. Is there any cards in particular from the new set that excite you, and maybe some old
So
cards
many,
that you
man. It's looking
think
like a
are going to get
great
a
set.
lot better? Yeah, I know that there's a lot of cool leaders coming out. I think Eject plus Poe, that was being talked about in the chat earlier, is going to be really, really fun and really powerful.
Yeah, I'm hoping Wedge ends up being good. I'm hoping, I mean, there's a lot of stuff, really.
Anything that resource cheats, as we've seen with Boba and Han and other leaders, is going to be powerful. So Wedge seems to have potential. Piet, to that end, seems to have a lot of potential. And then anytime you put double on a card, it's going to be powerful. So Thrawn seems to be pretty good as well.
Yeah, I'm curious too, though. Not just the leaders, but some of the regular cards in the set strike me as potentially very interesting. Like some of them are really good. Some of them I'm less so like, is indirect damage going to be good? I don't know. It'll be interesting to see. But there's also stuff like what card was it? Was it Blue Leader that just strikes me as a huge powerhouse, and it's only an uncommon.
Yep. I don't think it's necessarily the strongest card in the set, but the new Ahsoka unit is very powerful, and also just like is very much the style of gameplay I like, of disrupting your hand while getting to tap down stuff on your board. Very excited for that card.
Yeah, that first Ahsoka that we had in set 3, the legendary one, I think ended up being a bit under expectations. The
Yes.
you know, for whatever reason, that swarm meta, that token meta kind of didn't pan out. So having a card that is only really good if your opponent has more units than you hasn't maybe been as much of a sell as it would have been in a swarm meta.
I think part of it too is that the deck that would most like it, Quinlan Tarkentown, has a way to get ahead on units in the form of Tarkentown. Like oftentimes you're pinging and then Tarkentowning your opponent's first turn play, which means you're up a unit, not down a unit. And so turning on that Ahsoka ability is even harder at that point.
Yeah. If she didn't count herself, or if it was determined like before she went into play or whatever, I think she would be much stronger.
Yes.
But you know, that's not how the card ended up, and we got to deal with the cards we actually have.
Yep, that's the exact change I'd make to that card. Super Rider mentioning no glory, only results, the new Vanquish type effect where you take control of a unit and then defeat it. I think that's going to be very, very good for the blue villain control decks.
Yeah, it's interesting. It gives some of these control decks, they finally get an option that is going to be effective against things that are otherwise unit-based reach effects, like the Ruthless Raider and K2. But at the same time, there is a bit of a weak point in that it is substantially worse than Vanquish against units that have built-in bounties or have negative when defeated effects.
Yes. I do think it'll be also good against like Lurking TIE Phantom and Chewbacca style effects, because by the point you're defeating it, it becomes a friendly unit, and
Right.
those cards don't say anything about being able to be defeated by friendly abilities, and so also answers to those. It's not a strict upgrade over Vanquish, like you mentioned. Sometimes there's negative on death effects, but I think it's enough of an upgrade in enough instances that the blue villain decks are going to flock to that card.
Yeah, I think it will be an upgrade on net unless this set for some reason brings a lot of cards with built-in bounties or negative when defeated effects, which I guess is conceivable but doesn't seem especially likely. I think we've seen like maybe one or something so far.
Yeah, there's that 4/5 ship that when it's defeated, your opponent can play it from the discard.
Yeah,
That would be just a 5 cost tap effectively at that point. So
right. Unless your opponent had already taken the initiative, but yeah, not
yes, yeah.
no glory, just results. Not great against that card. Actually, really bad against it. At least if the opponent hasn't taken the initiative yet.
Mm-hmm. Looks like we do have our round 7 on deck, at least the matchups and the players. Looks like we're going to have Paladin playing Quinlan Tarkintown versus Jason on Tarkin Crystal City or Tarkin Blue, which is, it's interesting to see a Tarkin Blue this late in the tournament.
Tarkin Blue. What do you think? What do you think the setup for that deck looks like?
So Tarkin Blue, I believe, has won a PQ, if I'm not mistaken.
I think it has won one event maybe last week.
Mm-hmm. So I'm gonna dig into the Sue competitive hub here and see if I can find it. But generally, I think it's kind of Kira ECL adjacent, just the blue-green villain good stuff. Your overwhelming barrages can be very potent because you get to grow the power of your units. Tarkin is action heavy and resource heavy because you want to pay the one as well as the action to buff your guys, and oftentimes stuff like waylays can kind of just blow out all the investment you put into a unit. But if you let them stick around, they can get some monsters very quickly.
Yeah, the Tarkin. I think Tarkin Yellow was at one time quite popular, especially for his synergy with buffing up a Lurking TIE Phantom. But there are some good Imperial cards in several aspects. It's not just the cunning cards that work well with Tarkin. He has a pretty good leader ability if you have an Imperial focused deck.
I found the list, and some cute stuff is this Dr. Pershing is an Imperial, so you can buff it and kind of draw cards forever.
Nice. Do we have the Super Commando squad in there?
We do, and giving that an experience makes it a permanent Sentinel, which is very nice.
Yeah, normally that guy, you lose Sentinel when you lose your shield, but if you can swap on over to adding an experience with Tarkin's ability, you can keep that Sentinel going for quite some time.
Mm-hmm. So, interesting note here. Jason plays Dr. Pershing. Paladin plays Alliance X-Wing to ping Dr. Pershing. Alliance X-Wing isn't normally a card that we see in Quinlan. So I'm wondering, I heard rumor that there was an all-space Tarkin running around this tournament, and I wonder if this is that deck.
Wait, an all-space Tarkin or an all-space Quinlan?
All-space Quinlan, excuse me. All-space Quinlan.
Yeah, it's interesting. Now, Alliance X-Wing is a card that's actually, despite its sort of humble appearance, the Alliance X-Wing has actually seen a lot of play, in particular in Sabine decks. Just I think in large part not thanks to anything special it does, but thanks to the simple fact that it's a space unit.
Yep, and it fights back for 2, so trying to ECL something into it is a little bit more painful for those decks, because the Green Squadron A-Wing attacks for 3, but when it's getting hit, it only fights back for 1, so...
Good point.
Looks like pump on the Pershing, as well as a draw from the Pershing, and then got to do the fun play with Super Laser Tech, where you play the Super Laser Tech, and then your Pershing deals the damage to it to defeat it, and you get a card and a resource in one action.
Not at all bad.
Very classic. I'm curious to see how this Space Quinlan plays.
I think at one time there was a space-focused deck that would play outmaneuver in order
Mm-hmm.
to exhaust the entire ground arena. I wonder if that's going to be the tactic here as well.
I will not be surprised at all. Uh, just being able to ignore the ground arena entirely, especially in a world of like Django where you get to fight well in space, but also against these like super ground based decks. Like often Han Yellow can be very weak in space. And you can use your Tarkin Town and some ping abilities. And I wouldn't be surprised if this Quinlan still has like a Plo Koon, just given how powerful that card is. But choosing your ground options very carefully and precisely to combat those ground focused decks while fighting them where they're weak.
Yeah, I think the another thing that's interesting to me is going to be as the new set comes out, Jump to Lightspeed space themed set, and it's going to have a lot of space units. I'm really curious to see how that affects the overall ground space balance because right now most decks are ground based with some space units. I'm wondering if we're going to see that change up.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it becomes more of like a 50-50 split where it's just like you're fighting in two arenas equally. With the
Mm.
pilot mechanic, space units get a little bit more valuable because they're cheap vehicles. But um, I wouldn't be surprised to see more than even split.
Yeah, there
Looks like
is an
we got
interesting dynamic there also where like the pilots themselves can deploy as ground units. So you could potentially have a deck with a lot of space units and then some pilots, and the pilots end up being your ground force in a pinch.
mm-hmm. Targan here looks. I would. I mean, that space unit is threatening. There was a lot of damage in space there, but Targan got to deploy turn early, got a super commando squad out, so the ground is pretty much locked up. It's just whether or not Jason can kind of stabilize the space. And something like an overwhelming barrage would be really, really good to do that.
Yeah, now yeah, that's just what I was thinking, Mickey. If we can get an overwhelming barrage from that super commando squad in particular, it's already a 5/5. It would go up to 7/7. It could take out the Falcon and Red 3 in one play.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks
Without
like
it,
sorry, go ahead.
like without it, Paladin gets to push a lot of damage here. It's what
Yeah.
3, 6, 10 on board with whatever pumps in hand.
Yeah, and that red 3 can really add up, and it looks like there's a pump right there with a surprise strike into the base.
Cracking for 6. They're using a life dial, so can't quite see how much damage is on base.
Yeah, difficult for me to tell as well, unfortunately, but can only imagine Paladin is threatening quite a bit here.
I'm doing my best to enhance and zoom and see if I can see. I think it's
Yeah, I get
something like
that.
around 15.
15, you think?
Yeah.
Claire says it is 19, apparently.
19. Ooh, that is a lot.
Oh, check this out. The scanning officer makes an appearance, checking out these resources. Miss, miss, miss. No, nothing there for the scanning officer to take out.
We see some interesting cards there, though. We saw that, like, even just that info, if Jason loses this game, is valuable. We saw the outmaneuver, which you mentioned. We also saw a bold resistance, which gives, I believe, +1 or +2 +0 to 3 units share a trait. And if you're going all space, all your units are vehicles.
Interesting point.
So I'm not too surprised that scanning officer missed. Normally, scanning officer is pretty good against Quinlan. They have to run stuff like Cassian and Hotshot Blaster. But in this oops all space version, I'm not surprised to not see Hotshot because it's not going to have targets, and not see Cassian since you're not fighting on the ground. So
Yeah, man, Cassian's just such a good card, though. That is kind of the
I
downside to
wouldn't.
the like space skew, or for ground skew for that matter, is that if you only go to one arena, you end up not playing some good cards that you could otherwise put in the other arena. So your
Mhm.
overall card quality probably goes down in exchange for that potential dodging or like all in on one side that you get as an advantage.
Mhm. Also, this Quinlan flip is looking pretty sad. It's
Yeah,
facing
that
down
ground arena is
a
not looking very
7/7
welcoming for
shielded.
Quinlan.
Yep. It looks like he's just going to throw it in to get the shield off of the Super Commando, potentially.
Is that what he's doing?
Anakin's Interceptor. Well, he forgot the ping
Okay,
I think he
there's
went
the
back
ping.
after he played the Anakin Interceptor, and now is just attacking the shield. And I believe that Super Commando Squad has 7 power, so
Yeah, it's got three
gonna get
experience
defeated
tokens, so
there.
very very limited impact there from Quinlan. Now we
Mm-hmm.
do have Anakin's Interceptor hit the field this turn, so there's even more space on Paladin's side. But Jason brought out a TIE Advanced buffing the Super Commando.
But looks like he shows off the hand, has no way to deal with all of that space, and going to game 2.
Huh.
Yeah, I think what happened kind of on the deploy turn there from Paladin, and in that later stage of the game, was Paladin was putting on so much pressure with his space arena that Jason was kind of forced into an early claim, so he couldn't push damage. Like, he had a big board, but he couldn't push damage because if Paladin got to claim, he was just going to defeat him on the way back.
Yeah, I
So
wonder if he was just claiming in the hopes of drawing an overwhelming barrage or what. Because he
I
could have
I
done
think
9
so.
damage and taken out all 3 of those smaller ships and just left only the Falcon on the board. But
Hmm.
wasn't to be.
I think that was his best line, was try and claim, get the OB, and then taking care of just a Falcon. If you get to attack with your Tarkin, buff that TIE Advanced, then your TIE Advanced trades for the Falcon, and you can start to stabilize potentially from there.
Yeah, interesting situation overall, but ultimately the sequence didn't line up for Jason, and it is going to be Paladin taking the win in that first game of the match. Let's see what happens as
Hmm.
we move into game 2.
Yeah, and it seemed like Jason had a really good start there. He turn 1 Pershing, then turn 2 Super Laser Tech, turn 3 Tarkin, and just had like a really big board, but super weak in space. And Red 3, I think, put in a lot of work that match, just adding probably 5 to 10 damage over the course of the game.
Yeah, I don't think you can really afford to have a weak space start against something like this.
Hmm. Or if you don't have space units, you need to have a way to cross arena, like a power or especially an overwhelming barrage.
Good point.
I'm
Yeah, it's
curious about the sideboards of these decks.
yeah. What do you think you run here? I mean, if are you all in on the space skew? Do you have some ground units in the sideboard? What do you think about that?
I wouldn't be surprised if like a Plo Koon is hiding out in the sideboard. Like, maybe you want to commit fully to the space plan and then make your opponent kind of unsuspecting of the Plo Koon, and then bring it in against like the Hans and the Bosks and the 6 health leaders.
Ooh, yeah, that could be harsh.
Um, I'm not sure what else. Maybe some extra discard, because I imagine not even on the force throw package, because all the force units are ground. Um, so foregoing that, so maybe like some sparks and some Kiras are in there as well. And if that's in the sideboard, I'd want those in this kind of matchup. Just disrupt my opponent's play, especially against overwhelming barrage.
Mm. Okay.
On Jason's side, I'm looking at the last week PQ winner, and there's not much. Maybe like a calculated lethality could be interesting in there, but not much
Yeah,
else I think I want to
calculated
bring in.
lethality. That's an interesting card because it looked really cool on preview, but I don't think it's quite been at the level that was expected.
Hmm. Also, Quinlan here getting a super powerful turn 1. Playing a Wolfpack Escort, Jason plays his TIE Fighter, thinking I'm clear of all the 1-drops, and then following up with a Cartel Turncoat, getting to ping kill that TIE LN fighter. That is
Ooh,
brutal if you're
yeah,
Jason.
that is excellent start for Paladin, and Jason's got to be wincing at that. That is really negative for him. And having played Sabine Yellow, sort of not as swarmy as this
Hmm.
necessarily, but the double turn 1 space start is sometimes crushing. Like I had a double cartel turncoat one game against I think a
Oh, yeah.
Palpatine player, and man, that is the position that sets you far ahead.
especially when you get to follow it up with the red 3. And this super laser tech looks really sad on the ground because Paladin's never going to give you a unit to attack into,
No.
and you have no way yourself of defeating your own super laser tech. And so
If
that's
I
just
am
kind of a blank
Jason,
card.
I am not happy. You know, the
No.
tie getting countered, then the super laser technician into Paladin bringing out red 3. So those space units, which
Yeah.
are heroism, both hit even harder. Man, it's not looking good.
Mm-hmm. Spag talking about Thackaby or Forecause, I believe in, to help close. I wouldn't be surprised. I also think that might be what the bold resistance is, because Paladin's deck also has like outmaneuver and surprise strike, and you're starting to get a little high on non-heroic cards. And so I wouldn't be surprised if bold resistance is your like replacement for Forecause. 3 cost does a lot of damage.
Interesting point.
Don Dante, Targan is marking the base. It's just he has a life wheel, and it's pretty hard to see from here.
Yeah, it's the wheels and dials and stuff. I think they can be cool in some ways. They're handier than having to search for your tokens or counters, but they are, I think, a lot less legible. Not even just
Mm-hmm.
for streaming. Sometimes I've had opponents using dials that I found difficult to read just on the other side of the board.
Yeah, agreed. I use a dial myself, but it's got big. It's more like Paladins because Paladin also has a dial, but a lot larger text that's more visible.
Mm. Well, we'll have to see. We'll have to see where exactly this is going to end up going.
Yep. So I believe that this should be 12 damage on Jason's base. Now, an overwhelming barrage here would still be very good. With a pumped up super laser tech, could kill Red 3 and Wolfpack and deal 1 damage to the cartel turncoat. So
Yeah, it wouldn't be
would
bad
not
at
be
all.
terrible. But that's without Paladin playing any more units. And looks like we're gonna get a couple more units here.
The Space Invaders continuing the plan here. Paladin brings out Green Squadron A-Wing.
Hmm. And I think Jason is just continually passing here because he's hoping to get the ramp with that super laser tech, but I don't think Paladin's ever playing anything for you
No,
to
yeah.
attack into.
Why would he play a ground unit? It's clearly not his game plan here.
Yep. But looks like he ends up with initiative anyway.
Look at that. Paladin has 5 space fighters, and Jason doesn't have a single space unit. It's not looking good for
Nope.
Jason.
No. And one of them being a red 3 is especially painful.
Yeah, because he buffs all the other ones. They're all heroism units.
Hmm. And then there's that Plo Koon we had talked about earlier. I wouldn't be surprised if that's out of the board. Gets to one shot kill the Tarkin here on deploy if it decides to come out, both with the red 3 buff and also with the Quinlan ping. So you get to do it a couple different ways.
Well, this should be interesting.
Power, just getting rid of the 2-1. Unfortunately, this game felt super far behind for Jason from turn 1. Just
Absolutely.
having 2 space units developed while
And
also
killing Jason's own. Yeah, there's the handshake. Brutal.
yep. Paladin shows Jason the Falcon, I believe, to show he has lethal on board.
Massive win for Paladin. Not even close. And
Yeah.
boy, that we were talking earlier about some quick games, and I think Paladin's performance there with Quinlan Voss might have just broken our record. He won both of those games in less than 20 minutes.
Yep. Looks like I wouldn't be surprised between shuffling and sideboarding if there was 10 minutes or less of gameplay in that round. Like, it was super duper fast. So yeah, that was a very interesting matchup. Like, Quinlan Target Town is a deck we see, but not in that configuration usually.
No.
And then Target Blue is a deck we don't often see either. So at the top
And
tables here, I
unfortunately,
believe that
we didn't get much of
yeah.
a look at the Tarkin Blue game plan, though. Quinlan seemed to have that well in hand.
Mm-hmm. I believe it was Please Don't Nerf Us earlier in the chat mentioning Jason was playing set 3, Paladin was already in set 4 already with that space race.
Yeah. On the other hand, I
um,
bet set 4 is going to bring some more cards that can defend against this type of attack.
yes, we've seen a lot of aggressively statted space units and some like very powerful space starts. I wouldn't be surprised if they print a bunch of strong interaction to match that.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I think it's gonna be interesting, but maybe set 3 is just gonna be maybe set 4 rather is just gonna be the reverse, and we're gonna have a very, very space focused environment, and someone's gonna have an all ground deck to give us a big surprise.
Yeah.
I'd be a
Yep.
little surprised though, just because like if you are running the pilots, they can deploy as ground units. The leader pilots can potentially be ground units. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think it's possible to like do what Paladin just did on the ground. Like I think people will have at least some fight on the ground always, whether it be their pilots being able to deploy to the ground or just like the ground units are just too good. Like I don't think the Sabine 2-drop is gonna stop seeing play anytime soon. That card's just so good.
Interesting. Yeah.
Super Rider O asking for the Quinlan deck list. I believe later on, since I believe Paladin locked up top 8 with that win, top 8 lists should be posted after the event.
Yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see what ends up being the full breakdown. I think so. Right now, we have some information on players. So going into this round, we had Philip Samuelson at 6-0 playing against Sundeep K, who is also 6-0. Bobby Sapphire at 5-1. Pascal Maynard, who we saw earlier, 5-1. Luke Case 5-1. Stephen Caro, who I believe we saw earlier, 5-1. Glenn Stevens 5-1, and I think Jason Seabury 5-1 maybe.
Yep.
As the
So
top 8 going into this round.
Yeah. How many X1s heading into this round, Rothrock? I'm not 100% sure. I wouldn't be surprised, given the size of the tournament, if 1 or 2 X2s make it, but probably no more than that.
Yeah, it's interesting. There is also a question about potential double losses. Hard to say exactly what's going to happen. We also might have some people dropping. Now, normally, if you're in contention, you're not as likely to drop. But I've heard of it happening. There have been situations where it's like, oh, I might have made the top 8, but all my friends didn't, and we're just gonna go as a car. Or people having family stuff going on, or being worried about the weather. I hear there's some storms, so we'll have to see how it goes.
All right, we're here with Paladin after a quick 2-0 with your space, Quinlan Tarkendown. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So very interesting take on the Quinlan Tarkentown deck. What led you to want to play this space version? You get a lot of powerful cards, but I also imagine you're kind of sacrificing on some force throw stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's kind of interesting how I fell into it, but I drafted for this last set, and in the draft, space units are always really, really strong because there aren't a whole lot of space units in any one given set, except for this next given set, of course. And so when I saw Anakin's Interceptor and how well that can even catch up and beat other decks that are just beating at each other, which is a lot of what draft is about, as well as that Corellian Corvette, the senatorial Corellian or the senatorial Corvette as a 5-forward saboteur. So those units kind of led me to thinking, okay, now I've got enough heroic vehicles to jam together a heroic vehicle deck. And Quinlan was the obvious choice because Quinlan Tarkenton was already on top of it. And being able to race, which is what aggro is all about, I just have to beat. I'm beating the control is easy. I just have to beat the mirror matches against controls, and that allows me to win the race.
Nice.
Yeah, I thought you had a very impressive performance there, especially in that second game. It seemed like your game plan sort of just ran over the Tarkin blue deck there.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it was the game went perfectly as planned, right? So when they can't contest anything in space, which is the idea of it, The name of the deck is Quinlan Voss jumps to late speed before you do. So, but yeah,
Yeah.
it's a fun one.
We saw some really interesting cards with an all space plan. You get to play some fun, especially 3-cost events. I noticed we saw
Yes.
Outmaneuver and Bold Resistance being revealed from the scanning officer. Want to talk about those cards a little bit?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, yeah. I am sad that I didn't get to play those on stream. Yeah, so when I get to 6 resources, it's game over. Um, because I'll have a lot of my 3-drops, which end the game. So Millennium Falcon, 3-drop, Red 3, 3-drop that boost my guys. Outmaneuver to just tap them all down on ground. And then Bold Resistance, which I call trait Vehicle, which is literally my entire deck.
Yep. hmm I had worked before with some Bold Resistance, so I love that spice.
It's so fun, yeah.
Yep.
It's crazy that they allow the vehicle trait because often they catch that and they say all traits except for vehicle. Now there are 2 of them. You can't bring out a vehicle with vehicle trait. The first unit can have the vehicle trait, but what it brings out cannot be a vehicle. Things like that.
hmm
Yeah, bold resistance potentially being 3 for 6 damage if you have 3 vehicles that all get to swing can be a lot.
Yeah.
Do you have what are your like reach type options in this build?
So so when I sideboard, I mean it's really like just pounds them early. But when I sideboard, if I'm going into potentially a longer game, I have change of hearts, so I can just take their Wrecker or their Poe or their Crate Dragon, Snoke, Emperor Palpatine. I've taken them all. Avenger, I like to take Avenger for the game. So yeah, I'll swing with some of that. I've got waylays as well, so I can bounce big things. Basically, I just want to punish them for playing anything bigger than what I have.
Yeah.
hmm I did notice you had a Plo Koon in your hand as well at the end of the game there. Is that also a sideboard option, or do you commit a little bit to the ground just to make sure you don't get run over?
Yeah, so Plo Koon used to be Senatorial Corvette. That was a tweak from using it since the very beginning of this set, where I only had slight trouble against Han. It was the only deck that really could beat me. In fact, my only loss was Han today. Plo Koon was the obvious option for that because he deploys on 5, and I love just wasting their Han turn. I can also take out. I've been known to take out a Sabine with Darksaber in 1 hit as well. So if I have Red 3 out, they have the Darksaber on their Sabine, and I have Quinlan out. I throw Plo Koon out, and he pings Sabine, and then attacks for 7, and that's all 8 in 1 shot. And usually they're just like, yeah, good game.
Yeah, that's a gross combo.
Yeah, I think it's a very interesting deck. Have you been playing this at other events, and how's that gone?
I have. It's gotten top 8 in every PQ that we've been to. With it, but I usually I'm getting unlucky as soon as I get into top 8 for whatever reason, just bad hands and double cunnings. Double cunnings are nasty. If they get 2 cunnings out against me, because I am going wide, but when they can exhaust a couple, bounce another, cunning's just a really, really nifty broken card.
Yeah, Cunning is busted. Looks like you're gonna have another chance at another crack at the top 8 here today. So congratulations, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, good job,
Tyler,
and
do you have
good
any
luck in
other
the rest of your
questions?
games.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Thanks.
good luck.
Thanks, Tower number 9. Yeah, I really like your videos, by the way. I was on that Sabine Red
Thanks.
for forever, set 1.
Yeah,
Heck yeah.
that's coming back. It's a different build, but Chrono from KTOD playing a different take on Sabine Double Red here today.
Yeah, I mean, like I got to go all ground next set, right?
We were just talking about that.
You got to be the hipster. Got to do whatever the others aren't doing. That's funny.
Against the grain.
Exactly. All right. Well, good luck, Paladin. Hope to see you crush it in the top 8 here.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Alrighty. That was Paladin. Very interesting deck. We
Yeah,
will
no,
see him
I'll
later
be
in the
real,
top 8
Mickey. I
today.
do hope he gets the win. Like, how
Yeah.
hype would that be? A space only deck? That'd be tight.
It would be super fun. Nice precursor to set 4.
Yeah. And we still do
Dante
have.
asked,
Sorry, go ahead.
you go tower. No, I was just this was the last round of Swiss.
Yeah. We have about 27 minutes left. 7th round of Swiss. You know, you might be noticing that some of the tables are more bare than they were earlier, but I think part of that may just be from players dropping once they're no longer in contention. So, you know, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens as we move on to that top 8, which should be in probably about half an hour or so.
Yep. If you wanted to, Tower, we could chat a little bit more about set 4. That match was so fast. Got a little bit
Yeah.
of a little bit of energy left in me.
Oh, I'm game. Yeah, set 4. You know, I'm really looking forward to it. You know, when I was a kid, I read some of those X-Wing books, and getting the potential for like leader wedge and you know, as a space and pilot focused deck, man, that seems like it could be so cool.
Yes, I'm looking forward to Wedge. Any leader that resource cheats and like you get to throw down a Chewbacca for cheaper. You get to throw down like a Boshek for cheaper. Draw a couple cards if your deck is all odd and crafted correctly. Seems very very powerful.
Yeah, that new Chewie looks so good also. At least as a
hmm
like option against some of the more control oriented decks. You know,
Y-
you can play him as a unit, you can play him as an upgrade, and both seem pretty good.
I think these Sabine decks have pivoted to General's Blade a little bit, and I wouldn't be surprised if Chewie kind of takes that General's Blade slot, being able to threaten an upgrade on space and an upgrade on the ground, and kind of like split lanes seems really potent.
Now, one question that I think is becoming really pertinent to me at least is, are we going to see more ground vehicles?
Yes, that is something that has been like looking at building decks and trying to build stuff. There is no good ground vehicle that costs less than 4. I don't think there's a ground vehicle period that costs less than 4 unless you're like the stolen land speeder for
Yeah, I'm
one.
like,
But
well, I was thinking of that, but it's not a very good
that
card.
it's not quite what you're looking for. I think the cheapest stuff is like the escort skiff. The forecast 4/4 has ambush if you have another green unit. But really it's like for the good ones, you're talking about like 6 costs or even 8 costs with like the there's the 4/6 for 6 in green hero. It ambushes, and then you get a 2 cost or less back on play. Forget the name of that card, but also just reinforcement walker is probably the staple ground unit.
Yeah, reinforcement walker is really good. So
Yeah,
I'm just
and,
looking through the ground vehicles, and yeah, so the stolen land speeder is actually the only ground vehicle in the entire game that costs less than 4, and
yeah,
it's pretty bad. Now at
yep,
4, you do have a few things: Frontier, ATRT, Escort, Skiff. You know, there's a little there, but you're really looking at kind of some heavier cards for ground vehicles.
yep. And often your pilot costs are so cheap, you want to be piloting for cheap on like your space units because space vehicles cost as low as 1, especially in
Yeah.
yellow. I believe they have 3 different spaceships that cost 1.
Yeah, quite a few one-cost fighters, quite a few two-cost fighters as well. Just lots of stuff you can send in there.
Yep. Uh, are there any cards from sets 1 through 3 that you think are going to get better with the potential shifting meta of set 4?
Yeah, I think so one that I think is really likely to see kind of a glow up is the Imperial Interceptor. This is a card that
Mm,
used to see a lot of play and has really fallen by the wayside more recently. I haven't seen it in a while, but that concept of like a kind of dedicated like space to space type unit is going to be, I think, a lot stronger in an environment where more people have space heavy decks.
hmm It also leaves behind a vehicle for you to pilot onto later, which is really
Yeah,
nice. I do
and
think a lot of the upgrade hate cards are going to get a lot better too. So stuff like they already see play somewhat, but disabling Fang Fighter and aggression
yeah.
and bamboozle are going to see a lot more play next set.
Yeah, even just the humble confiscate, I think
Mhm.
maybe like even if you don't have other upgrade removal cards, that confiscate's going to be looking pretty appealing in a world where there's these pilots, especially pilot leaders, that potentially offer very major stat boosts. That's one of the things that we've seen with piloting is the efficiency level of these pilots is often actually above normal upgrades.
Yep. Even like R2D2 being a 0 cost +1/+1 is super impactful.
Yeah, and like yes they have to attach to vehicles and you can only put one on most vehicles and so on. But like, if you look at like Harrison Dula, the blue unit, she
Mhm.
is 2 for a 2/3 restore 1, and as a pilot, she gives the unit +2/+3 and restore 1. So if there was an upgrade that was 2 for +2/+3 and restore 1, that is like substantially above the curve of most upgrades.
Yeah. I mean, we saw Devotion C play early in set 1 and 2, and that's +1/+1 for restore 2. And
Yeah.
I think +2/+3 for restore 1 is probably better. The extra stats are really impactful.
Right. Or like academy training saw play a little bit in constructed and substantially in limited, and that's 2 for +2/+2, no text. So
Yep.
like these piloting upgrades are often offering stats that are better than that, admittedly conditional, but often
Yes.
with some extra upside on top of it.
And they're conditional, but if you don't meet the condition, you can just play them as a ground unit. Because like Hera specifically being a 2/3 restore 1, that's just a restored arc on the ground, and that's a totally acceptable unit to just play out.
Yeah, absolutely. Or you look at like Wingman Victor 2 Mauler Mythal. So that's
Mm-hmm.
2 for a 3/2 when played as a unit, and it's as a pilot, it's 1 for +1/+1, and it creates a tie. So 1 for
Mm-hmm.
+1/+1 create a tie is like that's pretty solid in my opinion, especially in a
Yeah.
set where you want to have those vehicles. And then 2 for a 3/2 is like a stat line that is quite reasonable on the ground as well. So it's like both modes of the card are good.
Yep. The even like a lot of the 3 cost pilots are 3/4s and then pilot for 1 or 2 and give some stats and often have another effect. But like push comes to shove and you just have to play it as a 3 cost 3/4. Sure, that's not ideal, but it's totally reasonable. We're playing 3 cost 3/4s not often right now, and oftentimes it's for like an Ezra, which has a relevant trait and ability, but it's not the end of the world if you just have to throw it on the ground.
Yeah, like Biggs Darklighter, for instance, he can be played as a 3 cost 3/4, and he has
Hmm.
no text if he's played as a ground unit, but he does have the Rebel trait. And
Yeah.
it's like if you think about Biggs, maybe you're playing Biggs instead of like Fighters for Freedom. A lot of the time, Fighters for Freedom's text doesn't do anything, and it's just 3 for a 3/4.
Yeah.
So like Biggs is offering that plus the potential high upside of his pilot ability, granting relevant stats and even keywords and so on.
Hmm. Even the pilot leaders deploying onto the ground can be totally reasonable. Like
Oh yeah.
a Luke and Vader, I believe they're both 5/6s for 6, so they can just deploy on the ground and attack you for 5 if nothing else is going right. And they have the Force trait, and I think the
Yeah.
Imperial and Rebel trait, respectively. So totally relevant ground units.
Yeah, Luke Skywalker, Hero of Yavin, deploy him as a 5/6, or he can be a +4/+5 on a vehicle, and if it's a fighter, it gets on attack. You may deal 3 damage to a unit. So yes, the piloting side of that is better,
Hmm.
especially because it can't be defeated by enemy card abilities. So those Fang fighters and stuff aren't going to work against it. But deploying a 6 for a 5/6, yeah, it's not like good as leaders go, but it's not garbage either.
Yep. And Caleb in the chat mentioning a cheeky play that I had thought about of really like the idea of slapping their lightsabers on Luke and Vader respectively. Having like a cheeky one of Luke or Vader lightsaber in your deck for the instance where you have to deploy your leader to the ground and your opponent's probably not expecting your ground leader to be a problem. So I wouldn't be surprised if they resource their answers for it and all of a sudden they're getting smacked for 8 with a Luke with a saber and a shield on it now.
Yeah, and please don't nerf us suggesting that blue might want to run evidence of the crime, which
Mm,
potentially represents massive tempo. Yeah, I think that's a very reasonable consideration. So evidence of the crime, not a card that sees very much play these days. 3 cost vigilance event. Take control of an upgrade that costs 3 or less and attach it to an eligible unit of your choice. Now, There's one little joker in the deck on this one, which is that I think cost is based on the printed cost. I
Yes.
don't know if there's a ruling on how this applies to pilots, but
I
I
believe
would,
it's still printed cost.
yeah, I would suspect that it would count the printed cost of the pilot as a unit, which would mean that
Mhm.
some pilots would actually be out of range, even if they were played as an upgrade for 3 or less.
Most notably, I think Chewbacca is the big one, but a lot of the pilots do cost 3 or less, like Cassian and Page and Wedge or Biggs and R2 and Boshek. There's a whole litany of 3 cost or less pilots.
Dude,
So
how crazy is Boshek? What the heck is that?
that card is nuts. It often says 2 cost +1/+2 draw 2 cards, and that's a very powerful card.
Now you might have to build around it some, but if you're playing a like odd cost deck or whatever,
Hmm.
then yeah, it's like crazily good.
It's obviously very good with the new Han, which wants you to play a bunch of odd cost units. But I think it's also secretly good with Wedge because the way you want to play Wedge often is play a 1 cost spaceship and then play a upgrade on it or a pilot on it that has a 2 cost pilot cost. And a lot of those cost 3 as a unit. And so Boshek sees that it costs 3 and will draw it for you, even though you're often only paying 2 to play it.
Yeah, you'd have
Boshek
a
himself
like,
is
yeah,
that
it's
way.
interesting. Now I have also thought you could do Wedge with a different game plan, which is play a 2 cost ship and then play a pilot for 0.
With a 1 cost like Biggs.
Yeah, you might have Biggs, Dagger Squadron pilot, Neon Num. I
Hmm.
think there's that. I forget if he's like a independent smuggler is
Yes.
1 for +1/+1 raid 1. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see what approach ends up being popular. I hope there's some good wedge deck to be found though. I'm a
Hmm.
wedge
There's
fan.
there's enough in there where even if it's not top of the meta, like it might be like that Tarkin Blue list we saw where it's gonna hover around.
Yeah.
I'd be surprised if we went an entire PQ season without seeing it at least make one top 8.
Yeah, I think honestly the new set is looking really exciting to me. And another thing that it has that I personally am not super hyped about, but I think might be really cool for at least some players, is that we are going to see the expansion of resistance and first order as traits and some synergies and stuff there.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're fans of those factions, or if you, I don't know, maybe you really like, Ray or Kylo or whatever, and want to build a deck like more thematically around those characters, there are going to be some trait synergies to help build that.
Specifically, Captain Phasma is really incentivizing people to play first order stuff. Like the new Captain Phasma unit is incredibly powerful with ECL, and it lines up perfectly with the leader's deploy. It feels very intentional the way they set that up.
Yeah, so the new Phasma is 5 for a 5/6 command villainy. She has the first order and trooper traits, and when played and on attack, you may give another first order unit +2/+2 for this phase. So if you ambush her in with ECL or with timely intervention, you can give both the when played and on attack and give another first order unit +4/+4. And so then if you have, another first order unit as your leader, you can suddenly hit for huge damage.
Yeah. It's like a steadfast battalion from set 1 on steroids. Just
Yeah, now she can't buff herself, so that
no.
does mean she can't do the hit for 7 trick that Steadfast Battalion was able to. But I do think she has some potential, at least if we see enough good first order cards.
Hmm. And plus, Kylo back from set 2 was a first order card and was also a very good ECL target. Doesn't see a ton of play because red villain ECL isn't a super popular deck archetype. We've seen some Bosk ECL before, but often Bosk 30 is more popular. And so building a deck where Kylo gets to shine as well, like I think that could be a very real package. Probably need 1 to 2 more tools from the new set, but it's looking pretty good.
Now, I will also say there's a trait synergy that has been a fan favorite despite a weak power level since the start of the game, and that is the Spectre trait.
Hmm.
And we're going to see at least 4 new Spectres in this set.
Yep. The new Ghost is very, very interesting. It's very much the like a mix of a Johnny or a Timmy card to call to the like magic player archetypes. So it's like a deck builder's paradise while also wanting to play towards flavor. And like I want to build my Rebels Spectre deck with Hera at the helm, and you can kind of just Voltron out this giant ghost and get super excited.
Yeah, now I will say, I hate to be a party pooper or whatever. I think the new Ghost is really bad.
I
I
think
could be
so
wrong.
too.
Please prove me wrong. But the concept of when this unit is upgraded, it gains Sentinel, and then it gives Sentinel to other stuff, that's actually negative. You don't want more of your units to have Sentinel. You usually want exactly one Sentinel, or else you're
Mhm.
giving your opponents back the options that the Sentinel keyword is supposed to remove.
Yep.
I hope I'm wrong. I hope there's some way to like figure out the ghost, or maybe that Phantom 2 giving it grit, or maybe there's going to be some other crazy thing you can come up with. But as it stands, I'm very skeptical of the ghost. The
Yep.
old ghost is sick though. I'm not saying
Yeah.
I'm not saying like I hate the ghost as a ship, but I don't like the new ghost at first glance. We'll have to see how it ends up doing.
I totally agree with you. I think it's just going to be a little bit too slow and a little bit too awkward in a set that seems to be speeding the game up a lot too.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Now, on the other hand, Sabine's masterpiece. That's a spicy
Oh,
card.
that's a really fun card. I think that card can just be good on its own. 3 cost, 3/3. I'm not sure. It's Mandalorian Rebel Spectre Fighter.
No, it's not. It's not Mandalorian. It's
Not
Rebel Vehicle Fighter Spectre.
Okay. And then on attack, you have 4 different options depending on the type of aspect unit you have in play. And if you have all 4 aspects, you're going to do all 4 of these things. So
Yeah.
blue is heal 2 damage from a base. Red is deal 1 damage to a unit or a base. Yellow is ready or exhaust a resource. And green is give an experience token to a unit.
Imagine on turn 1 you play 2 1-cost units, and then on turn 2 you ECL in Sabine's masterpiece and get 2 of those effects. That's like legitimately very, very strong.
Yes, I think it's going to be strongest in green yellow because I think those are the 2 strongest effects. So like turn 1, even not even necessarily playing 2 1-drops because that's like going to have 3 cards and it's going to be the most explosive play, but 1 in every 50 games you're going to see that. But like even if you just play like an L3 or a crafty smuggler or a sticky 2/2 with a shield unit, and then turn 2 you're ECLing your Sabine's masterpiece into their Green Squadron A-Wing, killing their Green Squadron A-Wing, exhausting one of their resources, and maybe just blanking their turn 2. I think
Yeah.
it's definitely got potential.
Being able to exhaust one of your opponent's resources is super strong. I think I'm with you with the green and yellow abilities on that probably being the best, because similarly, if you like, let's say you start out, you play whatever random green unit, it could be like Battlefield Marine, it could be whatever. Turn 2, you ambush in Sabine's masterpiece, and you have a command unit, so you can give it a +1/+1 counter. Now it's a 4/4.
Mm-hmm.
So it's that seems really, really good if you have a situation that lines up for it. And maybe 3/3 is enough, you're taking out that A-wing or whatever, well, you can give the experience to your other unit. There's a lot of flexibility with that card.
Mm-hmm. I will say the red one is also interesting in a world of a bunch of Tarkin towns, as well as red 5. I'm gonna try
Mm,
it out in Quinlan because so on attack with if you have a red unit, you get to deal 1 damage. And then red 5 is a 3 cost 3/4, and it says on attack, deal 2 damage to a damaged enemy unit. So you can
yeah.
set up the 1 damage with the Sabine's masterpiece and then finish it off with the red 5.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be really cool, to be honest with you. It's now I don't know, like, is it one of those cards that requires synergies and stuff to line up? Yes, it totally is. I'm not claiming it's like super good on its own, but like the upside is high enough that I want to give it a try.
And I mean, 3 cost for a 3/3 in space isn't the end of the world.
No, it's
Like
not terrible.
I also think it has one of the prettiest arts in the set so far. I love the art on that card.
Dude, imagine that in hyperspace with that landscape going to
Oh,
the edges
it's
of the card. It's gonna look sick.
yep. Set 4 in general has had some of my favorite arts. Like the new Black 1 looks amazing. The
Yeah,
new, the new Red
the new
5.
Ghost, I don't like
Oh,
its text. That art is sick.
yeah. I also really love the new Ahsoka art. That art is
Oh yeah.
gorgeous. There's so much good art in this set. Um, I'm looking forward to spending too much money on hyperspace foil versions of these cards.
I'm not sure I'll go that far, but no, there's some good looking stuff. And like honestly, even some of the pieces that aren't like super flashy are still very characterful. Like the Luke Skywalker Hero of Yavin art with him climbing down from the
Mhm.
cockpit. I really like it. It's
Yeah.
very thematic.
Yes. I need to, in general, I often don't appreciate the art of cards as much as I should. And like they've been really knocking that out of the park for this upcoming set, like almost forcing me to pay attention to it. And I love it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and like I don't think it's perfect. There are some cards that I don't think necessarily look the best, but there are some really cool ones too. And
Yes.
overall, I think the art in this game looks quite good, especially with those hyperspace versions.
Mm-hmm.
And this set looks like it is upping the game.
Yes. I see Stubbs Hub in the chat. He can attest to having pretty cards. Knowing he has I believe it's fully hyperfoil Ray deck from.
Ooh, spicy.
Yes, I do my best to keep up. I have fully hyperspace Quinlan and Palpatine together, but they're not all hyperfoil, unfortunately.
There's also, I think there's a lot of just like Star Wars theme and flavor in this set. Like, the new
Mm-hmm.
Darth Vader Victor
Mm-hmm.
Squadron leader, where when you deploy him as an upgrade, it creates 2 TIE fighters to like go in with him. Oh man. That's
Going with his squadron.
yeah, it's so on theme for that moment in A New Hope when he sends out those fighters to attack
Mm-hmm.
the trench run.
So I'm not as well versed in Star Wars as a lot of other people, but I have noticed they do care a lot about integrating flavor in gameplay.
Yeah.
My favorite example of it is from set 1 in Twin Suns. If you play Han and Chewie together, you can go from 5 to 7 resources and deploy your Han and Chewie in the same turn.
Oh yeah, that's tight. Or like the synergy between the R2D2 and C3PO from Spark of Rebellion.
Mhm.
It's
They
yeah,
they
they
really
got some
care.
good stuff.
They really really do care about Star Wars, and like even as not the biggest Star Wars fan, I appreciate how much time and attention they put into the details.
Yeah, I would say I'm not like a super fan of Star Wars, but I definitely watched those movies. I read some of the books and stuff.
Mhm.
And I don't think I pick up on all of it. In particular, I didn't watch the Clone Wars or Rebels, so I missed out on
Same.
some of that stuff. Haven't watched all the modern Disney TV shows or whatever. But I pick up on a fair amount of it, and I'm sure there's some cool Star Wars flavor to some of these cards that I'm not even noticing.
Yep. I will say that I think the game is working as intended for what Disney wants, because playing the game has made me want to watch Star Wars more.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely the same for me. No joke.
Yeah, like I started getting Mandalorian clips recommended to me, and like I started watching some of those, as well as Book of Boba Fett clips as well, and I might have to just take the time and cave and watch those shows. I mean, I watched Rogue One for the first time last November because of this game.
Yeah, dude, Rogue One also, my opinion is that Rogue One is a legitimate good movie.
Yes.
Like not like good for being a Star Wars movie or whatever. I think it's like actually good.
Hmm. I think it's like a 10 out of 10 Star Wars movie, and at least like a 7.5 out of 10 regular movie.
Yeah, yeah. Like and I'll be real, I have seen all of the Star Wars movies including Solo. I
Hmm.
enjoyed all the Star Wars movies including Solo. I don't think they're all really good movies.
Same.
I think I think Rogue One is legitimately good. I think A New Hope is legitimately good. I think
Hmm.
Empire Strikes Back is legitimately good. And there's others that I would think are more popcorn movies.
Yes.
But, you know, Rogue One. Oh, someone in chat says Rogue One retconned my favorite Star Wars character out of existence, so I'm not a fan. Okay, I'm gonna guess that means you're a Kyle Katarn fan. Is that right? I don't know if we'll have confirmation in the chat, but
I'm with this stuff.
Kyle Katarn was the protagonist of the Dark Forces series of games.
Mm,
And in the original Star Wars Dark Forces, which was a 90s FPS game with kind of similar like Doom like aesthetics in terms of that 2.5D perspective.
hmm.
You steal the Death Star plans as Kyle Katarn. And
Uh,
I have nostalgic memories of playing that game on a friend's computer when I was a little kid. And yeah, and Kyle Katarn, unfortunately not canon anymore, but it is what it is.
yeah. People gushing over Rogue One, and my sister earlier. Yeah, I have just seen Rogue One. I'm a Star Wars normie.
Oh,
I will.
hey, I'll say another Star Wars thing that I think is pretty cool. Andor on the on Disney
I've
Plus
heard
or whatever.
great things. I've heard great things.
I had it recommended to me actually by one of the game's designers, believe it or not.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I was talking. I was at there was earlier there was an event earlier for before the game came out. There was kind of an event hyping up the game, and I was talking to Tyler Parrott, one
Okay.
of the senior game designers, and he said, "Oh, you gotta watch Andor. It's so good." And I watched it, and I was really impressed. Similar to some of this other stuff we've been discussing with Rogue One and the like. It was like I didn't think like this is good Star Wars content. I was like, this is like straight up good, and it happens to be Star
Mhm.
Wars.
I felt the same way. I watched season 1 of The Mandalorian when it first came out. Now I know opinions of season 2 and 3 have kind of dropped a little bit compared to season 1, but season 1 was like legitimately good television. I just really enjoyed watching it.
Yeah, I wasn't always a fan of The Mandalorian, but I think that show had some really, really high points in specific
Yes.
episodes and so on. And even in the more controversial or whatever season 2, that episode with Bill Burr where they infiltrate the base,
Mhm.
that is so good.
Yeah. I've heard
That's
great
like
things about Bill Burr's performance.
yeah. And it's pretty funny too, because he doesn't even like Star Wars and he participated in it sort of as a joke.
Yep.
But like he turned in a legit good performance.
Yeah. Uh, like I'm a Star Wars normie, quote unquote, but my dad did set me right because he had me watching all of the classics when I was like 8 years old. So he made me watch
Yeah,
four,
I
five,
saw
and
those when
six
I was a
first.
kid.
Yep.
They came out with those special edition movies,
hmm
man.
So I went 4, 5, 6, and then 1, 2, 3, and I remember seeing all 3 of those sequels in. No, I only saw 7 and 9 in theaters. I skipped 8 in the theaters, but I did watch it later on.
Yeah. I thought also I know people joke and make fun of Star Wars Episode 1 and the prequels in general sometimes.
hmm
I saw Star Wars Episode 1 when I was a kid,
Yeah.
and it is a kids movie. And as a kid, I loved that movie.
Yep. I remember adoring that movie, and like as a kid, you think Jar Jar is the most hilarious character, and
Oh, yeah.
Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon are just so sick and awesome, and Darth Maul is terrifying, and
Oh, dude, the Duel of the Fates sequence, so good.
mhm. I mean,
So good.
Phantom Menace existing, if just for that sequence, is worth it.
And yeah, and like I think you could quite fairly criticize some aspects of that movie and the prequels in general. It's a kids movie that has a substantial amount of the plot being about like trade blockades and stuff and
Yeah.
issues that are not necessarily super legible to a kid. But man, it was a fun time as a kid watching that movie. And I
Yeah.
will also say I think that if you look at the more recent sequel films, which I also enjoyed, but if you look at those films, I think they are much, much, much less original than what George Lucas was doing in the prequels.
hmm
Like, they have visual designs that are very similar to the original trilogy, and
Yes.
the prequels were doing something different, and it didn't always succeed, but they were trying.
They were trying. Uh, Earlier in the chat, Rodney Stubbs Hub had mentioned and recommended The Bad Batch, and I've watched the first 3 episodes of The Bad Batch, and I was very impressed. It
I
has
haven't
some
watched that one.
it has some of like it feels like a kids show in a lot of ways, and it has some of the kids show tropes of like having a couple like characters have one specific note, but they also have a lot more depth. So like Wrecker is kind of the big meathead a little bit, but he has a little bit more depth than you'd expect. And like Hunter, the main character especially, is really, really intriguing as a character. I like just watching him, it hooked me for the first couple episodes, and I've wanted to go back ever since.
Cool. Now, Hunter is a leader in this game that has not necessarily made the biggest impact. I'm curious to know whether or not we're going to see future stuff that's going to make him stronger.
Yeah, I would because he cares about multiple copies of cards, it's hard for him to get worse in the future sets. I just don't know if he'll ever be quite good enough, especially since he's in like a middle set and he's going to rotate sooner rather than later. So we'll see, but I would be curious to see him work because his showcase art is like incredible, and he's a really cool character. And so I don't know. I would love to see Hunter be at least somewhat viable.
Yeah, that Hunter showcase art, I have to agree, it looks really good.
Yeah.
I
Keeping up.
believe we're at time in the round, but it looks like the players are still kind of milling around. I think the top 8 has not been announced yet, but we will hopefully be bringing you that top cut shortly.
Yes, I believe they are finalizing standings, probably getting prizes distributed. If you look in the back of the video, you can see a TV with a timer that says like -3 minutes and 45 seconds.
Yeah, I see that.
So I'd imagine we're past time and we're gonna finalize standings here soon. So Claire says 1 match still to report. But thank you for joining us. Shout outs to Tabletop Gaming Center hosting the PQ. Shout outs to McClunky Gaming for hosting the stream. Claire and Titanic Tim for coming together and making this happen. Shout outs to you, Tower, for being in here all day. And then shout outs to everyone for joining us as we ramble about Star Wars.
Yeah, we spent so much time talking about Star Wars media and stuff and different things we've enjoyed that we are basically at the next round. So we will see where that takes us shortly.
Mm-hmm. Think we can depending on how long, I think we can just smooth transition right into the top cut. I don't know how long it's going to take. I remember Claire had said it's going to be a little bit longer as again they do like a top 8 picture and distribute prizes. And so if you have any questions as well in the chat, feel free to ask away. Make this maybe a little bit of a Q&A as well. If not, we can ramble. We can take a quick break. Tower, I don't know what you are wanting to do.
Yeah, I mean, I'm down. I'm down for whatever here personally. We'll see what the viewers have to say here. I think
Alrighty.
we are hopefully going to get underway pretty fast when the time comes. But as you mentioned, I do think there's going to be some time for the top 8 picture. We gotta finalize this and that. So may not be an immediate thing even once all the results are in.
Alrighty. Well, we rambled for a little bit. I think we can pivot to a quick break here. Maybe recharge our batteries, take a bit of a restroom break. Let people on site have a bit of a break as well, and we can come right back for top 8 action here.
Yeah, sounds good. All right, chat. I'm Tower number 9. I am joined here by Mickey D, and we will be back soon with the top cut of the Planetary Qualifier here at the Tabletop Gaming Center in Connecticut. What's going on, guys? We are back here with the McClunky Gaming coverage of the Tabletop Gaming Center Planetary Qualifier here in Connecticut. We are about to move into the top 8, and we have, I think, an exciting match for you guys here, where we are going to, I believe, we are going to be streaming a matchup here featuring Tarkin Blue versus Ray Yellow. There was some enthusiasm for Ray Yellow in the chat, and we're going to be bringing you a bit of an unusual deck here. Let's see how it can do.
Yeah, I've seen Ray Yellow pop up here and there, but not anything at this stage. Blue Yellow Hero Control has a lot of like Spark of Rebellion and Kira tools, while also getting to play a lot of the Restore units like Yoda and Kanan. But I honestly, besides like maybe the bones of the deck, have no idea what to expect. This is a super exciting, like, to Target Blue, we've seen a little bit of. It's won a PQ. We saw it last round too, which this also means that there is 2 Target Blues at the top tables here, which is kind of crazy. But for as off the wall as Target Blue is, Ray Yellow is even more off the wall.
Yeah. So it's going to be a matchup between some interesting builds, and it's going to be Farm Boy here on the left playing Tarkin. And on the right, we have NJ Cuenca playing Ray Yellow. So very interesting builds here, and we're gonna have to see how this goes.
You did a much better job at pronouncing that name than I would have done. NJ Cuenca is difficult to say, but here with an exciting deck, exciting matchup. I also imagine this one will probably take a bit of time. Although Tarkin, we saw against the Quinlan Tarkin Town, even though they kind of got run over, they had a big, beefy Super Commando squad as early as turn 5, so they can turn on the jets pretty quickly.
Yeah, and that Super Commando squad didn't avail them too much against a space threat, but against a deck that was more focused on the ground arena, the story could be very different.
Exactly. Symbiote and Chap, can we address the rumors that this is the most handsome PQ this season? No comment. I'll let y'all be the judge of that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess in principle you could evaluate that for yourself on the crowd camera, though. Not sure that's exactly what the stream is for. All right, we're going to be getting started here, I believe, and we do have a viewer asking what are the top 8 decks, and so here's what we got. We have Sunny D running the Han Green. We have Philip double yellow Han. We have this Tarkin Yellow Tarkin Blue versus Ray Yellow. We have the Quinlan Tarkin Town Space Threat deck. There are another 2 Han 1 yellows, one of them run by Alex Blandon and one by Pascal Maynard. And then Bobby Sapphire rounds out the top 8 with Django Fett Tarkin Town. So there are I believe 4 Han decks, 3 yellow and 1 green, Tarkin Blue, Quinlan Tarkin Town, Ray Yellow, Django Tarkin Town.
Feels pretty representative of the meta. Biggest absence probably being Sabine ECL. No Sabine ECL, and we don't have like a Kira, but this Tarkin Blue deck is kind of taking the place of that blue-green soft control overwhelming.
Yeah, we haven't seen the Kira. We haven't seen like the Anakin or something like that.
That as well.
But yeah, Sabine I think is maybe the big miss for this top 8.
Mm-hmm. Especially given, I believe, out in the Northeast they see a lot of Djangos and Sabines, and Bobby Sapphire and Mike Gem making it in on Django Tarkin Town, but only 1 copy of that in the top 8 and no Sabines. Although I believe there was a couple on the bubble.
All right, let's see what happens here.
I have no idea what to expect from this matchup, to be honest. I'm along for the ride as much as almost as much as the viewers are.
We are I don't know Ray Yellow, to be honest with you. I do not know what this deck is going to bring us, but I hope it's going to be an exciting show.
I agree. Drawing up our opening hands here. Ooh, immediately in Farm Boy's hand, a spicy Lurking TIE Phantom out of aspect. Maybe a finisher against those control style decks.
Wow. Yeah. We're getting off to a spicy start. We were talking
Yeah.
earlier about the Tarkin yellow decks buffing up those Lurking Tie Phantoms, and it seems Farm Boy may be executing that game plan even without a cunning base.
Hey, pulling it off of Vader is still free, so Vadering into a finisher seems not a bad option.
All right.
Believe our
Farm Boy
Ray player.
resourcing. NJ
And
Cuenca maybe taking a mulligan or something. Not entirely sure what's going on there.
I believe so. Just shuffling off screen, I would imagine.
And this is once again taking place at the Tabletop Gaming Center up in Connecticut. And that is an area where they have quite a few Star Wars Unlimited events going on. So if you're local to that area or willing to travel, they have Monday casual play, Saturday constructed tournaments, and they host monthly drafts. The next one being on March 12th. The Tabletop Gaming Center wants to thank everyone for watching today, and they're excited to be hosting this PQ. And looks like NJ is about to take that hand, and we'll see what he starts out with here. CLC Fazan in chat asking, what's more spicy, Ray Yellow here or Obi-Wan Mono Blue from the Oslo PQ finals?
I will say that from what I saw, that Obi-Wan Mono Blue was also running the Pow City base to make Obi-Wan a 4/8 Sentinel.
Oh, that's tight.
That was very spicy. So we'll have to see more of the Ray Yellow deck, but it's a close race.
All right. Looks like NJ might be starting us off here.
I've been resourced.
Someone in chat says Obi Blue not only ran but played Finn Unit in the finals. That is an argument for spice. Leia Organa Defiant Princess coming out and readying a resource here.
This is interesting. Kind of a build your own battlefield marine here. Ready the resource, then give it an experience with Ray.
Yeah, both Farm Boy and NJ are going for that type of gameplay there, bringing out an early unit and then buffing it with their leader abilities, so that Tai LN Fighter is going to become a 3/2, while the Leia Defiant Princess is a 3/3.
Yep. Makes me wonder how aggressive NJ's deck can be, because when I think Blue Yellow Hero, I'm often thinking a very controlling style gameplay with a lot of discard, a lot of restore, getting up to like Luke units and redemptions. But a 3/3 on turn one, it's very good at controlling the board, but I wonder how aggressively he can pivot this kind of draw.
Yeah, Cunning Heroism in particular definitely has some aggressive options. You have cards like Surprise Strike, the Falcon, but Vigilance Heroism is not really the most aggressive, fast aspect combination in the game. Looks like a Spark of Rebellion here, so we're going to get to see Farm Boy's hand.
Overwhelming Barrage, an Emperor's Royal Guard, the Client, and Arrival's Fall. So nothing incredibly stands out. I would probably take Overwhelming Barrage here. You can't take them off a turn 2 play. And neither of them are super high impact, in my opinion. And that Overwhelming Barrage could do a lot of damage, especially with a pumped up Tile or any Imperial unit. So I think it's the highest impact card in the hand.
Yeah, I think I'm with you there, Mickey. He doesn't have the option to blank his opponent's turn because there's 2 3-cost cards here. So I think you just take the highest impact card, which in this case is the Overwhelming Barrage.
I would not be surprised to see if he took Rival's Fall either, if he values his Ray Flip that much. But Overwhelming Barrage can also threaten Ray Flip and is just the more versatile, more powerful card. So
yeah, and another thing I'll say about Rival's Fall is that I think in this matchup, unless Farm Boy ends up going very aggressive, I'm not sure that Ray's Restore is going to be that important. I think this might end up being kind of endgamey, in which case the opponent having the ability to kill your leader might not be as relevant. But it looks like he's actually going to take the Client. Maybe NJ is going for an aggro game plan here.
could be going aggro, and that shield can be annoying, especially if it starts to get buffed up by Tarkin. So of the 3 costs, if you wanted to take one, I think that's the one I would take.
Yeah, I agree with that. But I think I would have gone. I think I would have gone for Overrun Barrage there. That being said, NJ has ran a deck that I have very little familiarity with, so there may well be be considerations there that I am not up on.
Mm-hmm. It
Ooh,
also went
that's
to
nice.
an R2 filling out the curve. Nice.
Yeah.
I also would not be surprised if that taking the client means that NJ has like a Kira to follow up to answer the overwhelming barrage instead, or something like that.
Interesting point. You know, I had thought that NJ was going to end up with the initiative this round, but it's looking like no. The R2D2 play there is going to develop an additional unit for NJ, but Farm Boy will be able to take the initiative.
And this
If
is
you're a Farm Boy, do you just kill Leia with the Royal Guard first action?
depending on, given what I saw in hand last turn, yes, 100%. Just take your value trade. The R2 gets to attack it back and survive, but he left you an overwhelming barrage in hand, and now that's a 1 health unit that can get swept up pretty easily.
Yeah.
But
Looks like it's going to be a buff instead.
Yep, on the Royal Guard, I would imagine.
Yeah, up to a 4/5 there on that Emperor's Royal Guard.
Now it'll survive an attack from the R2 post Leia attack. Like if the Royal Guard were to
Leia does
attack.
get to sneak into the base there for 3 because the Royal Guard Sentinel is not enabled.
Mm-hmm. And now now that this is a top cut match, Farm Boy isn't going to be surprised by any like. I expect a more controlling deck from Rayella, but surprise, it's super aggressive. So I'd imagine with this kind of play, it insinuates that NJ's deck is a little slower because he didn't care as much about that damage to his base, and Farm Boy saw that in the deck list.
We are seeing a Power of the Dark Side now from Farm Boy. NJ has to decide which of his units to lose. And he is going to choose to lose Leia, even though she has better stats. She was already exhausted.
And R2 gets more buffs from what Ray. It lets you utilize that ability more.
Yeah, good point. And that buff from Rey now going off here, and that is going to take R2 out of range of the Emperor's Royal Guard. But Farm Boy goes for the base instead. We're actually seeing some kind of racing gameplay here, even though it's 2 decks that you might think are more late game oriented.
They're more controlling decks, especially against the faster decks, but given that they both have the ability to buff their units, they can get big and kind of racy pretty quickly. Like this Emperor's Royal Guard could be a 5-power unit next turn. This Ty Ellen could trade for that Concord Dawn next turn with a buff. So
I wonder, is Farm Boy gonna just fire off that overwhelming barrage? You could do 6 damage with the buffed Emperor's Royal Guard, potentially taking out either of these units and leaving some damage on the other.
given my opponent hasn't really committed, like everything is super big health, and so I think I might overwhelming barrage this turn, but I might wait a bit. Like I can deploy my Tarkin and attack with my Tarkin to get my Emperor's Royal Guard even bigger.
Nice.
That Emperor's Royal Guard is also a nice stat line right now. 4/6 is really annoying for blue decks to deal with because it's out of both Fell the Dragon and takedown range.
Good point. Now in chat we have someone asking if Bobby Sapphire from KTOD made the top 8. He did. He got in there, and I believe he is playing against Han Green this round. So we'll see if he can make the top 4. Farm Boy does just fire off that overwhelming barrage first action, so he's going to remove the Concord Dawn interceptors and send 2 damage to R2.
This kind of implies to me he's going to take more of an aggro game plan, clear out that Sentinel so he can hit for 4, at least 4 or 3 in the air with the Tile and Fighter, and have a 7-power unit.
Ooh, he gets waylaid though.
Yep, and that'll take 7 damage off the board. Really, really important there for NJ to prevent that level of damage.
Tarkin hits the field, will be able to buff the Ty LN with a swing here. Ray's ability being used to buff R2D2. So R2D2 now with 2 experience tokens, a 3/4 in current stats.
It is. So Farm Boy is pushing 6 here, and if he had pushed that 7, I would be much more inclined to say like Farm Boy has a good position to race. But when Ray flips, she does get to heal for 3, and it looks like, I mean, there's still that Rival's Fall in hand, so NJ's got to be worried about that. But that healing seems like it might actually matter a little bit, given how the game is playing out.
Yeah, so now NJ swings R2 into Tarkin, dealing 3 damage to Tarkin and 2 more damage to R2. The heavily buffed Ty LN swings for, I believe, 4 damage to NJ's base. So NJ now at 13 damage on base, Farm Boy only on 8. But as you mentioned, Ray's leader flip can potentially start generating large amounts of restore. Though if Farm Boy still has that Rival's Fall, there's going to be a very natural answer.
Mm-hmm. However, if NJ flips and Farm Boy just Rivals Fall, that's not necessarily the end of the world for NJ if it allows him to free up, and Farm Boy's gonna have no more response for this turn, so he can kind of do what he wants unabated for the rest of the
Yeah,
turn.
that's a very good point. Rival's Fall does take all the resources at this point.
Mm-hmm. And then a follow up with something like an Obi-Wan or something along those lines, or even like a Village Protectors plus a second Concord Dawn to kind of block both space and ground arenas could be quite
Yeah.
potent.
Looks like NJ might be exhausting all 6 resources, or maybe just looking through them. Took them all up as a group.
I'm trying to think of what smuggle cards he could have. Hot Shot's an obvious one.
Maybe spending 3. Hey, Hot Shot. There you go.
Yep. Looks like it's going to trade for the Tarkin, I'd imagine. Just get that off the board, stop the pump. And I believe that should be a trade. I believe this R2 should be defeated.
Yeah.
And it is.
Yeah. And so R2-D2 is removed, but the Hotshot Blaster lets R2 take out Tarkin. That Ty LN continuing to swing away, though.
Junkin for 4 is not an insignificant amount. It gets you dead relatively quickly, especially in this kind of matchup.
Yeah, and while Ray could start healing that up, that Rival's Fall might still be lurking.
Mm-hmm.
I think, it's interesting here. NJ could really use another Conquer Dawn Interceptors.
That would be kind of the perfect card. Village Protectors isn't a bad follow-up. Protects you on the ground. You're still taking incremental damage over turns with that space unit, but gives you time to answer it.
Farm Boy played a Emperor's Royal Guard, and that means no Rival's Fall this turn. But the client shows up, and the client is an official, which means Emperor's Royal Guard is now active.
And NJ just claims.
Interesting. Giving up on the Ray attack. That Ray attack could have buffed either Ray or the Village Protectors while also dealing some damage to the Emperor's Royal Guard. I wonder what NJ has that makes the initiative so important here.
The only card that comes to mind, and there's probably other ones, but something like Evacuate, like just clear the board. Okay, Spark is a good one. Spark is another really good one.
Rival's Fall, Darth Vader. What's that third card?
I believe Inferno 4.
Yeah, Inferno 4. So what do you take, Rival's Fall or Vader? Probably you take Vader?
With the Village Protectors, I don't hate taking Rival's Fall if you care about your Ray a lot, but Vader's definitely like go wide, and heroism in general, they don't have tools like Overwhelming Barrage or Super Laser Blast to deal with the go wide board, so Vader is definitely the most powerful card in the hand.
So let's see. Farm Boy is actually going to take that Rival's Fall. So I think there's NJ takes the Rival's Fall from Farm Boy rather. So I think there's a very good chance we're going to see Vader this turn. Now, as you may have mentioned there, Mickey, the Village Protectors are a bit of an obstacle for that Vader.
But now with the shield gone, if Farm Boy finds like a Death Trooper, it can use the Death Trooper on play ability to kill the Village Protectors and then ambush into the Ray if he wants.
Yeah, though NJ could potentially counter that by attacking with Ray and using her on attack to give an experience to the Village Protectors. Although they could still then be removed by the Emperor's Royal Guard.
Yes.
I wonder if NJ has like a Jedi lightsaber for.
Yeah.
Oh man,
good call.
That is exactly right. Jedi lightsaber on Rey. Now this is a little inefficient because ideally you would have attacked to give her an experience before buffing her, since the upgrade takes her out of range of the buff, and I believe the Village Protectors are likely going to die before she can buff them. But Jedi lightsaber on Rey makes her much more of a threat, and that removing that Rival's Fall makes a lot more sense, knowing that this was the follow-up.
Very context-dependent discard there. Given the lightsaber game plan, taking the Rival's Fall is a no-brainer.
Yeah, so this Jedi lightsaber is going to give Rey +3/+3, and in addition, on attack, it will give the defending unit -2/-2. So in this situation, Rey can attack into that Emperor's Royal Guard, and give it -2/-2, and then so she'll essentially defeat it while only taking 1 damage in return. And
Or
that's exactly, or
now,
actually in that case it's 0 damage because the
yep.
-2/-2 kills it. But they don't seem to realize it and incorrectly put 1 damage on Rey.
They remembered the -2/-2, just only the power part, not the toughness part.
I think
And-
they might have just missed it, to be honest with you.
yeah. And
That we'll see if that 1 damage on Rey ends up mattering.
it won't
Now,
matter
I
for this
believe
specific
I
ambush.
think this is Jedi lightsaber a May? I think it's a May.
It might be, but they did it for the powers because Rey only took 1 damage back. So
Oh yeah, weird. Yeah, okay, so they totally just messed it up. Yeah, so Rey should not have taken any damage there. Yeah,
mhm.
you're absolutely right. They remembered it for the power, but they didn't realize that the -2 would actually kill it here.
I
So Rey
think
should not have that 1 damage on her.
I wouldn't be surprised because in a lot of instances, Emperor's Royal Guard is a 3/5 if you're playing it with Palpatine, and in which case it
Interesting
wouldn't
point.
have died. But yep, and 20 mentioning the
Yeah.
same thing in the chat.
Yeah, that's an apt point. You know, I do think Emperor's Royal Guard sees a lot of play in Palpatine decks where it is a 3/5.
But that card is 3/4 base.
Okay, so Vader ambushes Rey, swinging in for 5 damage, and additionally, we're going to see a Snowtrooper Lieutenant, which is going to allow on attack to swing in with that TIE LN, which
For
can in
6.
turn deal 6 damage. So the damage is really adding up for NJ Cuenca
Yeah.
here.
That Vader was really, really good, which is a reason why maybe you should have taken it with Spark anyways and just kind of abandoned the lightsaber game plan. Because you can see here, Tarkin Farm Boy just going super wide, and Heroism does not have a ton of answers for this kind of game plan.
Yeah, now we could see Rey attack and kill Vader while taking no damage because the on attack -2/-2 would be enough to defeat Vader.
Mhm.
It would also heal up the base a bit, but Farm Boy has too many units at this point. I'm not sure that NJ is going to be able to stabilize.
Yep, we're gonna need some Sentinels and maybe some more Restores, or like a Luke to kill that 4/3 in space and be a big restore body. Could be quite good, and maybe you can start to come back from there. But definitely favoring Farm Boy at this point.
Yeah, it should be interesting.
Looks like they might be discussing that -2/-2 interaction with the Emperor's Royal Guard with the judge right now.
Yeah, not sure exactly what's going on here, but I
And
do
a
think
ma-
regardless of whether there's 5 or 6 damage on Rey, it is going to be a favorable situation for Farm Boy moving into this next turn.
Yep, and it looks like they removed that extra damage from Rey. Got that sorted out.
Rebel Resource says, dude, Pascal Maynard is at this PQ. Let's go. Yeah, Rebel Resource. Not only is he at the PQ, he's in the top 8, I believe.
Yep. I believe he's playing the Quinlan from earlier in the top cut. I'm not 100% on that.
Hey,
Yes,
I'm
yes.
rooting for Quinlan. No disrespect, Pascal, if you're watching this, but I root for the weird underdog decks.
Mm-hmm. It looks like we're gonna
All
have
right.
that -2/-2 with Restore 3.
Yeah, you know, Rey with this Jedi lightsaber is really powerful, but I don't know that she's powerful enough. And I do think I see an overwhelming barrage in Farm Boy's hand that could actually remove Rey and get some more damage on the base. And I'm not even sure if he really needs it. There's only 10
No.
HP left there.
Although
9 HP left.
with some Sentinels and maybe like a Luke or something, or even like a Kanan, just some Restore, and Jay can start to claw his way back into this game, but it's asking a lot.
Yeah.
The annoying thing about Tarkin, especially for and there's the Luke, so it's a good start. But the annoying thing about Tarkin is the second you get rid of one bomb, like one threat, they just can start building up a second, and so every card they play is threatening.
Luke is going to clear the TIE LN that had not attacked yet. And he does represent another source of major restore.
Mm-hmm.
But it is is it going to be enough? I don't know.
I'm not sure. I totally get wanting to remove the rated one, just save the damage.
Experience on the client.
So that's going to be
Lots
3
of
more
resources. Is that
damage.
another Vader? It is.
Another Vader. Looks like we're ambushing first and then doing the wind blade.
Yeah, that's like not optimal, but I think maybe if the choice is really obvious and it doesn't matter what you pull.
Yeah, I don't think there's a card in this color combo that cares.
Yeah, because Death Trooper wouldn't even kill race. That doesn't really make the grade.
It'd be if you want to kill the Luke instead. You could ambush Vader and do the Death Trooper on the Luke, but they're pretty similar, and the lightsaber is scarier than the Luke. Plus,
Yeah.
Luke is unique, so can't play a second one out if they happen to have a second one.
And it's looking like this one is all but over here with Farm Boy pushing more damage onto NJ's base. Only 4 HP remaining. Yes, NJ has Luke, but
Don't think that's going to be enough.
I don't think it's enough. Yeah. If he
We
had
need-
now, if he had an out of aspect overwhelming barrage, he could do 8 damage. You know, he could kill Vader, he could kill the buffed tie, he could do some major damage, but you know, I don't think that's forthcoming.
Something like an evacuate can save you for a turn, but then Farm Boy just gets to rebuild the board real effectively.
Yeah, you know, you play evacuate and then your opponent plays Vader again and gets another unit out and you're like, huh.
Yep. Buff something along the way. It's real tough.
Farm Boy's base is nowhere close to being defeated, which means that NJ can't even really do that. It looks a little dejected there in his hand movements, but he is fighting on. We'll see how this goes.
Gets rid of the client. Just the most effective attack to health trade-off. Dealing 6 damage
Yeah.
to his stealth unit.
Maybe he has some other way to kill Vader here. I don't know.
Ooh, that's exactly lethal.
Snow Trooper Lieutenant buffing Vader +2 power on attack, 7 to base for lethal. Snow Trooper Lieutenant has been a much less commonly seen card than its sort of older brother Fleet Lieutenant, which is kind of a better version of the same sort of effect. But in a Tarkin deck, Snow Trooper Lieutenant is no joke.
Yeah, especially if you can pull it off of Vader with another readied Imperial unit. And Snowtrooper Lieutenant isn't something that is standard necessarily in these Tarkin decks. Like, I believe the Tarkin deck that won the PQ did not play Snowtrooper Lieutenant. So almost a more aggressive slant, it appears, for this Tarkin Blue list compared to other Tarkin Blues out there.
It's interesting.
Makes sideboarding very, very interesting as well. Like, if I'm either of these players, I don't necessarily know exactly what I want, especially if I'm NJ. If I'm Farm Boy, I'm looking to push the game. I'm okay going a little bit later. If I have like maybe some relentlesses in my sideboard, I'll bring those in because blue yellow heroism can have a tough time getting rid of them. But if I'm NJ, I'm not 100% sure what I want.
Yeah, I presume Farm Boy is already running Avenger, which is very good in this matchup, I think. Although it depends on how much heavy removal NJ has. But even if MJ has like 3 Fell the Dragons, 3 Rivals Falls, you play Avenger, it kills one of their things. They play a event and remove Avenger. You're still up on cards, you know?
Mm-hmm. A nice 2-for-1 trade there. Maybe if Farm Boy has some like Palpatine's returns as well, slot those in, just play the attrition game. But he won that game by going wide there, really. Vader was really impactful, and those Tarkin buffs really mattered as well. That little TIE LN, I think, stuck around from turn 1.
Yeah, the little tile end that could, you know, got buffed
Yeah.
up twice and did a substantial chunk of the damage there to NJ's base over the course of that game.
Mm-hmm. Looks like I saw a Devastator might have been coming out of the side for Farm Boy, which makes sense. Can expect this game to go a little bit longer, even though that first round didn't.
Bring out the big guns.
Mm-hmm. In general, villainy has the more powerful late game than heroism. Just the big Star Destroyers are so impactful.
Yeah, I think that's usually the case. There are definitely some good late game heroism cards. You know, you think of things like set 3 Enfys Nest, Han, Han from the first set, home
Mhm.
one, a bunch of stuff like that.
They're yellow or heroism general is very good at like topping out the mid game. So like their 7 costs, their Infest, their Hans you mentioned, but like their Lukes as well. Even Redemption for 8 is great at topping out the mid game. But once you get into the like slugfest super late game with big Star Destroyers, the villains are just they punch a little bit harder.
Let's see how this yeah, let's see how this goes. I think it'll be interesting to see also whether or not that evolves as the game does. You know, are we going to see later game heroism decks becoming popular? I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm. We've seen some bigger heroism spaceships revealed for set 4. Like I know Profundity, the red heroism that like makes them discard a card. Then if they have more cards in hand than you, they discard another one, both when played and when defeated. So they're getting some tools in that arena, but the villains are starting kind of with a foot ahead in the race. Plus, they're probably going to get some stuff like the Executor or the Death Star in this upcoming set.
Yeah, you know, purportedly that one is going to like somehow you play it and you like put it down sideways so it has like extra long art or whatever.
Yeah.
I think they said there were 2. I don't remember what the other one was.
I remember them saying there's a couple that will have sideways art in the Carbonite boosters specifically with their not the showcase treatment. I forget what it's called. The
Yeah.
prestige, I think it
Yeah,
is.
prestige. What do you think about carbonite boosters?
I I'm excited for them personally because I like all the pretty cards. I know some people have concerns, but I think just having more options is rarely a bad thing. It can have some impacts on the secondary market, but I'm not even going to pretend like that I'm qualified enough to understand and know exactly how it's going to impact that. I'm personally excited for them.
Yeah, you know, I tend to be big on just running the whatever basic version of things, so I don't know that I'm going to be picking up a bunch of collectors no, they're not collectors boosters in this game, carbonite boosters. But I
Mhm.
do think that some of those special treatments in the game do look really good. I think the hyperspace in particular is pretty sweet.
Yes, hyperspace
So,
is my favorite treatment for sure.
yeah, I actually like normal hyperspace better than hyperspace foil.
Yes.
Um and you know, they have a lot more hyperspaces, so there's that.
Mhm. And I do think the prestige treatment, as well as having serialized cards, makes it exciting for opening packs.
Yeah.
Gives you something to chase besides just showcases.
All right.
Looks like we're ready for game 2 here. See a super laser tech hiding out in Farm Boy's hand. Seems like a pretty good card in this matchup. Should have enough time to deploy that and get ahead on resources. Rebel Resource, and I believe Stubbs Hub both agreeing Hyperspace Foil or Bust. Hyperspace Foils are gorgeous. I have decks with plenty of them, so the curling problem is an issue sometimes, though.
All right, here we go. NJ opening up with R2D2, buffing it. Farm Boy brings up Tai LN. It's looking like we're seeing a repeat of the last game in these opening plays.
Very, very similar, both with a 1-drop and a buff. Last time it was Leia for NJ, but similar
Yeah.
enough here.
But I guess that's you know, both decks probably built to get an advantage there.
Yes, and I'm sure it's a little weird for both of these players, but NJ in particular, because he's had initiative both games. Like these seem like decks where normally you kind of throw initiative away because you're going to do more actions on turn 1 than normal. But being able to play a 1-drop buff and still keep initiative is probably a nice change of pace.
Yeah. Farm Boy bringing out the Super Laser Technician this turn. Let's see what NJ has to do other than a swing to the base for 2 damage from R2.
I'm curious, if you have a waylay, do you ever want to waylay that super laser tech?
Do we? Waylay on Super Laser Tech can be a pretty good play. We saw that earlier on in the event. The repeated bounce against a Super Laser Technician was pretty influential in one of those Han games.
I think the big difference for me in this spot is the Han is better at pushing damage, which bouncers really like. If you're playing that tempo game, you want to be pushing damage, as well as Kira had a 25 health base, and so their life total was under pressure earlier. I don't know if NJ had Waylay there. It was just an interesting hypothetical, but I think I like developing to the board. But preventing that ramp is very real, and like I think NJ has initiative, so a Waylay here would be a very interesting decision.
Yeah, looks like Yoda is going to swing on in. Now, Yoda does offer some early game restore. So if we do see a racing dynamic here, Farm Boy is probably going to have to deal with that Yoda or else fall pretty behind here.
Yep. And then NJ gets a card for his troubles, and that's very, very good for him.
All right, it's going to be a Super Laser Tech is going to swing into R2 rather than Yoda here. And now NJ is going to spend 4 resources bringing out Kira.
Yep.
The client, the Super Commando Squad, Power of the Dark Side, and the Mighty Avenger.
I'm probably naming Super Commando Squad. It's just the most resource efficient play, probably the most annoying thing to deal with. Farm Boy does get to weave in an extra Tarkin buff with a 3 cost this turn if you name the Super Commando Squad, but I think I'm okay with that trade-off.
Yeah, I think it's got to be the Super Commando Squad here. And Claire says Super Commando, so Farm Boy bringing out the client. And we could see, if you're Farm Boy, where do you throw that Tarkin buff? You going for the tie or you going for the client?
I think I'm going for the tie. Just push. Well, it's a little bit different of a game because NJ has that Yoda with Restore and has more of a board presence. But I think I like my space being uninterrupted. He also is going to get
buff. It is erroneously flips a Devastator from the sideboard or something instead of an experience token.
But is going to go on the tie. He also gets to flip and buff a second time. So
imagine if Tarkin allowed you to play Devastator for 1. That would be a pretty strong leader.
Yeah, I think that might rival Han in terms of strength.
That'd be a bit of a trump card. All right. Well, it looks like Tarkin hits the field and is going to swing at Kira, getting some damage on there and buffing the client. So now the client with that buff is in a position to finish off Kira with 1 attack, and the Thai LN also going to swing in for 4 damage now to NJ's base.
Splitting difference on the buffs. I like that. Without like going super deep into the tank on the math on it, just diversifying your threats is generally a good habit.
Yeah, and this turn, if Farm Boy indeed removes Kira with the buffed client, that then opens the door to play the Super Commando Squad and then buff it with Tarkin, assuming Tarkin lives that long.
Yep. Also against the yellow deck in general, I think diversifying those buffs in the face of the bounce effects, specifically Waylay, kind of takes the sting out of those cards a little bit.
Interesting point. NJ swinging with Kira before she's potentially removed, going to hit Tarkin for another 3 damage.
Yep, if the client is going to attack in and defeat your Kira already, might as well get some extra damage on a unit on your way out the door.
Tarkin swings for the base, buffing up the client here, and the client now a mighty 4/7 with a shield, but gets waylaid.
Oof, that is brutal.
Yeah, we were discussing waylay and the perils of overbuffing 1 unit, and I don't know. I mean, if Farm Boy had buffed the tie, maybe NJ just bounces that, but the client didn't stay on the board.
Although having buffed it with the Tarkin ability before deploy last turn, hitting for 4 is a substantial hit. Like you can't take too many of those.
Power of the Dark Side. What do you lose here if you're NJ? R2, Kira?
I think I might get rid of my Kira because he's going to go to 7 resources. It's the most vulnerable threat. And like with Farm Boy going to 7, they're going to start slamming their Mauls and their Vaders and probably not have time for that Super Commando, but decides to go with the R2.
Yoda then defeating Tarkin and restoring 2 damage from NJ's base. Farm Boy replays the client, who gets that shield back, but does not have the experience that was added earlier. Ooh, and now there is a spark of rebellion from NJ. Taking a look at Farm Boy's hand, it looks like Super Commando Squad, Avenger, and what is that third card?
Avenger and Scanning Officer, I believe.
Well, I don't really care about Scanning Officer here.
Mm-hmm.
Interestingly, taking the Super Commando Squad,
So
I think there's an argument for taking Avenger there, but maybe he has like heavy removal to deal with it when it shows up.
Yeah, there's a argument for both. If you want to keep your opponent off an impactful play next turn, Super Commando Squad is a good take. But we just saw Farm Boy draw a Vader, which is why I think I would have taken the Avenger, just try and play into the late game. Your opponent's probably going to find something to do with their resources next turn. So
yeah, even if it's just like playing 2 kind of mid-cost cards or whatever, like that Scanning Officer plus whatever other thing.
Mm-hmm. Like a power or any kind of removal, or even like a overwhelming barrage, or
I do feel like Farm Boy's ahead, but it is worth noting that Ray has yet to hit the field.
yes, and that's gonna keep NJ in the game at the very least for a while. That restore 3, and this Yoda has restored 4 at this point. I think it's gonna draw NJ a card eventually. And that Village Protector's protecting that Kira, but I think I saw Farm Boy resource that Super Commando Squad after drawing that Vader.
Okay. Shielded Sentinel on the field in the form of the classic Village Protectors.
Mm-hmm.
That card has seen a lot of play.
It is, at first glance, it wasn't necessarily the most exciting card, but it is just annoying enough to be very, very good.
Yeah, it's interesting too. The you might call the predecessor to the Village Protectors the Cloud City Wingguard, which sees very little play. But the difference between having 2 extra HP and having a shield has been pretty relevant, even though in some cases the Cloud City Wingguard is actually better. I'm thinking in particular of cards like Perilous Position or Supreme Leader Snoke.
Yep. But in cases against like these Mauls or these Vaders, having that shield can be a huge game changer.
Oh, Farm Boy getting multiple units on the field from Darth Vader, bringing out Inferno 4 and a standard TIE LN fighter.
Going space, going wide. We saw last game, this is how NJ lost. But having a follow-up of a Concord Dawn Interceptors to block space for at least a little bit, it's a nice follow-up.
Yeah, that buffed TIE would, I believe, trade with the Conquered Dawn Interceptors here, as it would be hitting for 4 and taking 3 damage in return. But if Farm Boy doesn't take that trade, it's possible that NJ could use Ray's ability to buff the Conquered Dawn Interceptors further.
And Farm Boy might want to try and buff his tile in out of range, because if you get a Tarkin buff on that 4/3 tile in, it would survive the attack into Concord Dawn, but NJ can just counter that with a Ray buff on the Concord Dawn.
Someone in chat suggests that Farm Boy might have missed the when played ability from Inferno 4. That could be.
I believe they are correct. I don't know if he took a look, and I'm not sure if that is a may or a must.
Looks like that trade is being taken by Farm Boy. The buffed TIE LN attacks and trades with the Conquered Dawn Interceptors. NJ deploys Ray, but I have to say it does seem to me that NJ is pretty behind here.
Yeah, I would agree. Definitely looking better than last game. Still a wide board, but having 2 restore units here can maybe try and start a race, which would make sense if NJ took that Super Commando Squad. Or named it
Ray
with
swings
Kira.
into the base, inflicting only 2 damage, but restoring 3 and buffing Yoda. And now it's Yoda's turn to swing for the base, throwing another 3 damage on there and restoring 2. So NJ's large amount of restore is really kicking in here. The thing is, I think Farm Boy is going to be able to win board control.
I agree. I think NJ needs something like a Luke this turn, or maybe even a Han unit, just something impactful to try and take the board back and threaten Farm Boy's life total to stay in this game. Inferno 4 is not a May. They've gone past it at this point, and I think a judge ruling would just say, or I'm no judge, but could just argue he just left both on top with the Inferno 4 there.
Yeah. Ooh, overwhelming barrage fired off by Farm Boy there. Vader doing a total of 7 damage, 6 damage to clear Ray, and the 1 remaining damage taking out Kira. Not what NJ wants to see here. Does he have something to kill that Vader? He does. Fell the dragon.
Okay.
So now a buffed Yoda. But
Power.
Yoda's cleared. Power of the dark side, and Farm Boy left as the only player with units on the board. They aren't the best units ever, but he has 3 of them here, and we know that Avenger may be coming up soon.
Yep, that Avenger's still in hand. NJ takes initiative. Gets hit for 6.
Ouch.
You gotta hope for some sort of discard if you're Thana, Rayo, and NJ here just to get that Avenger that's known about out of the hands, because
Yeah, even if he draws Luke or something, it just dies to Avenger, so NJ needs to clear the Avenger threat and then play a powerful unit, and I don't know if he's going to have enough time to do it. Let's see how it goes.
We'll say these Vaders from Farm Boy have just been so impactful. Getting removal out and setting up big bodies for OB and also leaving 2 units out every time has been really, really valuable.
Well, R2 at least can soak Avenger's ability, but I don't know. It's not looking good for NJ here. I think Farm Boy is going to be able to roll over this the rest of this game.
Maybe if there's another Fel, we'll still be playing the game, and then a Luke might be fast enough at that point, but it's going to be tough.
Farm Boy swings with Inferno 4. That does leave a potential opening. NJ could play Luke or whatever here. And then that would create a scenario where if Farm Boy plays Avenger, that R2 dies to the Avenger, and NJ then gets to go into the next turn, potentially playing a unit before Avenger swings.
Yep, this looks like what's happening here. Getting 2 in on the R2.
No, he's using the
client.
client to mark it, and now he's going to play Avenger. NJ is going to sacrifice the R2 because, of course, you sacrifice R2 instead of Luke, but that means Farm Boy heals 5.
Yep, that is. And there's an overwhelming barrage behind, it looks like. So if NJ tries to play a unit to insulate himself from the Avenger on attack trigger, he's just walking into an overwhelming barrage.
He needs direct removal. Fell the Dragon, Vanquish, Rivals Fall. He needs something that's going to shoot down this Avenger.
Yeah.
Does he have it? If not, I think that Star Destroyer is going to seal the deal here for Farm Boy in the top 8 here.
And Avenger has just been so tough for these hero mid-range decks to deal with just kind of historically.
Oh, he smuggles out L3. That is not what you want to see. An overwhelming barrage on that Avenger now kills Luke and removes the shield from L3.
Yeah.
And then the Avenger is going to be able to do major damage. This is looking very bad for NJ here.
Yep. It's going to be so tough for NJ to ever stick another unit the rest of the game.
If NJ had won the first round, there would be an argument for scooping for time. They have been using a substantial amount of time for these games. But, we'll see how it goes.
Believe there might be a tech in our future. Okay.
Tech's a good card. I don't know if it's good enough.
Gives NJ a lot of options next turn, at the very least. Although, Farm Boy can just attack the client into the L3 and then attack Avenger to base, and the tech will have to be sacrificed to the Avenger on attack ability.
Yeah, NJ really needed something to clear that Avenger. And I do wonder how this game would be different if that Spark of Rebellion earlier had picked the Avenger off the board instead of the Super Commando Squad. I think we could be seeing a pretty different scenario here.
Yeah.
NJ buffs Tech, but Tech's not going to stay on the... Oh, and there's Veers.
Yeah, this green or this blue Tarkin deck seems a little bit more aggressively slanted with the Snowtrooper Lieutenants and the techs.
Or the Veers, you mean?
Yeah, yes, the Veers, not the techs. Tech is about to get sacrificed. Yeah,
now we're seeing massive damage inflicted by Farm Boy. NJ at a small amount of base HP, and he may not have realized that Tech would get defeated by Avenger there. Maybe he thought it was non-unique or something, and I think that's it. And yeah, there's the
Yeah.
handshake.
So
Very
Tarkin
strong
Blue,
performance from Farm Boy.
yeah. What really stood out to me that game was Vader getting 2 units every time. Against a hero mid-range deck, they have troubles if you go wide generally, and Vader allowed Farm Boy to do that pretty consistently. So those Vaders really came in
Yeah, and the
clutch.
other interesting thing about Farm Boy's deck is honestly, it seemed like he was winning in the early game in game one. In this second game, NJ took the advantage in the early game, but Farm Boy was able to, fight for the board, not get overwhelmed, and then bring out his really powerful end game to get the win. This does seem like a matchup that's pretty favorable for Farm Boy,
Yeah.
at least based on how those decks fought here.
I think in general, if we're going late, villain's going to be favored over hero, and some ways that like Ray Tarkentown can counter this, or Red Hero can counter in general, is those discard cards. So like
Yeah,
force throws
attack
and
the hand.
pillages. Yep. Make it so they can just never land those big cards and make the resourcing super awkward throughout the game. And yellow has a little bit of that with Spark of Rebellion and Kira, but it's not quite the same, and not quite to the same like in mass level. Get a nice peek at Farm Boy's sideboard here, showing us he brought in some choose sides over some vigilances. Not going for a mill game plan, which I think is reasonable. Just trying to play like swap my Tyel in for your Luke. Seems pretty good. But yeah, Farm Boy moving on to the top 4 here at the Tabletop Gaming Center Planetary Qualifier. Not sure if any other results have come in. We shall see. I'm going to double check Melee here.
Now, I will also say, while we have a little break here, McClunky Gaming is going to be offering a coaching service soon. So people who are interested in some coaching, I believe that is going to be going live sometime in the next few weeks. So if you're interested in getting some coaching, check out the McClunky Gaming Discord for more information on that soon. Additionally, shout out to the store, Tabletop Gaming Center. And the Tabletop Gaming Center wants to announce that if you're in the area or willing to drive a little, they do have quite a bit of Star Wars Unlimited gameplay at that store. 2 weekly Star Wars events, one on Monday that's more casual, as well as constructed tournaments on Saturdays, and a monthly draft, the next draft being on March 12th. So yeah, one of the largest game stores in the state, located in Newington, Connecticut. Tabletop Gaming Center would like to thank everyone for watching today, and they're excited to host this PQ. I believe we are going to have a winner's interview with Farm Boy shortly, where we delve into some more of what was going on there with the Tarkin Blue. Chat, do you have anything in particular you want us to ask?
In the meantime, while we're waiting for chat, looking at Melee GG, it looks like Bobby Sapphire took it over Sunny D 2-0. Pascal Maynard took it over our Quinlan Tarkentown friend 2-0. And Alexander the Greatest took it over Phil 2-0. So that is the Melee standings.
A lot of 2-0s, huh? And I guess
Yeah.
that also means that we may not have time for an interview. I don't know, because it sounds to me like all the matches are finished, and that means that we may have new pairings soon. So if there
Yes.
is time for the interview, we'll do it. But if not, sorry, chat, but we may not have the chance.
Yep. We'll just keep trucking if we got it. If we got a chance for that interview, we will certainly take it. But I believe, I'm not 100% on this, but I believe the way the bracket is laid out is that Pascal Maynard is going to play against Bobby Sapphire, and Farm Boy here is going to play against Alexander the Greatest in our
Cool.
semifinals.
Pascal Maynard and Bobby Sapphire are both, hardened tournament veterans from different games. And now they're meeting on the field of Star Wars Unlimited, and we'll see who ends up winning that one.
And a classic matchup too for this Planetary Qualifier season in Django Tarkentown versus Han 1 Yellow. Tried and true. This is a matchup we've seen several times. It's always very close and very interesting.
Yeah, and it's a little interesting too, because going into this season, I think a lot of people were really hyped up about Django Tarkentown and thinking that was sort of the deck to beat. And Django Tarkentown has had some decent results, but it hasn't been the deck to beat. The deck to beat has been Double Yellow Han.
Yes. I think Django Tarkentown has this fail rate that Mono Han 1 just doesn't have, because TDR into Ruthless Raider is a super powerful play line, and so is TDR into Fets, and you have a lot of good triple dark raid targets. But that card can still just fail sometimes. And in the late game, when you're top decking, sometimes you top deck a Ruthless Raider and Surprise Strike and you're set up for the next 2 turns. But sometimes you top deck like an ISB agent and a Greedo on 6 resources and you're not feeling great about life. So it has these kind of clunkers that I would scare me off from playing it in a tournament. But obviously, Bobby Sapphire this is what his 5th PQ top 8 now. I believe 4 of them from this season on this deck. So.
Yeah, Bobby Sapphire, tournament veteran in other games, tournament veteran in this game. He has reached the finals at least once, and I will not be surprised at all if he has won a PQ by the end of all of it.
Oh
Now,
yeah.
it is worth noting this PQ season or this set's PQs rather are kind of drawing to a close. I think there's the events this weekend, and then I think next weekend.
Yes.
And I think that's it. There might be a few events that are rescheduled or similar, or I might be misremembering, but there aren't that many left. However, we are still going to see a bunch of PQs from set 4 before we have that Galactic Championship. In addition, we're going to have those sector and regional events, both of which offer more opportunities for people to win that coveted day 1 buy. So it's going to be interesting to see how it goes, but I think there's going to be an ample opportunity for players to earn that day 1 buy at the Galactic Championships, even if they have yet to do so.
Yes. So there's a whole other season with a whole other set ready to come out. So this isn't the end all be all. And even if you don't get that day 1 buy, this season 0 of organized play is special because you can still just go to Worlds and qualify for day 2 on day 1. I believe they announced 8 rounds of Swiss on day 1, and you need a 6-2 record to get into day 2. So plenty of chances left.
Yeah, it should be interesting. Should be interesting to see where it ends up, but I believe we are not going to have that interview. My apologies to the viewers, but because those other games are finished up, we're going to be moving into the top 4, where we're going to be bringing you the match between Bobby Sapphire and Pascal Maynard.
I'm not going to lie, going into this tournament, this is one of the player matchups I was most excited to potentially see. A stalwart of Star Wars Unlimited, one of the figureheads of competitive play in this game, going up against coming in from a different game, pro experience there, just a stalwart of card games in general in Pascal Maynard. I think this is going to be super high level, super competitive game, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, Pascal Maynard has won Grand Prix events in Magic the Gathering. He has and he's actually also I believe it was Pascal Maynard that inspired the value drafting controversy in
Yeah.
a Magic the Gathering tournament.
Yes.
For those who are not familiar, value drafting is when you draft a card for its cash value rather than for its gameplay level. And so Pascal Maynard, in the top 8 of a Magic Grand Prix, drafted a card that was not good in his deck but was worth hundreds of dollars, rather than drafting something that would have been a solid card for his deck but not valuable in the slightest. And this sparked tons of controversy in the community.
There's a lot of background around it as well, because it was playing for a Worlds invite against a competitor who was fighting for a similar Worlds slot. I would highly recommend going to look up a video about it. But I believe the story ends very, very sweetly, and that foil stamped Tarmogoyf was put up for auction for charity and raised a lot of money for charity.
Oh, that's tight. I didn't know that angle. That's a good end to that.
I believe that might be misinformation, but I think there's a video out there, maybe on the Tolarian Community College YouTube channel about it. So if you want more info on
chat saying he ended up selling it and using the proceeds to donate to a charity. So
yes,
yeah, very that was a very dramatic event. I don't even really follow Magic, but I had heard about this because of how dramatic it was and how it really plays to the question about whether or not you should value draft. Now, I will point out, Star Wars Unlimited does not have draft in high-level events at this time, so it's
Mhm.
not going to be a relevant thing for the Galactic Championship necessarily, but we could see it in the future.
I distinctly remember watching Pascal Maynard value draft that Tarmogoyf live on Twitch. I was there in the audience when it happened.
What did the
So,
Twitch chat think? Were they hyping him up or were
oh,
they booing him?
the second that because he was the feature drafter, the second he opened the foil Goyf, the chat was just a mess. It was people just talking all over each other about whether he should take it or not. It was fun to watch.
Yeah, very cool piece of Magic history. And we'll see if Pascal Menard can make Star Wars Unlimited history here by going on to win this PQ and get some strong results in an additional game.
Oh yeah. Lego Pizza saying it's always correct to take the Goyf, but what about the Burst Lightning? I believe that was the card he took it over that would have gone. I don't even know if it was good in his deck, but it was good in his opponent's deck that he was drafting, like passing to, who was the competitor he was competing for the world slot for. It was it's a whole big situation.
Well, one way or another, if you guys want to check out the Goyf draft controversy, there's a lot of content about that online,
Yes.
videos, articles, all kinds of stuff. But for now, I think we are going to be moving to that top 4 game shortly. I'm not sure if there's a deck check going on right now or what exactly, but we'll see how Pascal Maynard can do in Star Wars Unlimited.
Yes.
And I will also say shout out to Pascal Maynard. I believe he's also the player that we saw in a gentlemanly act conceding a game that had gone to a double loss. He was totally
Yes.
within his rights not to scoop. The game was not over, but he was at a disadvantage and he chose to concede in that situation, which I think is a gentlemanly way to play.
Yes, and here he is in top 4 despite
Yeah.
the concession. So good on him. And it was a very entertaining match as well.
Yeah,
Hoping to get
we're gonna have to see how he does here against a hardened tournament veteran in Bobby Sapphire. Now, Bobby Sapphire, I believe, also had some very strong competitive results in other games. I'm not sure that he's been a big player in the Magic the Gathering world,
I believe
but
they
I
did
know.
some PTQ grinds, and I think he's played on a couple pro tours, but I'm not 100% on that.
Okay, I know he played a bunch of Star Wars Destiny back in the game,
Yes,
or
I
back in the
bel
day.
I I didn't follow Star Wars Destiny at all, so this is all like fourth hand information. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think he was like a national champion in that game, or like top cutted a national championship a couple times, or something along those lines. So very, very good Destiny player.
Yeah, that could be right. I don't know. I personally have not played Destiny even once.
Same.
I don't know a ton about what was going on there, but I do believe that Bobby Sapphire was a competitive player in that game, and there are some similarities as well. I think that
Yes.
Destiny incorporated some design aspects that we've seen here in Star Wars Unlimited, so that like back and forth action nature. And additionally,
Mm-hmm.
with the upcoming Jump to Lightspeed set, some of the stuff there, some of the stuff there is actually pretty close to stuff that we saw in Destiny, with both indirect damage and piloting being mechanics that were relevant in that game.
Mm-hmm. Looks like we're coming into the table here. Players getting settled. Mephisto confirming in chat. Bobby was a top Destiny player, won nationals or top cut of nationals, and Cuenca, who just lost, was also on Bobby's team for
Nice.
and a top player at Destiny.
Yeah, I know there was a team called the Hyperloops, and the
Mm-hmm.
KTOD itself, and they were also, I believe, competitive in Star Wars CCG, the old
Yes.
one made by Decipher many, many years ago. So
I have a couple local buddies. Shout out to Brad and Adam, who were also big into Star Wars CCG and kind of got into Destiny and SWU that way. And it seems very fascinating. I'm like playing Star Wars Unlimited almost makes me want to go back and try that game out a little bit, but Star Wars Unlimited is just so much fun. So
I collected some of the cards for that Star Wars CCG when I was a little kid. I
Mhm.
barely ever played the game and didn't understand it, but to my credit, that game was incredibly complicated.
Yes. There's a lot of text on those cards.
Yeah, and it had some very odd dynamics where they were like super crazy specific silver bullet cards, like cards that would name other specific cards that they were good against or that they countered. And I personally don't love that as a design pattern. But we'll have to see whether or not Star Wars Unlimited ends up going that route at all. We do have a few cards that have specific named synergies. So I'm thinking of things like Emperor's Royal Guard that we saw earlier gets that +1 HP if you have Emperor Palpatine, or
Yes.
Luke's lightsaber, cards like that. But we don't have the like silver bullet cards that name specific cards they counter just yet.
Yeah, they don't have counters. I think the most egregious one of those is Boba Fett's armor back when the set when Boba Fett leader was legal. That
That was an
was
unpopular card.
yeah. Pretty egregious in design in my opinion. But some of those call out cards are pretty fun, and some of them like Fett's Fire Spray, just care if you have Jango or Boba, and are kind of future proofed of like Fett's Fire Spray was printed in set 1, and this Jango Fett was printed in set 3, but they go so well together. Printed
Yeah.
like almost previews.
It's interesting also, though, with the type of composition that these Django decks are running, Fett's Fire Spray is like a good card for them, but it's not like a critical card. In fact, Ruthless Raider is very often better.
Yes.
Whereas in Boba, Fett's Fire Spray felt like it was a bigger part of the deck, at least to me.
I think part of it is that like with the resource readying that Boba could do, you could often on 6 resources remove a threat with like an overwhelming barrage or like a waylay on 7. It would be so like 7 resources you waylay, and then you attack. You ready 2. You have 6 left. You get to play your Fets, and so that's I think part of its power with Boba. Whereas here, Ruthless Raider is better with Jango because it does something when played with the Jango leader. It's like removing a threat for the turn while playing a big threat. And the Fets is just a big body, which can definitely finish games, and you have to be fearful of, but isn't impacting the board. It's only really impacting
The other
base.
thing, the main thing that Fett's Fire Spray was played for was coming into play ready. The ability is almost never used, and even if you wanted to use it, Django has better ways to exhaust units. And Django also has other cards that bring things into play ready, so it's not as unique effect in these Django compositions as it was in the old Boba decks.
Yep, like Triple Dark Raid and Sneak Attack. Yeah, those are much better with Ruthless Raider because they get the comes into play abilities and the leaves play abilities. Whereas Fets, you're kind of mitigating that benefit that Fets gives you. If you Triple Dark Raid a Fets Fire Spray, it's good. You're hitting them for 5, but it's not as impactful. Sometimes you'd almost rather TDR into like the P38 to tap something down and hit only for 3.
Yeah, I've totally seen situations where it's like that having, like if you don't have the Ruthless Raider, the P38 at least still having that when played damage ends up being maybe more relevant than Fett's Fire Spray, even though Fett's Fire Spray has a bigger power number.
All right, looks like we are getting close to starting here, drawing our opening hands. Pascal Maynard on your left, Bobby Sapphire on your right. This is a classic matchup, and I'm not going to lie, it's one I am a little weak on. These are 2 decks I don't play a ton of. Play against them a fair amount, but with different style of decks, and so I'm very curious to see how this plays out.
Looks like Pascal is going to be starting with the initiative there. And we'll see whether or not he keeps it. We've discussed this earlier, but Han tends to be a little slow on just action tempo because using his ability does take your action.
So some quick hitters that I do know about this matchup. I know Bodhi, Spark, and Kira are critical against Django specifically for Triple Dark Raid. Oftentimes, I think the Han player will be claiming initiative early so that they can slam a Kira on the 4 resource turn to name Triple Dark Raid, because 4 resources is kind of the sweet spot for a Triple Dark Raid for Django. As well as Cunning is a very key card, and having played Quinlan Tarkentown, different kind of deck for sure, but a Tarkentown deck against Han, it is scariest when they go a little bit wide and go to your base. Now Django has insulation against that with the internal tap ability on the leader, but Cunning can still be a scary card, especially on like a shielded unit. If they buff a 2/2 shielded, they're probably going to get that 6 damage in.
Yeah, and I do think also this is quite an important matchup in terms of if you're playing, like, these are both decks that are relatively prominent. So if you're playing one of these, you've probably played against the other in your testing, and you have some ideas as to what you should be doing.
Yes.
So I don't think this is going to be a big surprise to either of these players, and we'll see. We'll see how prepared they are.
Yep, and Bobby Sapphire teammates with Alexander the Greatest, or Alex Blandon, who is in the semifinals on the opposite side of this bracket. Also a big Han 1 yellow proponent, and so I know he has tons of experience against this deck. Pascal Nard, I'm not sure his level of testing and how much he's played against Django, but given how well he's done in this tournament and how he seems to be playing this game relatively frequently, he's had to have seen it at least some amount.
Yeah. And it should be interesting to see what happens. A lot of things can happen in this matchup. The double yellow Han is, I think, one of the most interesting decks, just because there's so much different stuff that it can do. Like this, it can go for an aggro game plan, or like an aggro tempo game plan. It can go for the tech DJ combo. It can play more classic mid range. There's just a lot of options for Han, and the question is, can you navigate those and, really find the best choices? I do think it takes more skill to play than some others, but Pascal Menard is a very skilled card player. We'll see how he does.
Chat confirming Pascal actually beat Bobby in Swiss. So this is a rematch.
Spicy. And it looks like both players with the exact same starting play. Pascal brings out a crafty smuggler, and so does Bobby Sapphire.
Love that. I mean, especially for Pascal, the shielded units are very impactful. Can't be tapped down by the Django ability. And on Bobby's side, just having a tapper, basically, a 2-time tapper that is also hard to remove and can attack base and start pressuring, pretty good.
Now, one interesting thing there is that Pascal there with the crafty smuggler, not always a card that's being played, especially because L3 does basically the same thing but with upside. So I wonder if that means he actually has more than 3 of those 2/2 shieldeds in the deck.
This might be like a 6 bot, quote unquote, version, or that having 6 copies of a 2/2 shielded. And if you're expecting a lot of Target Town decks, which Northeast is known for their Sabines and their Tarkin Towns, or their Django Tarkin Towns especially, not a bad call. Bobby really mulling over this decision. There's an argument to leave your 2/2 shielded your crafty smuggler up to attack into a 5 toughness unit to be able to Tarkin Town it, but that also means you have to play proactively first without knowing what Han's going to do.
All right. We've had just a relatively basic swing for 2 here.
And then top cut, taking your time, totally reasonable.
Yeah, you do have that 75-minute round time or whatever it is. Bobby Sapphire now bringing out a Lurking TIE Phantom.
It's a little bit
that's
risky.
Spicy. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Mickey.
If this is a Falcon, all right, it's not a Falcon.
No, DJ played as a 3/5. Bobby Sapphire is probably happy to see that. A Falcon here would be an extremely unfortunate development for Bobby Sapphire, though with Tarkin Town, he could clear out that Falcon after it attacked and killed the Phantom.
Yes, which is why I think Bobby ultimately went with a play like that, knowing he had that kind of backup plan. And the high upside of this, like just having a Lurking TIE Phantom just hitting for 4 every turn, you gotta get Han dead pretty quickly, and I think Lurking TIE is one of the best ways to do that if they don't have the Falcon.
Yeah, now one interesting question here is, I think if they just race, both players actually have a lot of nice tempo tricks to slow down the opponent. I'm not sure who wins if it's a pure race, but Pascal does have a 30 HP base to Bobby Sapphire's 25.
I think it really comes down to how many Cunnings Pascal draws versus how many TDRs and Ruthless Raiders Bobby draws.
Interesting point. Now, it looks like Bobby Sapphire swings with his crafty smuggler, hitting DJ for 2, and then firing off that Tarkin Town to get his opponent's DJ off the board.
Trying to keep ground clear, get ahead in the race. Opening yourself up to tech DJ just a little bit, but Bobby might have another answer for a tech here.
Yeah, and only slightly.
Yeah, only
And we
slightly.
haven't seen that represented yet with the tech or anything like that. I can only imagine that if Pascal had played tech, that would have been the target for this swing plus target town play instead.
100%. I do think I see a tech in Pascal's hand. Although Pascal playing a DJ last turn means that there's one less in the deck. So one less to be worried about, slightly less odds that Pascal has a second one. But you could argue Pascal playing one means he might have an additional one in his resources already.
All right, let's see here. Pascal thinking it over, goes for a surprise strike, just pushing more damage to the base fast. I think it's maybe a little early for a surprise strike. Typically, you want to develop units earlier on first, but he may not have a strong play in that line.
I think I see a second surprise strike in Pascal's hand. So
Hmm.
if he's going for it, he's like committing to this racing plan early of I'm trying to get your base gone. And I think he
Yeah.
has a L3 in hand as well. So he's gonna have two shieldeds, and one of them is almost certainly gonna stick around next turn to hold that surprise strike.
Yeah, that mean if he indeed brings out an L3 this turn, which also confirms what we were saying earlier about running both Crafty Smuggler and L3,
Mm-hmm.
then it's very unlikely Bobby Sapphire will have an easy way to stop that second surprise strike from coming in.
Is a bit silly to say. Pascal, I think, is opening himself up to Cunning being a very good draw. It always is a good draw, but in this racing scenario, it's going to be backbreaking and game winning the way
Yeah, and
Pascal
if
is
you
setting
can
this
throw
game
that
up.
onto a shielded unit, that's very important against Django in particular, because
Mm-hmm.
shields do protect you from Django's exhaust. Whereas otherwise, using Cunning for the power buff is extremely risky against Django if they have like any resources, because with even just one resource, they could bring out the ISB agent to exhaust you. And as they get more resources, there are more and more options available with things like Elite P-38 Starfighter, Ruthless Raider. There's just so many ways for Django to exhaust a unit that's buffed with Cunning.
Yes. Triple Dark Raid finding Ruthless Raider.
Pulls the
Classic
shield
combo.
off the Crafty Smuggler and 2 damage to the base, and will now be able to swing as well. There's a lot of damage coming in to Pascal's base
Yeah.
this turn.
I'm curious if this Crafty Smuggler is going to go base or to trade with the Crafty Smuggler, the other one. I
Yeah,
think it's going to go base. That is my instinct.
that is my suspicion as well, but we'll have to see. Now, interestingly, Pascal is going to use Han's abilities. That means he's probably going to go for a different play rather than that L3. I wonder if he has a 3-cost unit he's going to bring out instead.
Believe he also has a tech in hand.
No, he's
Believe
rethinking it.
believe his hand is L3, tech, and surprise strike.
Yeah, that's interesting. He'd be going low on cards, but the Django decks don't tend to have any discard effects. It might have just been a pass there from Pascal
I
Menard.
believe so. Your opponent's gonna at least attack with this Ruthless Raider in play, so you have some free passing here just to see what your opponent does.
And it's not going to be Han's ability to use Pascal. Instead, playing out L337. She comes into play with that shield. And so now, even if Bobby does clear the Crafty Smuggler, Pascal will have at least something. Pascal indeed losing that Crafty Smuggler in a trade.
Does go for the trade. Okay.
L3 still on the field, though. And so that's a potential target for a Cunning buff or a Surprise Strike.
Mm-hmm.
Or, for that matter, a Hotshot Blaster.
Yeah. All very good options. The shield's super powerful against Django, and you're seeing it this game. Pascal playing that L3 makes the trade make more sense, I think, because you're probably going to lose that Crafty to the shield either way, so might as well. But Django likes to play this race, but they like to play almost this slow tempo race where it's like they gain incremental advantage every turn by tapping a unit, pushing a little bit, and staying ahead that way. Sometimes, though, they do get the TDR Ruthless Raider into Sneak Attack Ruthless Raider, which can just be backbreaking and finish the game so fast.
Yeah, let's see how this one progresses. Right now it's 10 damage on Pascal's base and I believe 7 on Bobby Sapphire's base.
Yes.
Although with those tokens, it looks like 52. However, I'm pretty confident that's not the number.
Ooh, cunning.
Cunning.
So we're at 1-1, 1 TDR Ruthless Raider to 1 cunning. But on a shielded
Bounce
unit, there's
on, yeah,
big.
bounce, and it's going to be, I think, a buff for L3. And I don't think Bobby Sapphire has a way to stop L3 from swinging in for a mighty 6 damage.
Yep, I think it's going to take 6 here. He does have, I believe, on the doorstep, which can set up to tap down the Han.
It's tough. We could also see Pascal using Han's ability here to create a temporary resource and bring out Han, and we could potentially see that surprise strike played this turn as
Yeah.
well, I think.
That would be if Han got the ability to attack. That would be 6 + 4 + 3 is 13 damage, taking Bobby to 20.
That's a lot. Now
That is
Bobby
a lot.
Sapphire flips Django. Pascal thinking it over.
Could be threatening like a cartel spacer here. I don't believe Bobby has it, but Pascal's got to be thinking about that card. If he doesn't get
Yeah,
this attack in
Cartel
right
Spacer
now.
exhausting L3 would be very spicy here. Swing from Pascal's L3. It is going to target the base here, I believe. That is
Yes.
going to be 6 more damage to base.
Going to 13.
Yeah, 13 damage on Bobby Sapphire's base. Han could potentially flip this turn.
If Han
I
gets a
do
flip plus surprise strike would be 7 more, but I imagine Bobby's going to stop that and tap it down.
Yeah, a Django swing could stop it, and I think we also saw an Elite P-38 Starfighter in hand, but Bobby's going to fire off on the doorstep, and here comes some metal battle droid tokens, I believe.
Those are some sick droid tokens, I'm not going to lie. Those look really nice. So now Han is kind of held hostage here. You can still deploy it out and just get it out on the battlefield, but Bobby will be able to tap it down this turn. Not much Pascal can do for 1 or 2 resources to prevent that. Although we did see, I was watching round 1, and I believe it was Tetra Rain had clear the field, and that would be really, really good here. Just
Oh
scoop
yeah,
all
how
those
crazy
droids
would
up.
that be? Yeah, clear the field, just killing all those droids. That'd be a nasty surprise.
I believe that's most likely a sideboard card if it's in this deck, though.
People talking about the tokens, are those FFG? No, I believe they are from Metal Fab tokens for the battle droids, and I'm not sure who makes the 5s and 3s on Bobby Sapphire's base.
I believe those are Metal Fab dice as well, which is a recent addition to the Metal Fab product line.
Interesting. Now, Pascal is going to use Han's ability here, so we are going to potentially have a Han flip, and it could lead to a surprise strike, but as we were discussing, I think Han will very likely be exhausted if he flips.
Yes. I believe Bobby also has a Greedo in hand as an additional 1 cost to play this turn, so it gets to fully utilize his resources and get a
Nice.
lot of pressure on the board. That is, I think Pascal is slightly ahead in this race, but it's tough. Like, there's a Ruthless Raider in Bobby's hand. If he draws like a sneak attack, that's huge. And it looks like Bobby might be going for more of a board control, clear the board option, getting that shield off the L3.
Django swings into Han. I was sort of expecting a battle droid to swing into Han and for Django to kill L3, but that's not what we saw here.
I was too. Those
The
droids
battle
are going
droids are trading for L3.
So yeah, he's going board control because he has more cards in hand, has a lot of value there.
Oh, and this way there's 3 damage on Han, so Greedo can kill Han in 1 hit, as can Django. Okay.
These are the type of situations I'm just not versed enough to know. And I think a lot of it comes with reps and just understanding what situations you get to, when you're supposed to control the board and when you're supposed to damage race.
Yeah, right now I do think Bobby Sapphire is a fair bit behind in a potential damage race, so he is going for a more control-oriented game plan. With 13 damage on his base and only 25 HP, he only has 12 HP left, whereas Pascal Maynard has 20 left with 10 damage on his base and 30 base HP.
Mm-hmm. The nice thing, though, is that Bobby Sapphire, the Django Tarkingtown deck can pivot to a race very quickly. You just slam back-to-back
Absolutely.
Ruthless Raiders, and the game's going to be over in 2 to 3 turns.
Both of these decks have a lot of potential to go fast, and they also have a lot of potential to disrupt the opponent.
I think it's part of what makes this matchup so interesting. Both decks can play both roles very well, and both players having to identify which role they're best suited for in any given moment, which shifts from turn to turn, from action to action, honestly.
Pascal, with the initiative, thinking about swinging with Han, but maybe considering some other options instead.
It's got a couple smuggle options down there.
Yeah, I saw a Zori Bliss in there, I believe.
I think there's also an L3 and maybe a tech as well.
Smuggle's really added to the number of options you can have at any given time in this game. Very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Pascal thinking it over.
Both players playing very methodical this game, and I don't blame them.
No, they have the time to do it with the extended time in the top cut. Although if they play at this pace for another long one and it ends up being 1-1, the third one might have to be a bit faster.
Yes. But take the time while you have it.
Han swings to the base, another 4 damage. Bobby Sapphire's base now at only 8 HP remaining. But he can easily remove Han here if he wants, and would then be the only player with units left on board.
I do believe I see a sneak attack drawn for Bobby Sapphire as well, so that sneak attack Ruthless Raider play is live. I don't think I'd want to do it here, but it is a great option to have available to
Yeah,
you.
if he did go for that sneak attack Ruthless Raider, it's worth noting that the when played and when defeated on that Ruthless Raider could be used to defeat Han without having to attack into him with another unit.
And it would let you you would be free to attack with both your units on the ground to the base this turn, assuming they're uninterrupted, which would be 6, and then plus another 8 damage to base from Ruthless Raider would be 14 damage total, putting Pascal to just 6 life remaining.
Yeah, and at that point, he's in range of a surprise strike. That would be a huge shift. Now, of course, Pascal has quite a few resources himself and will likely be making some plays of his own. Looks like Bobby's just going to take the simple trade there with Greedo attacking into Han, both units being defeated.
I like this option with both options seeming relatively close, like the board control and the race route. Bobby seemed committed to controlling the board last turn, and so just staying committed to a line when it's sometimes you have to pivot out of a line if it turns out to be a poor line later, but staying committed to a game plan is valuable here.
Han Solo, Reluctant Hero, shows up and takes out Django with that powerful ambush.
Don't believe Bobby has a good answer for that in his hand.
Now, I know there's a chance he'll have something like Emperor Palpatine in the deck, but this is actually incredibly dangerous because this Han, if he gets a buff from Surprise Strike or a Hot Shot Blaster, will defeat the base in one hit.
I think Bobby brought that TDR to the front looking, if he TDRs here, I think he's looking for the Heavy Persuader tank, I believe it is, the 6/5 on the ground with Exploit. That would be able to trade into the Han. We would go into next turn with both boards cleared, but Bobby with more options in hand.
No,
but
he just throws out the
decides.
Raider.
Oh, and he shows
And
Surprise
Pascal
Strike.
shows the Surprise Strike. That is game. Pascal Maynard takes the win here against Bobby Sapphire. So it's 1-0, and we're going to move into the second round.
Yep. Had 2 Surprise Strikes of Cunning and 2/2 shielded units. Seems like a good recipe to beat Django from my understanding.
Yeah, it looked like he was going for that Surprise Strike kind of early on in the game. But with those shielded units being great targets for his buffs, he was able to push that damage through, and Django's famous disruption and exhaust didn't end up being very relevant. I think Bobby did manage to exhaust Han when he first flipped, but he wasn't able to exhaust the L3 when she was buffed by Cunning, and those shields can really be very relevant against Django decks.
Very powerful. And I think Pascal did a great job that game of maybe you don't want to surprise strike that early. It's generally pretty bad. You want to develop a board, but realizing he looked at the context of his hand and was like, I have 2 surprise strikes here. I can make cunning a game-winning play if I go for the surprise strike and just try and race him down, and went for that line and was paid off, drew a cunning, and that was kind of the game from there.
Yeah. Now in chat, someone says, I think the only shot there was to TDR and hope to hit Persuader Tank.
Yeah, I was thinking about that too, and that would be the play I would go for. I would trust Bobby's instincts on that play, though. I think he was thinking, well, if he has a pump here, I just can't beat it anyway because he's going to get to develop a board next turn, or could maybe play a Falcon next turn, and I'm just going to be stuck in the same spot with no board. So, play to my outs. Hope he doesn't have a pump, and maybe open the door for a chance to win on the next turn.
Yeah, I see there as basically being three main options there. There's what he did, which is play out the Raider and say, if he has it, and hopefully he doesn't have a pump. Didn't work because he did have a pump, but otherwise, if he didn't have the pump, that Han could have swung it to the base. It wouldn't have been lethal, and he would have had time to do other stuff. Alternatively, you could just take the initiative immediately and play the Raider or play an Elite P-38 at the start of the next turn and exhaust Han before he can swing. The problem with that is then you use none of your resources on the previous turn. And then TDR hoping to hit the Persuader Tank for the trade is the third option, assuming he's still running the Persuader Tank. I don't think we've seen it today.
I don't think so. I think it's like a 1 of, maybe a 2 of. I'm
Yes,
not sure
that's
his
not
updated
high
list.
reliability, but maybe it's what he needed to do. Tough situation.
Yep. I think if Pascal had like 5 more damage on his base there, and was at like 15 health, then a sneak attack Ruthless Raider plus like maybe a surprise strike or a TDR Ruthless Raider could put Pascal in lethal range the following turn. But with Pascal only having 10 damage on his base, it's hard to see a line where Bobby wins the following turn. And if he doesn't win the following turn, I don't know how he's getting out of that turn with initiative or surviving.
Interesting
So,
point. If he
tough
still had the
situation.
Tarkentown available, there would be a lot of potential answers, but that was used much earlier in the game to clear that DJ, I believe, on turn 2.
Yes. And I think clearing that DJ is correct. It's probably what I would have done. There's an argument for saving Tarkentown in this matchup for higher relevant threat like a Han, but I think the goal with Django is just to get them dead before those cards fully matter.
Yeah, and I do think that that Han Solo Reluctant Hero can really be kind of a win condition card if not dealt with in some matchups. The ability to pick off enemy units very easily and also threaten a lot of damage is very tough to stop sometimes.
Yep. I will say this Han 1 deck list appears to be not necessarily targeted at Django, but definitely teched against the Django matchup.
Yeah, I'm thinking of those, extra 2/2 shieldeds in particular.
Yes. Those are very big in this matchup. Tarkentown decks in general. It's very good against Tarkentown decks in general, but Django being the biggest one of those. Have about 50 minutes left in the round, so took 25 minutes in game 1, and if they keep that pace, they will finish perfectly in time. So
Yeah,
time
we'll
should
see
not
how
be a
it goes.
concern.
It is also worth noting if you run out of time, you do still get to finish that action phase and the next action phase, as we saw in the previous match where they did hit time, but they were still able to close things out.
Mm-hmm.
And who was it that was playing that match again? Do you remember?
The match that went to time.
There were 2 that went to time. There was the one that went to time and Pascal scooped, but there was also one that went to time, but one of the players was able to win in overtime.
That might have been before I hopped on commentary. I forget. Oh, it was Bobby. Claire, thank you. It was Bobby in round 2, I believe, versus Crusher.
Yeah. Okay. Nice. So he is it is a deck that can potentially go to time. It is a little complicated, but he was able to get through it previously, and in the top cut, the time is more generous.
Mm-hmm. Got our opening hands here. Bobby's looking at a hand. It looks like a bunch of space units with the ISB agent and on the doorstep as well. Seems relatively medium, I would say. It's like you can curve out, you're going to be able to play the game. On Pascal's side, looks like there's a couple of Bodies, an L3, maybe a surprise strike in there as well, and a tech. Bobby's going to ship it back. I think I agree with that ship. You got to look for something higher impact, something that can spike a little bit harder.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this goes. Now, Team Mythic Force. Do you know much about that?
I don't. I think they're relatively recently formed. I know. Well, I believe that Pascal Maynard's store is Mythic Force, the Mythic store. You can see it in the bottom right there of his map, and he might be sponsoring a team and getting it to SWU recently.
I think that may actually be I think that may actually be a French or a Quebecois store.
Mhm. I know.
So maybe some different regions looking to make their name in the and yeah, we have someone in chat saying Mythic Force is a store in Quebec.
Because I know Pascal is based out of Canada.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Quebecois.
Mm-hmm.
And let's see here. Yeah, apparently they also have the Toronto PQ champ. So nice.
Oh.
Yeah, we may see some Canadian presence in the Star Wars Unlimited competitive scene here in the US as well, the Canadian invasion.
I believe they were talking about it over in the KTOD Discord about this recently formed team. Relatively recently, it might be newer than I'm giving it credit for, or older than I'm giving it credit for.
All right. Yeah, and I looked that up, and the team name is the Mythic Force, and Pascal apparently owns the Mythic store in Quebec.
Yes.
So very cool. And repping his store and his team here in an American event. We'll see if he can get the win.
All right, this is a good opening from Bobby. Has a Greedo into an ISB agent to deal with that shield on the L3. Saw those shields be a problem. Looks like he has a Fets and on the doorstep left in his hand, as well as 2 cards for return. On Pascal's side, looks like there's a jetpack over there. I'd imagine Bodhi is the play I would be leaning toward if I was Pascal here, trying to snipe a TDR, but knowing I could at least hit an on the doorstep.
Yeah. Pascal resourcing here. Thinking about what to resource. I do see a Bodhi Rook in hand there for Pascal, and if that could pick off a TDR, that would be great.
I think that's what he's going to aim for. Although Bobby did show him a on the doorstep, so at the very least, you're probably going to get something.
Now it's going to be a trade here with L3 taking out Greedo. Bobby Sapphire goes ahead and swings for 1 damage to base here with the ISB agent.
And there's that Bodhi. Getting that
On the doorstep out.
But leaving
Ooh, that's
Bobby
a
with
not awesome hand for Bobby Sapphire. ISB agent with no event to flip and a cartel spacer.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Bobby just runs the hand out here trying to get some sort of board presence going.
Yeah, I think you probably just play the ISB agent just to have a unit here, but it's not something you're thrilled about.
Maybe you want to save it for a potential tap on a deploy turn or a cunning.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, that's a very fair point.
It's reliant on drawing an event, which Bobby drew the best event in his deck. He top
and
decked
he's
a TDR.
I think he got a TDR and a Raider, so that's an excellent draw, and that ISB agent quickly becomes a resource.
I mean, I was talking about it earlier where ISB agent and cartel spacer were the cards in his hand, which is the downside of Jenga, but the upside is draws like that.
Yeah, and in the chat we have King DZ21 says you might want to save just to resource, and it turns out that is a very apt choice there, because saving that ISB agent indeed allows Bobby Sapphire to keep both his triple Dark Raid and the Ruthless Raider that he just drew.
Yes, 2 very high impact cards in general and in this matchup. Although if Pascal with initiative here just slams a Kira, that is a back-breaking play for Bobby. Gonna have to skip his turn because that Kira would almost assuredly name Triple Dark Raid.
Yeah, and then the question would be whether Bobby had some kind of smuggle play that he could put together. You know, maybe you smuggle out a hotshot blaster and trade the ISB for Bodhi or something.
Mm-hmm. But looks like that Bodhi's just gonna get into base, it appears.
Base for 3.
Leaving the door open for this Triple Dark Raid, and I'm sure Bobby breathing a sigh of relief there.
Yeah. Much rather have that than Kira or a Spark of Rebellion or something to pick that out of the hand. And here
Yeah.
comes the TDR. Let's see what
Gotta-
Bobby can find.
Gotta hope this is some sort of high value hit.
7 cards.
Fet's Fire
That's
Spray
Fire Spray.
that's totally fine. I think that's
Yeah, it didn't have a Raider this time, but Fet's Fire Spray should be good enough. I think he may also have an Elite P38 that he could go for there.
be an interesting one to take. Sets up a Tarkin Town on that Bodhi, lets you control the board a little bit.
Yeah, and it would also be playable next turn, while the Fet's Fire Spray would not.
Yes.
But the Fet's Fire Spray is more direct damage to base.
I think Bobby is also doing great player habit here of looking what else is in this TDR and seeing what he's shipping to the bottom. So knowing what his future outs and future draws are going to look like.
It is going to be the Elite P38, and it is worth noting that also sets up a potential Tarkin Town play here for Bobby Sapphire.
I think that is the correct choice. That Fet's Fire Spray at first glance looks super enticing, but this sets up your curve out a lot better.
Yeah. Let's see what Pascal does in return.
Looks like a Spark is over there. And I think a Jetpack in hand as well as a few other cards. Might be a Gamorrean Guards as well, which is pretty good against Django Flip. Although, with Tarkin Town still available, that ISB agent could just attack into it and sets up a very juicy Tarkin Town.
Yeah, ISB could also just serve as a speed bump here for Pascal in terms of being a unit that can hang around and swing into Han to exhaust him with Django's ability.
And that's the beauty of ISB agent in this deck. Sometimes it feels bad to top deck it, but like it serves as basically 2 taps. One on the when played and one on attack.
Yeah, and now Pascal's going to bring out Gamorrean Guards. They do have Sentinel thanks to Bodhi Rook. But if Bobby Sapphire wants to, he can either remove that Sentinel by using Tarkin Town to clear Bodhi, or he could send the ISB agent into the Gamorrean Guards, dealing them 1 damage, and then clearing them with the Tarkin Town directly.
That is my instinct on what to do this turn, especially because that P38 is going to return to your hand. So you're going to have a tap available for the Han flip next turn.
Good point. Yeah, I think that might be what I would do also. Have the ISB agent swing into the Gamorrean Guards and then use Tarkin Town to clear them. That also has the advantage of leaving Bodhi on the board, which means that if the opponent plays another Bodhi, they would have to get rid of one of them.
Yes.
Because it is a unique unit. And it looks like Bobby indeed going for the ISB agent plus Tarkin Town clearing the Gamorrean Guards.
Going to the next turn.
Yeah, and it's an interesting situation here. Both players have relatively weak boards, a wounded Bodhi Rook and a Cartel Spacer. Bobby's done more damage, but he also has less base HP.
And I believe Pascal has more cards in hand as well as a big smuggle row.
But we do know that Bobby has that Elite P38, and he does have a Ruthless Raider waiting for next turn, or potentially for this turn as well if we have a sneak attack forthcoming.
I think I would slightly favor Pascal from here, but I'm certainly not sure.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think I would say that based on this board state, I think Pascal is a bit up. I think the Bodhi is slightly better than the Cartel Spacer. I think he has more cards and he has more base HP remaining.
Bobby having a Ruthless Raider really is really impactful here because, like I said, I think it's a matter of how many Cunnings are drawn versus how many TDRs and Ruthless Raiders is a
Yes.
big influential point in this matchup.
Yeah, it's interesting here. I don't know what is in Pascal's hand, and that's going to be very relevant.
Yes.
If we had like 2 Cunnings in there, for instance, I would say he would be far ahead. But
Yeah.
you know, at least on board, I would say he's slightly ahead.
Yes. I think I caught a glimpse of a crafty smuggler. Can't tell what else. I thought I saw a jetpack last turn, but that might have been resourced.
Yeah, it's interesting.
On ability going up to 6. Looks like there is a jetpack, which might be going down to this on ability here. Django flip to threaten the tap down on the Han flip, but Gamorrean guards to protect the Han flip. That's really big. Although the
There is
P-38,
still that P-38, yeah.
yes, that is known about by both players. But it does, you can hold leaders hostage, but you can kind of hold resources hostage too in this case, which Pascal is doing to Bobby here of you got to keep up those 3 resources or else this Han's going to flip and attack you.
Now, one note is that because Pascal did play the Gamorrean guards this turn, that does mean that he isn't going to be able to go up to 7 for things like smuggled DJ.
Mm-hmm.
So Bobby Sapphire could use the Elite P-38 just to finish off the Gamorrean guards here and accept the hit from Han.
Really takes out the sting of the Han flip and attack immediately, yeah.
Now, one question I have is Bobby Sapphire going to have anything efficient to do with his resources? Because just playing that Elite P-38 Starfighter doesn't seem that good if you end up with 2 unused resources after that play.
Yeah, but if you get to claim initiative because of it and then immediately slam a Ruthless Raider and tap Han again, it might
That's
be
a good
worth
point.
it. It might
Yeah,
be
no,
worth it.
that is a good point there. Han deploys. Let's see what Bobby Sapphire does. And it looks to me like there is an ISB agent in hand as well, but I suspect the ISB agent won't be able to ping this turn, assuming Bobby Sapphire held on to the Ruthless Raider.
Yes.
So the Elite P-38 exhausts Han. Someone points out that the base has entered the space arena for Pascal.
To be fair, that's mostly where Bobby's attacking it from, so
Yeah.
make it a little easier.
8 damage on Pascal's base, 22 HP remaining, 7 damage on Bobby, or 6 damage on Bobby Sapphire's base. 19 damage remaining. And Bobby Sapphire is going to bring out the ISB agent, even though there's no ping, after Pascal takes the initiative.
Mm-hmm. Sets up a potential ping on attack with Django, or can trade into that Gamorrean guards and cleanly trade there.
Yeah, let's see what happens here. Now, Pascal's board is looking, Pascal's board is looking not super hype compared to Bobby's here, but we'll see how things go.
Yep. Especially with a Ruthless Raider coming down on this turn.
Yeah, at the end of the previous turn, I felt like Pascal was a bit ahead, and now I feel like Bobby's a bit ahead. But we could
Yes.
see more swings and some more back and forth. And if Pascal has the card known as Cunning, things could swing quite a bit. However, the +4 on Cunning would be very likely to be countered if he did go for it in this scenario.
Yes. On having to defeat 1 resource here. Believe I saw a surprise strike hanging out in Pascal's hand.
That could be a good card to have as we get closer to the end game here. Though, as it stands, there's not all that much damage on either base for a match between 2 very aggressive decks.
Yeah. This game, they really fought over the board early, especially Pascal. Last game he was surprise striking the base and leaving his 2/2 shielded up, but with the shield taken off turn 1, he's going for more of a board control route and a jetpack.
Oh, jetpack played onto the Gamorrean guards, and that temporary shield means those exhaust effects are not going to be relevant and also makes them more of a threat. Let's see what Bobby has to do now. Now, one thing he could do is just play the Ruthless Raider and exhaust Han. But that guard is going to be pretty annoying this turn.
Yeah, it's almost feels like a mini cunning. It's a little silly to say, but like an extra +2 attack and making it super hard to deal with and tap down. It's very good in this matchup. That temporary
Yeah, the
shield is
fact
so
that it is
annoying.
on a shield, like it is on a sentinel, also creates a
Mhm.
lot of problems for Bobby Sapphire. He could take out the Gamorrean guard if he attacked it with both of his units, but they would also both be defeated, and it would leave Pascal in a very strong position in the ground arena. Plus, Pascal still has 4 resources up and is likely going to get a 5th if Bobby doesn't counter Han.
This is a tricky situation. And if there's that surprise strike left over, potentially, that's an additional 3 damage.
Yeah, Jetpack, not like the hypest card in the world, but it seems to be extremely relevant here.
I know George the Hulk was a big fan of it in his PQ winning Monohan list.
I think it's been especially relevant here against Django because that shield is not only protecting you from damage, it protects you from a lot of these exhausts.
Mm-hmm. Gives you the ability to race more effectively, which is, if you take that ability away from Django to control the race, you really get a head up on them.
1 resource. Swoop down!
Oh, gives it
Look at that!
Saboteur!
What a play! Swoop down gives temporary Saboteur and allows a space unit to attack the ground arena. The P-38 swoops down. Because of Saboteur, it pierces the shield. It defeats the Gamorrean guard, and when defeated, Bobby Sapphire can put a damage on Han and exhaust him too.
That is a crazy counter to Jetpack. What a card to have in that situation. It
That
does
is
mean
like
you're off Ruthless Raider
perfect
this
counter
turn.
from Bobby Sapphire.
I do think he thought about that for a while because I think that's his only play he can make this turn. He's off Ruthless Raider for the turn, but man, that is about the ideal counter to a Jetpack on a Gamorrean guards. You can
I do think there's a chance he'll have a smuggle card. So a hotshot blaster could allow him to push some more damage and make some more use of his resources here.
But man, I mean Pascal does get to play more to the board here, but wow, that might be the most exciting swoop down I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, that jetpack on Pascal's Gamorrean guard was looking huge, but the swoop down was an awesome counter from Bobby Sapphire.
And that's a card that's been in and out of Django lists recently. Sometimes you see it as like a 2 of or a 1 of or even 0, but really pulling its weight here.
Absolutely. Now we're going to see an attack from Bodhi Rook. It could be used to clear Django, or it could just be more damage to Bobby Sapphire's base.
With 4, I mean, Pascal doesn't know that the only card in Bobby's hand is Ruthless Raider. It could be a TDR, it could be a Crafty Smuggler, it could be any threat.
It's going to be the trade.
Okay. If you knew Bobby couldn't play anything else this turn, I think you would 100% take the trade. Without knowing, he still decides to controls the board. I think I like this play.
Bobby Sapphire is going to swing on into the base with the Cartel Spacer. Now, did they mark that damage? I don't think they did. There should be 2 more damage on that base, right?
I believe they marked it in paper, but not with the dice.
Tech played by Pascal, and Bobby Sapphire just takes the initiative.
Looking up to set up a Ruthless Raider this turn to tap down that Han, and there we
And
go.
Bobby Sapphire fixes the damage on the base there.
Only using 1 resource that turn, but if you had to pay 6 for that swoop down, I still think it might be reasonable.
Yeah, it was a absolutely critical play. It looked like Pascal had gained a huge advantage with that jetpack, and even though it meant that Bobby Sapphire wasn't able to use all his resources, he got huge value of his own from that swoop down.
And now comes the train of Ruthless Raiders.
Yeah, and we see the Raider exhausting Han.
Keep him from 8 resources, not as critical of a pain point, but it's the most damage as well. So might as
Now,
well.
Tech is giving Pascal a lot of options here.
Tech is very, very scary. If you're Bobby, you'd either like to get Pascal dead pretty quickly to not have to worry about it for too long, or find an answer for that Tech.
Now, on the other hand, Bobby Sapphire has pulled pretty ahead in the race. So we
Yeah.
are looking at 18 HP left for Pascal, 19 left for Bobby Sapphire, which doesn't seem that ahead, but Bobby's board is considerably better. Now, we will see what happens here, but Bobby might be shifting into a more aggro game plan at this phase.
I think so. Especially
Now,
with
someone in chat says that time might be an issue here.
we
and I
are
think
getting
that-
up on it.
Yeah. This is only game 2. If Bobby Sapphire does get this win, game 3 is not going to have a huge amount of time.
And if Bobby Sapphire were to get this win, I don't think it's going to happen very quickly. It would happen over the course of at least a couple turns, I think.
Yeah, I would say probably 2 to 3 turns.
And the way these turns have going, that might be like 10 minutes.
Yeah, and that would leave them with a relatively cramped game 3 in comparison to the pace of play they were using in these earlier games, but we'll have to see. Pascal exhausting 5 resources. Is it going to be a smuggled play? What is he bringing out here?
I would imagine a DJ.
There goes. Yep, it's DJ. He's going to steal a resource, I believe.
Yep,
Now, Dante asks, did the all-space Quinlan lose? Unfortunately, I believe the answer is yes.
I believe it lost to Pascal here.
As cool as that deck was, it wasn't able to do it. Now, with that, DJ Pascal looked at the card, and we did see that it was one of those snail tanks.
The heavy persuader tank.
Heavy persuader tank. And so that does mean Bobby Sapphire is indeed running those. Now we're just seeing some basic attacks, and Bobby Sapphire taking the initiative rather than swinging for 1 with his ISB agent. Pascal brings out a Falcon and takes out his opponent's Cartel Spacer.
I wasn't the biggest fan of the DJ play because you really want to start building a board and turn to pressure Bobby's base as quickly as you can. But being able to follow up the Falcon there is really big. And so getting ahead on the resources. The resource ceiling isn't as important. Bobby's already at about the maximum amount of resources he's going to need for the rest of the game.
Yeah. Now, one interesting thing is that the DJ actually, this resource isn't going to be discarded, and he'll have to pay for the Falcon because Pascal's Han was exhausted by the Ruthless Raider when played effect before getting a chance to swing. So there's no discard a resource here.
Yes. Good catch.
Probably what you want to do is pay for the Falcon with the stolen resource so that if your opponent does kill DJ, they don't get a readied resource back.
Yes. Looks like Bobby is foregoing resourcing this turn. It's like Crafty Smuggler, P38, and Surprise Strike in hand for Bobby. It's not a bad setup. You get to tap down that Han again, or any threat really, as well as get in for 7 with that Surprise Strike, but decides just to go for 4, or kill the Falcon even.
No, yeah, he kills the Falcon, shifting maybe back towards a more controlling stance.
Interesting. Maybe
Now,
with the tech in play is scared that any number of bounce effects could really halt his racing potential.
Yeah, it's possible. I'm not sure because he has less base HP total. There's some kind of spicy stuff here. Pascal turning over that stolen heavy persuader tank.
I think he's thinking about potentially smuggling it out with tech.
Yeah, he could do it via I think exploit works with smuggle. So you could do that, exploit something.
But I think it's a bit too cute, and he just
it's way too cute. I mean, it's like out of aspect and played via text, so it would cost a lot. And
yeah, it would cost 11, and you could exploit it down to 7 if you exploited 2 things. It's a bit.
No,
much.
I think it's too goofy. So we're gonna see. It's gonna be Kira or No, wait. What is? Yeah, no, it is Kira. Looking at the hand, Crafty Smuggler, Elite P38 Starfighter, and the Surprise Strike. But with 6 resources left, Pascal can't actually block any of these cards from being played. They could all be played through the Kira penalty.
Can't block any of them, but can take Bobby off of 2 spells this turn, or 2 cards. And that's what he's going to do, naming the P38, which is probably the card Bobby wants to play the most.
Yeah, and Bobby's showing the stream P38.
But if he plays that uses all of his resources, meaning he can't play another card alongside it.
Right. Now, he could play the Crafty Smuggler and fire off the Surprise Strike this turn if he wanted to, but it doesn't seem like great timing for a Surprise Strike at this point. So I do think Pascal will likely limit Bobby to 1 play this turn unless we see something smuggled here.
Mm-hmm. Especially with Bobby deciding to attack into the Falcon. I imagine he's going for a more board control route, which would make me think not wanting to play Surprise Strike. And we see the P38 played here.
P38 exhausts Han. That stolen resource is going to remain in Pascal's row for another turn. That's funny.
DJ as it was intended. I would imagine.
I do think the Han DJ synergy was maybe not recognized, or it was recognized but considered like an oh well type moment or whatever.
Mm-hmm. I will say, turn over turn as this tech stays alive, especially Bobby seems to be slowly falling behind.
Surprise Strike from the resource row, thanks to tech, swinging in with the tech for, I believe, 5 damage on Bobby Sapphire's base here. Bobby still has the ISB agent, but it can't exhaust DJ because Django's already been used. However, Bobby trades the ISB agent for Han.
Get some damage off the board here.
We could still see 3 more damage to Bobby Sapphire's base from the DJ this turn, which would put him up to I believe 16 damage on base and leave him at only 9 left.
Wouldn't be lethal on board, but you can only imagine Pascal has any number of pumps down in that resource row to smuggle out with tech.
Yeah, Bobby seems to have lost control of the ground arena pretty firmly at this point. He does still have some threats in the space arena, but I don't know if it'll be enough.
Looks like Pascal did just claim to make sure he can get some value off with that tech. I was wondering if he was going to do that.
Yeah, so it gives up the 3 damage from the DJ swing in exchange for the initiative. Maybe he can play a Cunning or something and exhaust both Bobby's units here.
Mm-hmm.
Or Cunning.
Oh,
Brutal.
I think it's going to be the backbreaker.
Double exhaust, and is it going to be a random discard? Yeah, it looks like a random discard. Doesn't trust the bounce, or doesn't trust the buff against a Django deck with a lot of ways to exhaust. But that does mean Bobby is suffering a major setback here. Greedo hits the field from Bobby. Pascal still has 8 damage on the board here.
Would take Bobby to 21. I mean, a second Cunning would be risky because could still have that tap available.
Tech is such a value engine here for Pascal.
Yeah. I think that swoop down play was incredibly cool and incredibly nice catch by Bobby to be making that play. But Pascal following up with the tech was exactly what he needed there to just get this value engine going and dominate the ground.
I think it's a breaking in, I believe, from Pascal giving +2 power and Saboteur to Kira and having her attack the base. We're now up to 18 damage on Bobby's base, only 7 left. If there's another buff that Pascal can play, this could be game this turn.
Yep. And it looks like he has a surprise strike.
Pascal has it. Handshake, Pascal Menard defeating Bobby Sapphire and moving on to the finals here at the Tabletop Gaming Center PQ.
Good games between these two incredible players. That I think everyone's going to remember that swoop down play for sure. What an incredible play by Bobby, but unfortunately just couldn't follow it up with anything else that turn, and that tech really started to take over that game.
Yeah, if that swoop down had been paired with even just like a 3-cost unit, not making full use of the resources but doing something, it would have been maybe a very different situation. And if it had been paired with like triple dark raid, it could have gone crazy in Bobby's direction. As it was still a big reversal, but Pascal, like you said, was able to just get too much value from tech.
Yep. It was incredible watching those two play, though. Pascal's deck did seem well situated against Bobby's as well, with those 2/2 shielded units, and even the
Yeah.
jetpacks seemed especially good against Django as
Yeah, it
well.
seemed like, many players on Han are not even playing L3, much less Crafty Smuggler and L3. I do think that Pascal may have been planning for that matchup when he brought in all those shield sources.
Yes. I am curious what else Pascal might have brought in from the sideboard, but we really see that even within a deck archetype or like a deck based combo, small changes to your deck can drastically increase or decrease your percentages in certain matchups. Those 2/2 shield is really increasing your win rate against the Tarkin Town decks. Whereas if I know Lego Pizza is a fan of like C3PO and the Wing Leader Rebel package can bump your win rate in other matchups where you're trying to play a more grindy value game.
Yeah, it's a very interesting to think about the variation between different versions of the same leader base combination. Some of them actually have pretty different builds.
Yeah.
And I think it did feel to me like Pascal's shield heavy version of Double Yellow Han was well suited to resist the exhausts there from a Django deck.
Mm-hmm. Chat, I am curious if you know. I don't know how many PQs Pascal Maynard has played in over the course of his Star Wars Unlimited career. I think at least one I've seen, but making it to the finals after converting over from Magic is very impressive. And doing it with quite a difficult deck to pilot. Han 1 yellow has so many options available to it with all the smuggle cards and being able to play both a 2 cost and a 3 cost on the first turn. Like so much resource flexibility and so much card flexibility with being able to smuggle stuff out. It can be hard to identify the perfect line. I would argue almost impossible to identify the perfect line every single time. So very well played.
Yeah. Now, one interesting thing about having more of those 2-drops is that it does make your deck a little bit more resilient to opponents who are going to target you with discard effects, because you have more chance of being able to have a turn 1 that doesn't rely on using Han's ability and going down a card.
Mm-hmm. I will say that shout out to Claire got us leader base count for the field here, the top performing or the top represented leaders and bases. The reason I bring this up is because the 2/2 shieldeds are weaker into cards like Snoke and Perilous Position, and as it turns out, Kira ECL was the most represented leader here today at 11 copies, I believe. Hanwan Yellow followed up with 10. Sabine ECL also had 10. Quinlan Tarkentown had 9. And Django Tarkentown had 7. So we are still waiting on the matchup between Alexander the Greatest and I'm horrible with names. It was Farm something, Farm Boy or Farm Hand on the Tarkin Blue, our Tarkin Blue player in that matchup. Farm Boy, that's who it was. Unlimited MDR mentioning, he played at the Montreal PQ during set 2. So not Pascal Maynard's first rodeo, especially because he's played in so many tournaments before, but not his first rodeo in a SWU tournament either.
Yeah, and we'll see what happens here. There is it looks like it's kind of funny, if you look at that crowd camera, there's not that much of a crowd, but I believe they're all clustered around one table for the last remaining game of the semifinals, also a match that is going long. And I'm told here that they are 1-1 in the final game. We'll see who ends up prevailing there.
And I will say, if Alexander the Greatest makes it to finals here, he already has his PQ invite, so the invite would pass down to Pascal.
Interesting point. He would, however, have a chance to play, for the glory of winning the other winners' prizes and the potential to avenge his teammate Bobby Sapphire.
With a win here, he would also be tied for the most amount of PQ wins at 3.
Yeah, so that would be impressive bragging rights, and I doubt he's just going to scoop it up if he does end up winning this. But we'll have to see how it goes. And I do see someone saying there's a pretty bad snowstorm, which is why so many people cleared out. I do also think that a lot of people end up leaving these events once they're knocked out, rather than staying around to observe the other games. As we can see, there's at least some people still staying around to observe. But yeah.
Yeah, snow 3 weekends in a row is miserable. Living out here in the Midwest, I know the pain as well. I actually was going to drive up to the St. Paul PQ, but they got a really bad snowstorm that weekend as well, and so decided not to make the trip out because didn't want to make a round trip, in the middle of a snowstorm.
Yeah, I'm out in California myself, but I went to college in Minnesota, and I am definitely aware of some of the weather.
Yeah, the snowstorms, it'll be totally fine for weeks on end, and then I don't know where you just get punched in the face with about 2 feet of snow.
I hear that.
Spag, what meta am I from? I live in Iowa myself, so Midwest area.
All right. My family's actually from Iowa. Both my parents met in high school in Des Moines, I believe, or maybe middle
Oh,
school even.
what high school did they go to? By chance?
Roosevelt.
Oh, okay. I have friends who went to Roosevelt. I went to West Des Moines Valley growing up, so
Yeah.
very local.
Dude, Dante says he went to Carleton. Hey man, I went to Carleton. That is the school I attended in Minnesota, and we indeed had some pretty negative weather over there as well. What year were you, Dante? 1999. Okay, I was a fair bit later than that, but
Yeah.
no, I was wondering because my freshman year we also had very negative temperatures one month. We once got a email from campus security telling people not to go outside for more than
Yeah.
5 minutes or something.
Was that
And
that polar vortex year?
it might
Was
have been. I
one
think when was that? That must have
like
been
2018 or
2000. No, it was earlier than that. But it was actually nice because after that, every other year, even though the winter would be by California standards extremely harsh, it would be like, oh, this is nothing, man. My freshman year was negative 40 degrees. You know,
yeah,
fun time though. Oh, and we got someone else here who went to Roosevelt. How about that?
nice.
But in Honolulu in 2006. Okay, so very different. You know.
Mm-hmm.
We had two local guys who didn't own a pair of pants until they graduated and needed a suit for interviewing. Yeah, just wearing shorts. I do remember it was pretty funny because like spring term, it would have just been incredibly cold. And as things warmed up, it'd be like 30 or 40 degrees, which is extremely cold in some sense. And people would be wearing shorts and t-shirts playing frisbee out in the bald spot or whatever, because,
Yep.
why not?
Having grown up in the Midwest, if it's above freezing temperatures, you can expect to see at least someone out in shorts.
Yeah, I think, you really do get acclimated to it to a degree. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
shoot, I remember playing broom ball and people would be running around there in the ice, and in that situation, I remember seeing somebody who took off his coat and I think even his shirt and was wearing just his undershirt as he ran around in like probably below freezing weather on the ice. But you can overheat pretty easily playing that game if you're wearing a bunch of heavy equipment.
Mm-hmm.
Broom
Yeah.
ball also very not the safest game in the world.
No, no, definitely not.
There was a rumor after my freshman year that it was going to be banned from IM Sports because too many people got frostbite or got injured, but I think it didn't pan out.
Yeah.
All right, this
Lufisto,
top match, about 10 minutes left.
10 minutes left in the round. Um, Tarkin Blue, that version seems a bit more aggressive, but still leaning into the Avengers and the Devastators in the top end, at least in the sideboard. So not too surprised to see it go late.
I do suspect if the game is going late, that may be a good sign for our Tarkin Blue player, as getting to those endgame cards is probably favorable.
I would
But I
agree.
don't know how far they are into this one. Maybe the other rounds just took a long time. Hard to say.
Mm-hmm. as well as the fact that Han Yellow can fight pretty late into the game with techs and a bunch of smuggle cards. And
Yeah.
if you get yourself in a situation in the mid game where you're sort of stable at like 17 life, Han can put you in a lot of situations where if they just slam like a big Millennium Falcon Lando's Pride, you almost have to claim sometimes because they can set up a lot of pumps on it and put you in check, as it were.
Yeah. And I do think that if the control player can bring out cards like Avenger, you can be in some trouble on the other side of that board. There's not a ton of answers, but can you get that far? You know, you're pretty far in, and you have to navigate potentially getting DJ'd and set back further.
Yes. Once a control deck lands Avenger, I think it's pretty hard for Han to come back unless they have a relatively wide board. But it can be, Han makes it about as difficult as any deck to get to Avenger, with TJ stealing your resources and Kira being able to name Avenger, making it later cost more, and Spark being able to rip it from your hands. So it's
Yeah,
going
I
to make it
mean,
tough.
aside from like Sabine or Kylo, very, very, very aggro decks, Han does feel like he has a lot more answers to try and prevent the opponent from getting that far.
Mm-hmm. While we're here, want to shout out Tabletop Gaming Center again for hosting this Planetary Qualifier, as well as McClunky Gaming for hosting this live stream for us. They put in a ton of work for the community to present these live streams for us, and it's wonderful, and appreciate them with my whole heart for that. So shout outs to everyone involved in this.
Yeah, and big shout out in particular to Claire and Titanic, who are there with the physical setup of the cameras and stuff. And I will say, Mickey D has a channel of his own at Mickey D Swoo, all one word, over on YouTube if you want to check that out.
And
So, see how that goes.
And don't forget to check out Tower Number 9 as well. And Next Gen Gaming SC Josh, who was here for the first 4 or 5 rounds of the tournament today.
Yeah, absolutely. Some hopefully we all have some content that you might find hopefully we all have some content you might find interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And okay, so Rothrock Gaming asks, what's the breaker if a top 8 goes to time? And there is an answer to this, but I think they've changed it, so I'm gonna try and find it to be 100% sure. Would you happen to know that off the top of your head, Mickey?
I believe, last I recall, it is health on base, not damage on base, health on base, very specifically. So if you have a 25 health base, you start with a disadvantage in that tiebreaker.
Yeah, so let's see here. Best of 3 match resolution. Okay, when time is called, the players must finish the current in-game round, then play through one last action phase. At the end of this final action phase, the game immediately ends without players proceeding to the regroup phase. If at that point the game still has no clear winner, then the game ends in a draw and is considered lost for both players. Let's see here. So then in elimination, there is going to be a special resolution. Okay, so elimination, when the current game ends, the player with the most remaining HP on their base wins the match. If there is a tie in remaining base HP, then the player who had the initiative when the game stopped wins the match. If time was called between games, players do not start a new game, but do check who would have started with initiative, and the player who would have started with the initiative at the beginning of the next game wins the match.
That is, wow. So health remaining on base is the important one, and then next tiebreaker going to initiative. It is very, very rare. I would be surprised if it has ever happened that time called in between matches and who would have initiative going into game 3 has come up, but it's good to have a contingency for that.
Yeah, and I do remember one of the big UK events had multiple games, including one of the games in the top cut and actually one of the games in the finals going to time and being decided by these tiebreakers.
Yes.
And the viewers were not very happy, I'll tell you that much in the chat. And I do think there's a question as to whether the final should be timed at all, but it is what it is. We'll see how things go, and yeah, hopefully this other top 4 game will be concluding soon.
Yep, and it looks like, was the Thork situation that in between games initiative, or was it like?
No. So I believe Thork won. So he won the finals with the tiebreaker, but I believe it was in the third game, which they had started with like sort of obviously not enough time to finish, as
Mhm.
they were both playing control decks at that time, and it turned into kind of an interesting scenario where they were playing for the tiebreaker instead of doing like the normal gameplay. But Thork ended up coming up on top.
Okay. Yeah, the in between games in particular seems incredibly hard to line up.
Yeah, it could happen, but I don't know how often it happens.
Yes.
Players still clustered around that final table there, and we'll see how things go. About 3.5 minutes left before time is called, though we could then have 2 more rounds or finish the current round and then another round of gameplay.
Mhm.
So it is possible this game will continue for beyond the timer there on the screen.
Oof. I'd imagine, like you said, the longer the game goes, the more I think it's favoring the Tarkin player. But that, I mean, not always the case. Maybe the Han player is like slowly, incrementally. Um, choking is not necessarily what I want to use, but like choking out the Tarkin player over the course of a couple turns or several turns at that point. Just like popping in for 3 damage with a Falcon and then bouncing it back to hand. So they're doing the Falcon dance, as I like to call it. Could be a potential way that game is going.
Yeah, we'll have to see what happens here. And Claire is apparently going to wander over there and see what's going on, and will maybe send us some updates. We'll have to see how it goes.
Knowing how Lek goes, I wouldn't be surprised if the second Claire wanders over there, the game ends and everyone breaks. So either going to be a Han Yellow mirror in the finals or a Han Yellow versus Tarkin Blue.
Now I'll tell you this: I would much rather see Han versus Tarkin Blue. That seems much more interesting to me.
I agree. Although
No disrespect to Han mirrors, no
Mhm.
disrespect to our Han players, but the Tarkin Blue is spicy and unique, and I'd be happy to see that in the finals.
Yes, and with I will say with Han Yellow, with those high level pilots in the mirror would be very fun to watch. But Tarkin Blue is just a deck you don't get to see very often. So where 13 damage on Han base, DJ Tech and Falcon out seems like a powerful board for Tech there or for Han there.
All right.
Only 14 damage on Tarkin's base though.
Tarkin
But with
no
no
board.
board.
I don't know. That sounds favorable to Han, but who knows? Maybe we're gonna see a super laser blast or something.
Yeah. Vader
Claire's
pulls out a
narrating. Vader
lurking.
draws lurking.
Kills Tech probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so that's left a DJ and a Falcon. This is game 3, Lightworks, yeah.
DJ and Falcon out now for the Han player.
Falcon can clear that lurking tie. Still a Vader out there though.
Falcon clears lurking.
Yep.
Zelphania says, shout out to Claire, best chat announcer NA. Mephisto says, the Claire play-by-play is either like listening to the radio or playing an old MUD game. Not sure which.
Bouncer bounces the Vader.
Cantina Bouncer. Okay, is that good? Like
I
that
mean,
means
if
he
you're
gets to win play it again, right?
yeah, but in a time scenario, you're making sure that
Oh
Vader
yeah,
can't hit
maybe
your
they're so out of
base.
time that's the most relevant factor.
Mm-hmm. So it makes sure that you can't get hit so that you can win on the HP tiebreakers.
Zori Bliss hitting the field. Blaster on
DJ.
DJ.
Yeah,
This
I
is
think.
sounding like it's going to be a Han win based on Claire's
Yeah,
narration here.
I believe so. It'd be interesting if like Tarkin top decked an overwhelming or a super laser blast. The game would probably continue, but in tiebreakers, Tarkin's just going to lose with lower HP remaining.
19 damage on Tarkin's base. Vader into DJ, bringing out the client. That could potentially be a big swing if they have another turn. I don't know where they're at on time.
I would imagine this is the last action phase here.
There might be another one, or there might even be more than that. I don't know what the situation is with respect to any potential judge calls
Yeah.
extending their time.
Could have been like a 5-minute or 10-minute extension if they had a judge call. Blaster Zori 25 on Tarkin.
It might just end with a legitimate normal win instead of a
Yeah.
time win.
Like, I think there's still a Falcon out there if there's a surprise strike available for that Falcon. Alex takes it. Yep.
Alex with the win. Thank you to Claire for being our narrator of the events in that final match. Alex does get the win, and that does mean that we are going to have the Han mirror. And it also means that we are going to see Pascal inheriting the PQ. Like, even if Pascal loses this match, which he might well win, he will get that day one bye from the PQ either way, since Alex already has one.
Waving at the camera for us. Yeah, so Pascal, congratulations to Pascal getting that day 2 invite for Worlds. Jake X, I promise you, I agree Han mirrors might be boring, but with players of this caliber, it's always a different beast. Alex, probably it's one of, if not the most accomplished, most pelts on the wall Han yellow players out there, and then Pascal, one of the most pelts on the wall accomplished TCG players out there. So going to be a very good match.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how this goes. I'm going to be interested to see this match. I would somewhat okay. And now McClunky, Claire pointed out they may not play it out. Now I will say this: there's a snowstorm.
Yeah, I don't blame him.
Alex already has the bye. It is possible that he scoops it up.
Yep, just get everyone home, especially with the weather. I would not begrudge Alex that at all.
I wouldn't begrudge it to him. It would be hype if we saw Alex, fighting to try and avenge his teammate Bobby Sapphire's defeat at the hands of Pascal.
Someone
And,
tell Alex he can go get the most PQ wins. He might play it out then.
Yeah, and playing for the bragging rights to the PQ wins and for the other prizes, would it be hype? It would be totally hype. But if he thinks, hey, the main prize, I already have it, no worries. We can just head back home and try to get some slightly better conditions or whatever, rather than waiting later at night in a snowstorm. No disrespect to him if he does that.
No, yeah. People talking, saying play it for the glory. I would love to see it played for the glory. It would be quite the match. Very interesting, but again, snowstorms are scary.
All right, we will see what happens here.
Wait, don't kill me, Jeff, saying, I want to see someone show up to Galactic with a bunch of PQ champion playmats sewn into a cape.
I had discussed the I had thought about that in I forget if it was Netrunner. It was one of the LCGs where they had like store tournament kits that had playmats, and I had a large number of them. And I was wondering, like, could you cut these into a coat or a vest or something and wear that for intimidation factor?
That would be fun.
Now we do have someone saying they left after round 7 and slid off the road. Be careful out there. I'm sorry to hear that, Matchstick.
Yes. Stay safe.
Yeah, well, yeah, you gotta watch out. Once I was in New York, for a work event, and I was driving. I forget if I was driving to pick somebody up from the airport or what exactly it was, but it was, maybe an hour drive, and I saw a lot of people had slid off the road in the icy conditions there at that time.
Mm-hmm. In the dark, especially, gets really scary. Especially if snow is currently falling, visibility basically goes to 0. So whatever is
Yeah,
safest for the players.
Here in California, that's not a huge deal. We don't have the iced road or whatever, but we do sometimes have severe fog. I remember once driving on the highway and being like, I gotta slow down my speed because I just can't see very far in front of my car.
Yeah, we get it occasionally out here too, and it's not fun.
Yeah, not great. Once I was also I was driving on a road that was very near the coast, and I remember looking out out the passenger side window and seeing what seemed like a just like solid wall of white on the side of the road, and then I realized that it wasn't that there was a wall, it was actually a straight up cliff, but there was so much fog that it looked like a wall.
Oh my. That is intimidating.
Yeah.
Glad Iowa gets a lot of different kinds of weather events, which is not fun to deal with year-round, but fog being low on the list, I'm okay with.
Yeah.
Looks like it might be Alex and Pascal talking here. Probably not be playing it out, Claire says. Again, do not blame anybody for that. It's unfortunate we won't get to see more SWU, but had a SWU-filled day, had some exciting matches, and yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how that's going to go exactly, or what it is exactly they're doing. We may be cutting the stream short soon, but we've had some great gameplay already. And congrats to Pascal Maynard, regardless of whether or not he's the official winner. It sounds like he's not the official winner. Alex is the official winner, but Pascal is still going to get that bye, while Alex increments his PQ count 1 up. So
I believe he now has tied for the most PQ wins and the most PQ top 8s with that result.
yeah,
I believe it's 3 wins and 7 top 8s.
Well, Magic the Gathering tournament veteran Pascal Maynard gets that day 1 bye for the Galactic Championships in Las Vegas.
Congrats to him. Love to see players from other games come over and play some SWU and fall in love with the game we all fell in love with too.
Yeah, and we are going to have, I think, a quick interview with Pascal, the winner's interview from the previous match, I guess, given that we don't have to rush for the next one there. And yeah, Lego Pizza says BS. They better not count that for our fake Player of the Year race. Rigged, I tell you.
Don't worry, Ian. Just play out a grudge match down in Atlanta.
And Alarid23 saying, shout out to players piloting off meta decks. Yeah, that's something I always like to see. And that top 4 showing from our Tarkin Blue was quite impressive. But now we have Pascal. Pascal, congratulations. We saw you doing quite well on this stream today.
Thank you.
Yeah, congrats on your finish.
I'm sorry.
I'm Mickey D, and then I'm here with Tower number 9. We've been
what
commentating
up?
throughout the day.
Hello. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Pascal. So got to see you throughout the day. Had some great matches on stream. First off, I think we first saw you against Kira ECL in about round 5, and then again in the semis against Bobby Sapphire there. Talk us through the decision to play Mono Han today, as well as some of the more intricate decisions in your deck building. I noticed you had the Crafty Smugglers and the Jetpacks, which aren't always common inclusions in Mono Han. What led you to want those cards in your deck today?
So I tried really hard to not play the quote-unquote best deck. I did that last season too. So I played an Elder PQ before. That was last season. I played Boba Yellow. But all of my testing was trying to find another deck. I really like brewing decks or coming up with a deck that's good against the meta game that people don't expect. I'm not good enough at Star Wars yet to be able to do that. It looks like, so I always like end up just playing the best deck. And I'm very slow because I don't have enough rep in it because I decide too late to start to choose to play it basically. So yeah, I am. Yeah, that's my journey into Star Wars so far.
Fair enough.
Now you're a very experienced Magic the Gathering tournament competitor, but now you're branching out a little, playing some events in Star Wars Unlimited and doing very well. What brought you to Star Wars?
I love how the game plays. I'm not at all like a Star Wars lore fan or anything. I've barely watched any movies, but I just love the action mechanic. It reminds me a lot of chess. Actually, it just feels like a very low variance gameplay card game, and also that's like the closest to chess I've ever seen from a card game, and I love that.
Nice.
Yep. Your journey to SWU sounds very similar to mine, coming over from Magic, and I remember halfway through my second game playing a random draft. The initiative in particular really addicted me, and just like
Oh yeah.
learning to play around that. It is, I think, one of the best balanced. It's got, like you said, low variance, but just enough variance to make it still feel like a card game.
Yeah, exactly. Like the feeling of like not attacking for like 5 and getting the initiative. You feel like you feel smart doing it, but also you're like maybe I'm really dumb doing this. And I
Yeah.
love that.
Yes, it is a lot of fun that way.
Yeah, I think there's that back and forth initiative in this game is really interesting, especially compared to some of the games that have much more complicated timing structures like Magic and so on. This game is like simple to explain, but also still involves a lot of player agency in those exchanges.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, the big question. Now that you have your day one buy at the Galactic Championship, will you be making it out to Las Vegas at the end of July?
Yeah, I already bought my badge as soon as they went for sale because I thought it could sell out. I wasn't sure if I was gonna go, but I was like, I don't want to ended up having some free time and not having my badge and it sell out. But now I'm definitely going
Yeah.
Nice.
and getting refunded
Yeah.
apparently.
Hey,
Yes.
sweet. So Team Mythic, tell us about that.
Yeah, so we've supported. So I own the Mythic store in Quebec City, and as soon as Star Wars came out, we've been supporting the game a lot. We ordered a lot of Set One, and there is a bunch of competitive players in Quebec that used to play Star Wars Destiny. So Michel Beaumont, Sébastien Ladouceur, Maxime Guénet, Marc-André Martin. Trying to pronounce these names with a little bit of English accent, so you guys recognize them. But these guys have been doing really well in Star Wars and Destiny before. And so these guys were like already super into the competitive aspect, and they really wanted us to sponsor a team. And I was like, I don't have time to think about like how I want to structure sponsoring a team. So come up with something, like design a logo, and I will look at it and be like, sure, and we'll give you something, right? And they actually came up with a sick logo.
That is
Yeah,
a sick
Team
And
Mythic
logo.
Force.
some sick like hoodies, play mats and stuff. And so it actually got me hyped to play with them.
Nice.
Nice.
Yep.
And yeah, they've been all in. They travel so much. They do really well. Just a lot of fun to hang out with, and it's people that I'm used to like always travel or play or talk to the same players because of my Magic background. And yeah, it feels new to talk to people that have not played Magic competitively. So it's like a completely different mindset. Like they're not biased like I am from Magic stuff. It's awesome.
Yep. That's awesome that you like enable this group of competitive players to really flourish under your branding and like support the game in the way that you do. Is there anything else, anybody else you want to shout out? Any links, quote unquote, you'd like to post? Anywhere people can find you?
Twitter. I don't tweet much about Star Wars, but I guess I will start now. So Pascal Maynard on Twitter, and go shop Star Wars singles at themythicstore.com.
Nice. Hey, yeah, Pascal, thanks for coming and doing this interview. Congratulations on getting your day one bye for Worlds. And yeah, Pascal Menard here, very strong competitive player in Magic the Gathering, now putting up some results in Star Wars Unlimited as well.
Thank you.
Yep. Congrats, man. Alrighty.
That's going to be about it for this stream, I think, Mickey. We had some intense games of Star Wars Unlimited, some really cool plays, and let's end it with some shout outs here. So shout out to Tabletop Gaming Center, the store here in Connecticut that hosted this event. If you're a Star Wars Unlimited fan and want to play Star Wars in this area, they have a Monday casual play event and a Saturday constructed tournament every week. Also, they have a monthly draft, the next one being on March 12th. They want to thank everyone for watching today, and they were excited to host this PQ event.
Yep, and shout out to the McClunky Gaming crew, Tim, Claire for setting up the stream, being wonderful members of the community, absolute stalwarts. Community is much better with a minute, as well as to the members of McClunky Gaming. I believe some of them are hosting or going to start coaching here soon. So if you're interested in coaching from some team members of McClunky Gaming, go ahead and join the McClunky Gaming Discord, and you can touch base with them there.
Yeah. And shout out also to you there, Mickey D, for coming on and co-casting, and shout out to Josh from Next Gen Gaming SC, who was my co-caster for the earlier phases of this event. We will be bringing you some more tournament streams here at the McClunky Gaming channel, so stay tuned for more stuff as things progress.
Yep. And final shout out to Tower Number 9 for being here all day, as well as the viewers for tuning in all day.
Yeah, big shout out to the viewers. Thank you so much for supporting this. As someone who's done some streaming for multiple different games, it makes a huge difference to have a friendly, active chat, and that's what we got here. So yeah, thanks guys, and we will catch you